$20. It's so stupid, man. Yeah, gas is retarded. Gas is super fucking retarded. And even, you can't even buy it. Sometimes you have like $200 worth like
in London, one of the top cities there, and they have fired one of the cleaning crew.
I have $50 right now, and I were to buy something with it worth $21. So it's like literally almost half the bag.
So what if you just say
not a problem, a fireable offense, but I think it's her decision making.
I mean, trading beef to, let's say, for instance, Harry Potter or Palma, I can only use $20 out of 50 because of gas.
what if it's like,
which is the only way
come
to
on,
eat
is it like my exact one?
is if you make it and it's fresh.
Is it what?
But
Exact coin on
but it was left
That's
over
like
and
you
it
do
was,
these.
she didn't even know where it came from. She didn't know the chain of custody.
Yeah, it's on.
That's fucked.
Yeah, that's about right. It's not a wormhole. I love wormholes for that reason. Yeah, like right now, I want to fucking, yeah,
That's a little bit much.
yeah, I want to buy this coin with the $50 I have, but it's not even enough. You know, I only get $20 out of it. Yeah. It's like to buy and sell, you need like $40 for gas. Yep. I guess it's good to like eat like 2K and some good utility projects, but I ain't got bass for that yet.
They heard it from us. They learned it from watching us.
Well, they wanted to rehab these parrots and rid them of their profanity tirades. And they said that they're doing pretty well. The swearing seems to be slowing. However, one parrot has picked up a different kind of habit, and it's annoying. This parrot sings, "We wish you a Merry Christmas," over and over and over again. What's worse, a parrot that swears, calls you an MFer, or "We wish you a Merry Christmas"?
So how about you just save me $20? I'll buy that coin.
Commanding number 4.
Oh my gosh. What's worse, the picture of Jason's nipples or this guy's nose?
There you go. This is called lunch warning. Jacksonville doctors have finally figured out what was bugging a guy in Florida. He said he'd been feeling off since October, but it wasn't until his face and lips were swelling up that he went to the Florida Memorial Hospital at the beginning of this month. I started getting nosebleeds, he said. Constant nosebleeds.
Wonderful.
I couldn't even get up from the bathroom without my nose starting to bleed. So then he went to the hospital, and oh my God!
I'm not looking at the second page.
Wow!
Oh no! They found a bunch of bugs up in there. There's a bunch of bugs up in that nose. Called 911.
Oh
Number
my God!
And the number of accounting shall be 3.
I have a pretty solid picture. It's one of the money. Yeah.
Doesn't it? Well,
Farming.
all right, here's your feel-good nugget.
Direct fundamental plays are super good.
Slaughterhouse, and now it is a therapy animal used at hospitals.
But there was one called Type AI. It got caught with 2 million. Now it's 4 million.
A Niner fan too.
Of course, he's in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Alex is a
GPU had the books attack as well, but it was 12 million.
Very sweet.
We got something from Pharaoh.
Number 2.
Where man himself. Yeah, never mind. It's radical.
You ever want to bleach a penis shape into your cow?
I've never had a cow.
Apparently, there has been a father and son team accused of bleaching penis shapes onto their neighbors' cows.
We might have something.
The cows were apparently coming onto their property, so they did what they did with the penises and the cows, and now they're in legal trouble.
I'll post the cop. I'll tell you what to buy. Just watching for now.
We're decided to look out for number 1. Are you the number 1?
I'm on top of them.
Well, this
That's
is
not Discord.
unfortunate. We've reported
Go to Discord, bro.
It's the naked man.
You have to have like a multi-monitor setup.
And it is come to a close after more than 1,000 years.
Discord.
Saturday was
The Discord.
naked
Sports. Huh?
They usually involve
Sports
hundreds
group
of
chats.
loincloth-clad men at a temple. They wrestle for ownership of a bag of
I just saw you
talismans
post
blessed by
a link
the
somewhere. Where you posted that
temple's
at?
chief priest.
Go to Discord. Sports.
John and
Oh,
Penny
yeah, economy school.
go
Economy?
on
Yeah, economy.
for their
Oh.
annual trip.
Why'd you post it there?
This was the retreat.
Why not?
Right.
So they can't copy.
Well, I
Hold on,
mean,
I have to
their
copy it.
retreat didn't start
And
off.
put it on my.
What are you
Because I don't have Discord on my computer, so I have to
The
copy it.
Naked Man Festival.
Hold on.
Oh, I think we're
He
together.
would invite me every year.
Oh.
Wasn't my thing. Well, my question is, did he ever come back with a bag of talismans blessed by the temple chief priest?
I don't think he won. We would have heard about it if he won.
He wasn't
Yeah,
a
I'm
very
telling you
strong
when I buy it.
competitor. He was just there for the.
There you
Well, he would have been bragging.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah,
You're
sure.
right.
Yeah,
We would
sure.
all have heard about it.
Oh my
Good
God.
point. Good point.
Okay.
He did let you keep his loincloth, though, didn't he? What's coming up on this show? Sorry.
I could have stopped
You
him.
said just paste it in the blog, right?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Well, we have one clip from yesterday's show at the Honda Center that I want to play for people. Did you hear Stan Swankowski?
No.
I was shocked by this. You remember a couple of years ago, a guy was set on fire on the
All right, I bought.
Yeah.
road line?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, a homeless woman walked up and,
Fine.
doused him with gasoline, I guess, and had a lighter.
Mhm.
He suddenly showed up
Okay.
in front of me.
What?
And he
All
said,
right.
I'm
No,
the
we should be
guy
chilling.
who was burned.
And then when you sell it, you
On
just
the
press sell
metro
100%.
And
Yeah. That was the sell.
Wow.
It's gonna be on the low though because you don't.
it was
You
pretty.
never know how this goes.
The way he just
Yeah.
proud. I figured that guy did.
He's a poster boy for, law and order and needing it
Oh yeah, and public transit.
in public transit.
You know, 'cause I heard today. Somebody
Yeah, I'm
got
gonna sell.
Yeah.
killed. Oh, yeah,
That's not a banger.
And you heard that. Oh really? Only one out of 800,000 rides.
Yeah, sell it, bro.
Somebody gets murdered.
All right, then.
In my
Alright,
car.
so and I can keep doing that. I can keep painting it and buy.
So weird.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
anyway, we're gonna play this out. All right.
They're not masturbating. They're setting you on fire. Metro.
Quite
Ride Metro.
quite an ad campaign right there. John Cobell shows up next. We'll see you tomorrow. Big ride, everybody.
What?
We really must be good. Gary and Shannon. Thank you for a memorable afternoon. Usually, one of the good bowling alleys meet a woman of your stature.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Iger Radio app.
Fatal fight on a Metro bus from Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man who was riding a Metro bus in Koreatown has died following a pepper spray attack. The LAPD, prior to the attack last night, 2 men were seen arguing on the bus.
When something like this happens on a train or a bus, it's magnified because the people who are witness to it don't get to walk away.
Deputy Chief Don Graham says despite the attack, it's still safe to ride the Metro. He says it's not known how the man actually died, and the guy who pepper sprayed the man ran away. The news is brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. 2 more murderers have been tied to a deadly shooting spree across LA County.
Investigators say 6 people were killed between the shootings. 4 people, including a teenager, have now been charged in connection with the killings. The teenager and 2 guys are accused of killing 4 people over several hours earlier this month, including a 14-year-old boy in Cudahy. One of the alleged shooters from those killings and another guy have been charged with fatally shooting 2 people on the same day in November. Investigators say the 2 killed a guy in Cudahy and a guy in L.A. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The family of a man who was shot and killed by LAPD officers while holding a plastic fork has filed a multi-million-dollar claim against the city. Attorney Eric Valenzuela says damages include wrongful death, funeral expenses, survival damages, and loss of income.
There were 7 police officers there to take an individual into custody with a plastic fork. And if 7 of them can't do that without fatally shooting him, well, that's a pretty sad day for all of Los Angeles.
The family says the guy may have been bipolar and on and off meds. Chief Michael Moore says the 911 caller purposely misled dispatchers earlier this month to get police to respond quicker. Pasadena is fining people whose dogs are off the leash at parks. The city health department's Manuel Carmona says Pasadena has tried an education
Yo, man, why do you keep telling me we have to watch you, bro?
leash
Yeah, no, I get you.
That's what was in the newspaper.
Man, give me a break. I never blocked you.
Hey,
what's up? What's up?
Carolina says there have been 53
Just
dog
like, keep
bites
going.
in the
People
city
telling me, dude. What's up, man? Why are you doing that to me?
for dogs without a
Oh,
leash.
come on, dude.
Dog owners could
Oh,
find
fucking
up to
stop.
$500
Stop it. I
for
never
dogs
blocked
that are
you.
designated off
I fucking got mad. It's not a big deal.
released a Roomba-like robot
I
to
just
remove
couldn't find
rubbish
you in my
from
contacts.
Huntington
That's your
Harbor.
name. But yeah, dude, come on. I just fucking left the Bitcoin group for like literally 10 minutes. I came back. Yeah, I didn't block you. You still have the NFTs. Yeah, I never sold shit. I don't know. I mean, I didn't even like check them. I'm telling you, I got other shit. My mom just had surgery. They found a tumor. My dad's on a ventilator. My grandma's like calling me, telling me he's supposed to die. My dog's like, what? Fucking foot in the grave. Like, I got other shit than just crypto going on, guys. Like, I'm trying to fucking juggle a million things, plus my day job, plus I lost like a bunch of money on the stock market. My dad wanted to fucking talk to me. It's not easy. You're just trying to juggle a lot of shit. So what? I fucking liked a girl and I fucked up. And it's not a big deal, guys.
You're good.
Moving on.
Are you excited for the fight?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So it is
But
in.
yeah, man, I didn't block you. It's just people are like, why'd you block me? Like,
The fight is in 6
yeah,
hours.
there's no reason. You know, I wasn't even mad at you. I was like, low-key just mad at Rabbi. Like, and then everybody was like talking shit. So yeah, I just got upset. It's not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. Like, yeah, I got mad. We all have feelings. You know? Especially me. I'm like extra sensitive.
We're good. Gareth, how are you? We've got 6 hours till this fight.
Let's go. Let's go.
LFG, baby. Gareth, where do you live in the world, if I may ask? Oh, tight. Johannesburg, Pretoria, Durban. Nice. I live in Los Angeles, or Irvine, technically. Yeah. Is it pretty what? Oh, it's amazing here. Definitely. The women are beautiful. The weather's wonderful. There are opportunities. It's great. Well, that's not what you want. Dude, Gareth, you should move to Irvine. My whole community is South African. It's an Orthodox Jewish community.
Yes, I'm ready. That shit wouldn't be 50% off right now. I think we cheated. Yeah, it was my fault. I should have just given up better entry, but it's fine. Leave it there.
And allow you to get paid easily wherever, however you do business. With Quantum ePay, there are no hidden fees, surcharges, or ridiculous.
Yeah, they are. So I have friends from Durban, Johannesburg, Pretoria, Cape Town, all over. Well, it's a common story of people that I meet in South Africa. Your grandparents did one of two things. They either owned a mine or they owned a store outside of a mine. Most of these people, their families owned a store outside of the mine, so they made good money doing that. However, I'm sure you're familiar, it's difficult to take your money out of the South African economy. So a lot of their assets are frozen in South Africa. Here in the United States, they are, some of them are business owners, some of them are tech entrepreneurs. I would say some are accountants. And there you go.
Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual climate and comfort your Sleep Number settings. The Climate 360
Do I help them with what?
actively cools or warms at 13 degrees on either side.
I don't help them do anything. They're my friends.
And now,
So remember this of the same synagogue, and a lot of them moved over like in the 90s, and literally I would say 55 to 60% of my synagogue is South African, which is a huge proportion of South African people.
So here's the same call ready for friends. We're gonna do a live action. You what? Get the same contract address ready for the last one. 8K? 8K, yeah.
What?
Alright, come on. Yeah.
John Cobell podcast. And type in any combination of that. Or John. And you can hear the show. Yesterday, a big success. We were at the Honda Center in Anaheim, and we were collecting signatures for this referendum that would massively rewrite Prop 47. And the short way to explain it, as we were doing yesterday, it makes theft a crime again, makes drug use and possession a crime again, and makes fentanyl selling and fentanyl killing a crime.
Okay. So I kept hearing it. It's Rabbi.
And we have to get 550,000 legitimate signatures.
That's true.
By the end of April.
It's my first full day as a woman.
They're up to 500,000 before yesterday. And we got, you know how many signatures we got yesterday? Is it how many John Cobell show listeners showed up? 1,300. 1,300. Yeah, I mean, that was a big crowd. It was a steady stream. And what was really good is
hearing that?
I'm saying it's like, and whoever's organizing this referendum.
Oh my, come on, man.
The best
Talking to Rabbi.
organized signature gathering process I've ever seen.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
There was never
He's
a
got like
long
tablet and
backup.
keyboard, like controller in the back.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We got over 1,000. They were running out of petitions.
What are you trying to?
I think they had to leave early, but they got up to 1,300.
Oh, it's actually an Amazon Fire. So I have over 33 devices. You're live right now on 4 different YouTube channels. You're live on Instagram on 2 different channels. You're live on multiple. Yeah, I have more data online than any human in history. So I have over 2.5 years of my life uploaded to YouTube, which is a world record. And I also have more social media accounts than any person in global history, such as I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 1,900 Twitter accounts. I have over 100 Gmail accounts, over 100 YouTube accounts, over 100 Twitch accounts, over 100 Instagram accounts. And I've created a robot, Gareth. Just one moment, I'll show it to you. I'll show you. Gareth. Gareth, can you see me? Gareth. Gareth, can you see me? Okay, I'm gonna flip.
No, I see that. Yeah.
I'm gonna flip my screen. I'm gonna flip my.
I'll send you $10. What is it? Slash.
Gareth, I'm gonna flip my screen. It's an automatic robot that follows people on Twitter.
By a woman
For some reason, he did it.
wandered up to us.
Gareth, did you see it?
It was set on fire. beginning of this interview.
Because I'm
We're
just
going to have it in the
$50
last
like go home.
segment this out, all right? So,
Oh yeah, so you don't have money to get home in your butt.
the other thing
Dude,
going
real
on, which
talk.
we're going to get into detail next,
Just
Gavin
walk,
Newsom's getting a
please.
lot of attention
Imagine I
on
walked to South
television
Africa.
news
You know I
because
get
he's
killed.
flown to Washington, D.C.
So, sleep at your girlfriend.
When I see him,
Yeah, what you doing, bro?
But you got
Washington,
calls
D.C.,
from my girlfriend too.
you get
Like,
nervous
can't
because
say
something's up.
He's on CNN right now.
Alpha calls and I'm
I
like,
can. Yes, you're right.
They're
Yes,
Africans?
This is his
Afrikaans?
stand. They're going to be
What the fuck
discussing
is Afrikaans?
immigration. He, Biden,
It's like
and a lot of
Dutch.
the
Like,
other governors.
you know what
And
Dutch is?
you
Like,
can just tell
they
from the
sound
Yeah,
graphic
yeah,
there.
my ex was Dutch.
Says Republicans are
but
not
they
interested
sound
in
like they
government.
speak in bad
These
language.
jackals are blaming
It's
the
like the
Republicans
farmers of South Africa.
for the border crisis. Biden's been president
But
now
he's
for
white,
over
right?
3 years.
This is what
He
yeah,
undid
but no,
all of
Afrikaans is
Trump's
like
executive
what?
orders.
It's like German.
That's what created the surge.
It's like German.
This wasn't
South
going
Africa.
on in 2020.
Hell yeah.
It's been going on the last 3 years. 7 million people crossed the border while
You can speak
Biden
it. You want to hear it?
was president. And
Yeah, that's
their
fair.
talking point now that they're repeating
Mijn
over
naam
and
is
over
Ashley
again
en ek is van Suid-Afrika. As een van julle
but
wil
they keep trying,
iets stuur,
is
dan sal
that
ek
it's the
dit doen.
Republicans' fault. It's
Alright,
not the
that's no
Republicans' fault. Biden is the president.
You hear that
If
language?
Biden
That's pretty
reinstates
cool.
all the executive orders
En
that Trump
Afrikaans people are very strict.
instated
Yeah.
4 years ago, we don't have a problem anymore. Look what Greg Abbott did.
How old
in
are you
Texas. I can't get over
20,
how
20,
Greg Abbott, just by himself,
20?
they're going to
no,
work.
24.
24. How old is
He
she?
directed his various agencies.
22.
They put
Oh,
up
okay. You live with your parents still? Your
they
parents?
put up razor wire.
Oh.
They've got their
All
National
right.
Guard and their Texas State Police down there. And
Well,
at one spot, Eagle Pass,
Safer.
Texas,
I
where
guess
Fox
it
had
is,
been
but
camped
With
out
your
doing
parents safer?
live illusion, doing
not
live
safer,
reports.
but like,
3 years? At
I
Eagle
could
Pass,
have moved out, but
they
then
went from
I just fucked up.
4,000 people a day to 40.
No, I can't move out.
4,000 to
I can't
40.
live from myself.
Because
Yeah, she goes live by
Abbott's
herself,
started
but
putting
I
up
could
barriers
live for myself.
and getting the armed
And why can't you live by yourself?
and he kicked
Or
out the
just
federal
no.
government.
Why can't she live by herself? Because like,
Yes.
I'm her very small
Told
female.
the Border
It's
Patrol,
don't
well, the
take
Homeland
stand
Security,
by
get out
yourself.
of here. You're not
That's
making
the
anything
only
back.
thing, basically.
Because
Small.
And I mean, I
practicing
got
the
raised in
immigrants,
my
which is
parents'
what
house, so like in a
Biden's
parent.
bill does.
So,
And
That's
you're Biden carrying on
No,
about, you
it's
gotta give me the
always
tools, you gotta give me the money. What he wants is money to process all the immigrants.
Gotcha.
That's what he wants the manpower for, not to stop the immigration, but to process it.
I do agree.
Now it
Like,
looks
the
like
laws,
he's
you know,
got something he's
if
going to
you
announce
can
at
help
the State of the Union. And I think they're running the ideas by some of the governors, which is why they're having a meeting today. I'll
Are
tell
you
you
the same
about
person? Are
his
you the same person in the
plan,
thing?
which he's got to
I'm
do
the
this.
same guy.
He's got to get
Same guy.
reelected. He's got to
Nostalgisch? Of course.
his
That's
approval
easy.
rating on immigration is 26%.
Uh-huh.
So blaming the Republicans is not
I
quite.
gave him $5, but he coin flipped it and lost.
So we'll tell you about that
Yeah,
when
but
we
like,
come back. And it's several more podcasts on 24-hour news.
President Biden has imposed more than 500 new sanctions on Russia in response to the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny and Moscow's.
All right, we got something cooking.
LA's getting a
Well,
new
okay,
area
DM me on
code. It will be
Telegram.
an overlay for the area that
Yeah.
serves the 213-323 areas. The new 738 area code
All
will
right, I'll
start
tell
in
you what's
November. AT&T says the cell service outage that affected tens of thousands of customers was not caused by a cyber attack.
Yeah, paste it on
The
the
outage
book.
yesterday appeared to be the result of code
All right, bye now, bye now, bye now, bye now.
expanding the network. We're going to go to the 55
In this
next.
bitch.
You get
Leave
trouble
it
with
there.
him? Well, Dr. Menger at
Ran, ran, ran.
Center has his LASIK procedure, and it will give you crystal clear vision.
Yo,
It
what?
starts with the laser light LASIK
I'm
exam.
up $26 already.
Over 1,000 times to perfectly match your vision.
Wait, when I bought,
The laser
somebody
light
bought
LASIK
like
exam
1K after
will be
me.
yours
That means the
during
whale
first
just
14
like
callers for
loaded up. That's a good
free
sign.
exam
They
if
did,
you're one
yeah.
of the first 14 callers down.
I hope you didn't follow his buy.
What?
I hope you didn't buy after he
You
bought.
do the LASIK
If you
exam,
look at the chart.
then you go get the procedure done, which is 20 minutes,
No, I think I'm
no
good.
pain,
Yeah, I know
and you walk out of there with 20/20 vision.
I've sold 50% now.
You want the first 14
Now I'm just
callers,
chilling. Sold my
call Dr.
initials.
Menger now, Saddle Back Eye Center,
Sold 25%.
and get your free laser
So
LASIK
50%.
exam. Schedule it
Because
again, you
my
get
shit
it for free,
got
call
like
866
10 2x right after I bought.
866 559 4444 866 559 4444.
We're going to a crash on the 55 in Santa Ana. Well, the 55 southbound riders are coming up on MacArthur Boulevard. They're getting that over to the right shoulder. It's going to be slow, though, on and off from the 5. In Long Beach, 710 southbound of Pico Avenue. Got a stalled big rig trying to clear from the middle lane that's kind of heavy from Del Amo Boulevard. South LA and the 110 southbound before Florida Avenue has that crosswalk in the left lane is not cutting to the right shoulder.
What does the bot do? It tells people that I stream my life 24/7. I have more data online than anyone, and I follow people, and they randomly tweet about me.
I don't know how much I think I did. Yeah, I think I sold 25% because I think I bought before him. I'm not quite sure how much I tried.
Did you get anything out of it?
Yeah, I get subscribers, I get viewers.
No, just okay. Like for real. We're just gonna hold. Okay. I'll send you a picture that motivates me today.
Prescriptions require online consultation by healthcare provider to determine appropriate nutrition.
I love this image.
Information subscription required price varies based on product and subscription plan. Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 95%?
So like the coin is called Cheese Up, and like apparently KFC launched an It's like 1 hour ago. It's called the Cheese Up.
100% online process.
Let me show you.
Generic alternative to the name.
Oh, we're talking.
Up to 95%
Recruit
off.
him, baby.
Give generic
Oh,
same active ingredient as brand name Viagra,
Okay.
but for 95%
sell 25% now.
Still
Another
prescribed by a licensed
Yeah.
medical provider, but with zero copay, no extensive appointments, and no awkward
Yes,
face-to-face
sir.
conversations.
Let's go, let's go.
Free online visit,
That's
any
like
other
my
exclusive
wallet.
address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
5 minutes.
Oh, like for real.
Ridiculous. Join me, Betty Ford, and no
I don't know. Occasionally when I do it, I make a good amount. Like I turn $20 and $50. I'm like,
whether we're
20 minutes or so. That's pretty nice.
Or how people used
Yeah.
to wrap pineapple. Join us for the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History of the iHeartRadio app
He's the
store wherever
person
you
that
find
said
your
that they have a
favorite
lot of
podcast.
Gmail.
You ever wonder
I do.
what divorce attorneys think
How
about
many do you have?
people who end up
Over
in
100?
office? Well, I've got one of my shows who
I
wrote a book
was
of
probably
what
have over
not to
100
do before you
emails,
get married. Like
AOL,
literally red
like
flags. Don't marry this person.
what do you call that other one?
Monday night at 7.
Yeah.
Those.
Hold on. If you want to count all those, I have over 200 iCloud accounts. If you really want to know, for Gmail alone, probably over 200 Gmail accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts alone. These are all phone verified. I have.
Big sell.
I found like 5.
We'll get that. Yeah, it's getting low back.
Yeah, so there's a hack to that. If you use an old version of iTunes, you can create new iCloud accounts without a credit card.
You can also just use my email and kill emails and all that.
Perhaps that too.
I'm gonna sell 60% now. This shit's 60. Yeah. It's going below the sell.
You know you can use my email and make it a different icons.
Yeah. And so
Yeah, I've sold everything now. This
No.
one is broke as fuck.
the one where I would say I have more than anyone is Twitter. 1,900 Twitter accounts, and TikTok, over 1,000 TikTok accounts.
Let's see how much I have left.
The Immigration and Nationality Act.
I have.
The president broad leeway to block
Yeah, we're good.
any.
Alright, well, I got a nice $6 out of that. Could have gotten more if that bitch ass motherfucker didn't sell.
Detrimental to the national interest of the
For real
United
though,
States.
because almost every $10 like I'll let
The
you pay them.
president has incredibly broad power to regulate immigration by himself.
To sell these magic
And
human
that's why when
diamonds and raw wheat
Biden
and then
was
I'll pay
saying,
you
oh,
back.
I've done all I could do,
Diamonds.
I need help. He's
Diamonds,
lying.
Yeah.
They lie all day.
I have like
Nixon,
40
running the Republicans, is
$40,000.
lying. It's Section
Right now they're like
212
4 cents
Act,
each.
the
If you use
Immigration
them on
and
the Nationality.
Nationality Act.
Of those
And
times.
the law says
Close all the time. It's
unilaterally
unilateral.
enact a sweeping ban at the southern border.
You can pull over in a South African diamond mine and, earn some good cash.
Trump
All
repeatedly
the diamonds are gone.
used
All the diamonds are gone here, bro. Even the
That's
gold.
what he used to justify his ban on travelers from Muslim-majority nations. Remember that?
Manlet, I've got something cooking.
System?
I'm just watching this chart for now.
Trump's
Go,
decision
go,
because it's in writing the president has their
Top 10 ownership is 36%, so I'm just like worried about that. And the chart is really fucked.
Biden
But I'm just watching because the website is
Trump's
cool as fuck.
executive orders, and they came flooding in
Let's see,
7 million illegal aliens, 7 million, and nobody could stop him because the Democrats wanted to back up Biden, and they believed in this mass illegal immigration. Here's how much the Democrats believe in this mass immigration. You're going to be shocked at these two stories. In New York City, about 2 years ago, they passed a
Cool,
law
what are you using for charts, by the way?
800,000 non-citizens
Next
to vote in municipal elections.
Oh, you use photo, bro.
These
It's
are
real time.
legal residents, not illegal, but they were non-citizens.
You what? Hold on.
And
Photo. I'll send you the link.
Staten Island judge,
You basically have to use that or you get fucked.
Photo trade, right?
I sent you the
a
link.
Staten Island judge
You need to
also
connect
said,
the
well,
modem,
it's
just use a
okay,
burner.
they can vote.
The unit won't drain you though.
Where
Let me see if I get this
is...
right. Okay.
Oh, photon, yeah. Photon.
Staten Island judge Ralph Porzio in June of 2022 said no, they can't vote. You know who appealed it? The mayor, Eric Adams, and the city council. They appealed that decision. They said no, we want them to vote. The city council had given 800,000 non-citizens the right to vote.
You can look at it
no,
on the chart at photo.
and then Adams, the mayor,
It's better
and the city
because the
council
chart
appealed.
is like literally real time. Next screener is like 7 seconds slower, which fucks up your entry.
And the appeals court said we determined that this local law was
And it
enacted
saves
in
your trading
violation of the New York
settings.
State
On
Constitution.
the chart, you
Must be
should.
declared null and void.
You see the top row on the
The
chart?
judge in this case,
It has like 1 second.
said
Use the 1 second time frame. It's on the
citizens
top
have the
left.
right to vote in the election.
Yeah, I got
Can
it.
you imagine if
And the rightmost press market cap instead of price.
Where?
in this progressive city?
It's like price slash market cap on the right. At the top row.
They want
Yeah,
to
yeah.
process them and give them legal
And,
residency if not
You
citizens.
see the
And of course, give
left
them the
column?
vote. And then your city,
It has a bunch of like icons.
by the win,
The one that's 1, 2,
non-citizens and illegal
3,
aliens.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eight's the eighth, like at the eighth bottom. Above the smiley face.
Lines, yeah.
Yeah, press that and whenever you buy something, click on the charts like current price point with the tool, the above smiley face. Did you see like a green thing pop up?
Yeah.
How crazy is
Send you
that?
image. It's called the long position,
My name is Cal
and I
Wong,
basically use it
an immigration rights
as a
activist
way to like
who came to the U.S. in 2019 from Hong Kong for graduate studies.
as a way to know when to sell. I basically sell when the price action falls below that red zone.
The first non-citizen ever to sit
Yeah,
on the commission.
simple.
So when are we buying this one? Not yet.
After
Not
California
yet, not yet.
voters approved a measure
For now, it's
to
just
eliminate
barcoding.
citizenship
If the
requirements,
chart is barcoding like this, probably means that the dev is selling or some shit.
so people
It's just a
voted
big chart, but I'm
to
just
allow
watching.
non-citizens to serve on a government commission. She can't even legally vote, but she's one of 7 people who will oversee the policies that allow everyone else in San Francisco to vote. Can you imagine this? And this is the plan. This is the ultimate plan. You bring in millions of illegal aliens, and one way or another, eventually you get to vote, even if you're not a citizen. And it diminishes. You talk about flex democracy. What other country lets foreigners come in and gives them the right to vote to determine what? That they could get, I don't know, unlimited taxpayer benefits? And this goes on little by little, day by day, in this city and that city. You know, somebody's appointed to a commission. In New York City, they're going to lay the 800,000. non-citizens vote in local elections, and you don't even notice it. It's incrementalism, what I'm always warning you about. Meantime, even if Biden issues the crackdowns and try to save his ass and get reelected, he's already let 7 million people in. And they're never going to go back. Most of them, if they show up for their asylum cases, are going to lose their asylum cases. Because most of them always do. Most of them are fake asylum cases. They don't have any legal reason to be here. They lied. They broke the law coming across the border, then they lied to border officials by claiming asylum. So because we have such an absurd system, their cases are not going to be heard for many years. Meantime, I saw some video when I walked in. Upset my stomach. I hadn't had lunch yet. Newsom talking about that dinbald Alejandro Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary, who has facilitated Feeble Joe's plan to let in 7 million illegal aliens. Boy, that was really a mental meeting there. Newsom and Mayorkas. Then Newsom goes on CNN to lie on that show, Jake Tapper's show. We will continue when we come back. We have Blake Trolley coming up. And also, we're going to play the clip of that visitor yesterday to our show at the Honda Center, Sam from Topsy. He was the guy set on fire by a woman at a metro stop 2 years ago. And always wondered what happened to him. Well, he listens to the show. He drove down to the Honda Center, or I don't know, maybe he took a train. He showed up at the Honda Center and told us the story. Quite stunning, unplanned. Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Anaheim police have arrested a man who allegedly tried to lure a 12-year-old boy into his car. Sergeant John McClintock, the guy, was also holding a lot of cash last week, but the boy ran off and called 911.
First off, from a real-time crime center, leverage technology and assisted detectives with identifying a man.
I'm going to grab some water.
The suspect responsible for the incident.
Reyes Ramos was arrested Tuesday. McClintock is the guy may have used his tan 2022 Dodge Durango to try to lure other children in Anaheim who are walking to school. Anyone with information is asked to call police. Jurors in the murder trial of Grossman Burns Foundation co-founder Rebecca Grossman are back in court in Van Nuys for another round of deliberation. They got the case yesterday, and before leaving, they did request to hear a readback of testimony from several witnesses. Grossman was charged with killing 2 young brothers in 2020 while speeding in Westlake Village. Her lawyers have argued hers was not the first car that hit the boy. Officials say despite the significant amount of rain in California in the past 2 weeks, the snowpack still below average. Climatologist Dr. Michael Anderson says the rain from recent atmospheric winter storms has brought the statewide precipitation below 102% of average for the state for the season. But Henderson says the snowpack is only 50% of its average in the season. If there's any time to feel below average, there is a risk rise in distance again. A Republican campaign committee in D.C. has warned candidates not to
that feeling where we've got it like on your mouth and eyes are all dry and shit, and then just have a nice bottle of water right next to it, and just chug that shit down. It's gotta be one of the best feelings ever.
Former President Trump has even called on lawmakers in Alabama to protect IVF treatment, saying the Republican Party is on the side
First one up.
miracle of
First one up.
Yes, sir.
Oh, big dip.
next.
Got fucked. Got it on. Oh, big dip. Bigger dip. Oh, big five. That's 7. Go.
It's broke the fast price, so I think I'm going to enter. So I'm gonna see if I can go find the entry. If not, then I'll just not bother.
No dealing with agents,
Get it.
no paying for repairs, no waiting months to sell. No, it could take just a few days, but make you a competitive cash offer and close in days. Again, with no agents and no commission. Seller's advantage. There's the phone process easy, obviously, and you walk away happy. Go read what other sellers have to say. Go read the reviews. If you're ready to sell, you go to Seller's Advantage. They might even offer a $10,000 advance to help
Ask
you.
what's his name.
Get a no obligation offer. Here's the number. You ready? 888
The Rabbi.
51 as is.
No, I'm not Rabbi.
Ask Ram for control.
321 as is sellersadvantage.com.
Red protocol.
You want help me?
CRE number 0196165.
Southland weather is from KFI sunny, warmer and windy in some spots. Highs mid to upper 70s for Metro LA, Indonesia, and the ICs. Mid 70s in the valleys, mid 50s to low 60s for the high desert. Low to mid 70s at the beaches. Right now, 71 in Laguna Woods, 73 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going back.
So 546 down, you're gonna buy?
It's getting cheated. No, I won't buy.
Over to the right shoulder.
It's like,
that 67 north, you've already got the way from Lambert.
Cool, you see the left column on the chart?
On
the second icon, the line, the straight line. Basically, I hold shift and like draw the line on my desired entry. In this case, it's 5K. And when the price action touches that line, I'll see if like the floor holds up for like 10 seconds, 5 seconds, and then I'll just share it my alpha.
Explore the magic of Paul McCartney's
Yeah, it seems like this one is dead.
McCartney, a life in merit.
Jack one.
The songwriter in conversation about the stories and inspiration behind his iconic tunes, like Hey Jude, Yesterday, and Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
First grew back on the brain, and he said, pretty fast, salt and pepper. And I misheard him.
Back to the next one.
Sgt. Pepper. Listen
Each
to
one,
McCartney,
baby.
a life in lyric on the Lonely Hearts radio app.
6 hour hold in Barcelona is 7 million right now. That means like we're due for a movie, like that's a big one. So something good should come. Something really good.
Help give back to their community. Whether it's striking up a conversation with an elderly neighbor or joining one of our community climate
Does this
action
server
days,
have a music
Neighbor to
box?
Neighbor empowers you to
No.
strengthen your community.
We should get one.
That would be cool.
Hey, how do we get one?
Neighbor to neighbor.
It's called
It's
Peaches.
the neighborhood.
What do you do to get one?
I'll ask the admins.
Please do.
Yes, that would be really great.
Absolutely. I'll back you on that.
Call them today at 800-WATER-99 or visit likeforlike.com.
Wow. Adele, you know a lot about this.
About what?
About like asking about a bot in Telegram, and you just went straight to admin list. Good for you.
Yeah, thanks.
Imagine the best place you've never been. No, never been. What would it take to make it really real? How much effort? How much persistence? How
Alright.
much resilience? Will it all be worth it? Every day, we're working to bring that place closer with customer service that puts you first. That's how we stay well ahead. Blue Shield of California.
Grab a fistful of victory and get back to work.
Funded by USDA staff and equal opportunity provider and employer. More healthy victories at CalFreshHealthyLiving.org. Time to level up your kitchen game. Technique of the week on the Pork Report. Saturdays at 2 on KFI.
Yeah, Jack is wrecked.
KFI 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And later on after 4, you can hear the show all over again. Listen to what you missed. John Covelt Show on demand. The podcast on the
Both
iHeart
to sell also.
app as
But
well.
yeah,
Thank you
but
again
I'm
to
not
everybody
gonna bother.
who
There's
showed
like
up
high
at the
fees.
Honda Center in Anaheim to
Alright.
sign the referendum
Yeah.
petitions to massively rewrite Prop 47 so that theft is a crime again and the drug use and
I
possession
got
is a
to keep my
crime
dog,
again
but
and skipping the penalties for fentanyl
Where
trafficking
is Snipe's
and
play?
arrange for murder charges against
Hey,
those
Manlet,
who
check
steal
the
check
the chat. We're all asking for this music bot. Please ask for it as well. Passport did their job.
And it's
save that organization $15,000 that they can use to gather signatures elsewhere. So 1,300 Prime Cobalt listeners showed up and signed. Excellent. We're going to do another one on March 28th for LA County, although we had a lot of LA people at our Honda event yesterday. Coming up in the next segment, we are going to talk to Stan Slinkoski. We talked to him yesterday, actually. We're going to replay the interview because I was so taken by it. He showed up at the Honda store, a fan of the show.
Just saying, go watch cars to make that noise.
On the Gold One 2 years ago. She walked up to him and had gasoline and a lighter and doused him, set him on fire. And it was very serious, obviously. I couldn't believe he was standing there in the office, and he told us what happened. And speaking of people being set on fire, or at least there's tents here, you may have heard in Arcadia, a vagrant, he wanted free food at a Carl's Jr. in Arcadia, and they told him no, and then he set the manager's car on fire. And then he ran inside. Blake Curley is covering the story. He's got all the details.
Yeah, John, this was an extremely wild story that broke out in sort of a nonchalant way. The story actually surfaced in an Arcadia Police weekly report, so you saw a bunch of different crimes, and in there was this wild crime. Nonetheless, earlier this month, investigators say a homeless man went into the Carl's Jr. here on East Wardy Road and asked for free food. Employees at the store told him no. The man has been accused of returning to the store with a gas can and lighter and lighting the manager's truck on fire. Police say the guy then began chasing the manager with the gas can and lighter, trying to light him on fire. The manager and another employee tackled the guy and held him down until officers arrived. I have obtained video of this, John. It's on my Twitter, at Blake Trolley, if anybody wants to see it. But have a listen. Here's just some of the mayhem in Arcadia earlier this month.
Alright. Yo, what's up, lads?
What up, baby? You ready for this fight?
And right here, right where you hear those sirens stop in this video, they
lads
over
had
and what you see is the
an
truck
idea,
that
like I was gonna launch a token
completely
with, like, you know, masonry, mysticism, like X kind of thieves.
in the parking
You
lot.
guys think there's any way, like, you know, the token can somehow fit in with HMOS?
Chemicals.
You didn't tell
Also
enough?
carries up to 9-year
No
prison
seat.
sentence. Assault with toxic chemicals
Nah.
carries up to 4 years. I spoke to
So what's the
another
name?
person who worked
What
at
was
the
the
store who didn't want to be recorded.
No, I won't release the name, but like in general, you know, so it's gonna be a bit of a mysterious spoiler, like a love, basically, right? Like, it's gonna be some, you know, like,
I did a little research.
it doesn't fit in the narrative you get me, it's not like an Elon tweet.
This guy is a fast food.
It's like a bit like stuff taken from X, you know, the X board. Fortune.
$30,000 car.
So this is gonna be from there a bit.
These days. And we're told that he is still trying to figure that out, and that a GoFundMe page could be set up.
That is quite a wall of flame. I'm looking at the video on your Twitter account. Good. Well, I mean, that is just an incredibly intense fire that is burning in the flatbed there, and then I see the guy pinned to the ground by the cops.
Yeah, he's pinned to the ground by the cops. Now, it could be the cops in that video, actually, or it could be the manager. It's hard to tell because they do wear black at this location. And what we're told is that manager and another employee actually were able to tackle the homeless guy and hold him
Dude,
down.
I know who
And when you look at that video, you see officers kind of pulling into the parking lot.
More Light looks like. He looks like Shooter McGavin
Given the distance,
from Happy Gilmore.
25 seconds in,
I'll tell you the guy's name in a second.
one cop is holding him down. And another
He
cop is
looks
standing
like
to the side. So by
Christopher McDonald.
The police are there.
I want to point something out, John. If you
That's
look
who
at where
that
that
is.
truck is situated, you can see that they have that camera kind of coming around the wall. Well, that's not a wall. That's actually the side of a business. There's actually a row of businesses there, and if you listen later in that video, you hear people saying that they're worried that this is going to explode. So really think about the danger there if this truck explodes, where there's 4 or 5 nearby businesses that this truck is parked up against.
Do we have a name on this lunatic?
No, I'm trying to get his name. In fact, I was trying to look into the case more yesterday, and I was told that this is an ongoing investigation. Now, I have reached out to some sources who tell me that the reason his name might not be coming out is he
Adele,
maybe they are trying to...
can you answer Jackson? He says, I don't know how to do it. Can you tell him how to do it? He can do it.
Try to set a truck on fire, or try to set people on fire inside the Carl's Jr. because he wasn't getting a free meal. He's got to have a water. He's got to do bad stuff every day of his life.
Yeah, John, no, we're definitely trying to figure out his name. I've had my sources look into this. They can't find his name, so we're waiting for that record to surface so that we can see if he has any sort of prior record. Now, I want to say, a lot of times when you get these high-profile cases with the homeless, one of the things I like to do is just kind of go around the area and just see what people have been dealing with. I spoke with a grocery store employee just across the street from this restaurant yesterday. Here's her account of how things are right now.
What we buying? We're buying nothing yet.
Body stuff.
Good.
Are you finding that they're getting violent when they're confronted, like in this situation?
Some are, yeah.
What have you seen as far as them getting violent?
Well, they get our stuff and knock it to the floor as they're walking out the door.
You're taking them out and you're saying they're knocking over shelves, stuff like that?
Yeah, exactly.
What, just making a mess so you guys have to
That is that, but yeah.
You're saying they're knocking stuff over, so what do you mean? I'm just trying to get it here.
Put our plants right here and then have the door, they put them on the floor and things like that.
While they're being escorted out.
Yeah.
Okay, do you think that police need to do more about the homeless in here?
Yes, I do.
What would you like?
For all this stuff, and our store here needs some kind of security type.
Now, one thing I want to point out, John, is that when we go into corporate stores like this, they don't usually give us an interview. So this has obviously been an issue where they felt like it was worth the risk to talk to the media. We did that interview inside the store.
Bye.
And which store was that?
So. Bye.
One of the things that I promised.
Okay.
It's very near.
The corporate bosses fire people like her who tell the truth. Because, she's scared to death with these lunatics coming in, and she should be. And, I like what she said. She just said, I just want this to stop. Why can't they stop? But this is Arcadia, this is LA County, this is George Blackstone territory. I really like if we can find out what this guy's record is and how many times he's spun through the system with little or no punishment. There's no reason a guy like this should be on the street free. He should have been in a mental hospital or should have been in a jail, period. And this has got to stop, period.
What are you talking in the Discord something?
Right. Yeah, John, like I said, we looked into this
trying to,
yesterday. Police would not release his name to us. I had some sources trying to look into this, and they couldn't locate the case. So we are still looking. This is not something that we're giving up on.
Okay.
We want to see what led us here.
If you can find out.
No, I asked if you are talking in the Discord.
No. In Arcadia, the crazed homeless guy that nobody in government does anything about. This is where the LA County supervisors should have laws, and they should be enforced by Gascon and the sheriff's department and the local police departments. And a guy like this should never be loose. I mean, any of these lunatics can walk around with a can of gas and a lighter and burn somebody to death. Any of them. And some of them do. And that's the story that we're going to give to you after Deborah's News. Next segment. You remember the guy who was set on fire on a metro train? I remember seeing the video. She's very recovered. And another crazy neighbor, the woman, walked up and poured some kind of accelerant on this poor man. His name is Stan Slonkowski. And he had a lighter, and he went up in flames. He was up in flames in the metro car. And Stan was at yesterday's event we did at the Honda Center when we were gathering signatures. And he just walked out of the crowd up to us and started telling his story. And it's quite a story. So we're going to replay Stan Slonkowski. You want to hear this next? John Koval Show, Deborah Mark Live, Camp Like 24-hour newsroom.
A hillside has collapsed along a river in Northern California, killing 2 kids. The Shasta County Sheriff's Office says the kids were caught in the debris and fell down a hill yesterday, landing downstream from the Shasta Dam. Police say they have identified and are questioning a person of interest in the death of a nursing student in Georgia. The 22-year-old was found dead on the University of Georgia campus. Lawyers for former President Trump have filed multiple motions in Florida asking a judge to dismiss the criminal case charging Trump with illegally retaining classified documents. The motions include a claim that presidential immunity protects Trump from prosecution. We're going to head over to the 605 next.
How do you know which personal injury attorney to choose when there's a million of them out there? Well, here's why you choose the attorney.
We have something cooking.
Get hurt in an accident.
Where?
Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of the Sweet James attorneys.
Anyone's
Disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people. It's their weakest moment. And now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to get injured victims of loss. And number two, they're one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. They are assembled to take on big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get to know. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. And it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you're hurt in an accident, you call Sweet James. 800-9-million, 800-9-million, 800-9-000. Sweet James.
Yes, I'm ready.
And weather from KFI, sunny, highs in the 70s. This report brought to you by Discover from the Southern California Toyota dealers. Traffic Center with both places. Including crash on the 605 in El Monte. Some 605 northbound before you get to the 10, brand new rapid block in the right lane. Slow ride all the way from the 5. And the 605 into the shoulder.
Then I guess you're toast.
Wow, I got it, but fuck, why didn't it work?
Disabled vehicle is blocking the right lane there. It's already slow on 215. And in this
Oh,
area,
you bought at the top.
Main Street,
Fuck.
some of the big red
Fuck,
blocks
I know the fucking block.
getting there faster. 9 minutes.
Did you know
See.
Discover wants everyone
Oh, well,
to feel
hopefully
special?
it's worth
With your Discover card, you have access to
Yeah.
24/7 customer service, as well as $0 fraud liability.
My entry was 18K. If it touches 18K, I'll sell everything.
Credit card. Limitations apply.
In Freeport,
I don't
Island
I sell.
Island awaits.
Okay, well, I sold. I'm not on the chart. I'm just really on my dogs.
Flight on the zip line eco tour.
Yeah.
Switching for the island bison on the bison expedition. And so much more. They dare you to try it all. Create your escape today at visitCarolinaIsland.com.
Okay.
Don't miss the
I got $10.
legendary Glenn Miller Orchestra, the most popular big band orchestra in the world today. Playing favorites like In the Mood and Moonlight Serenade, Sunday afternoon, March 3rd. Tickets at LavaRobbiTheater.com. If you're hired, it can feel like you're trying to find
You can't find a play like internet with the one-time net. You big plays, bro.
The internet had a 4K entry, like that shit went to 700K. If you hit out, you would have gotten a 170X. It's so crazy.
President of operations at
Yeah.
Tires and Auto
I know.
I cheated my shit at like literally everybody. Well, I've learned my lesson. Pretty picture. Fucking Bruce Lee with the diamond hats.
All the right people, even though typical jobs.
Adele, did you tell Jackson how to do it?
And millions of other businesses who
Oh yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it.
ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality.
That's very important. That would be really key. Can you see I'm streaming a fight, all the knockouts right now?
ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Are you following AM 570 LA Sports on Instagram yet? I watch you on Instagram and I watch you on Twitter. What about TikTok? I think baseball is well suited for the TikTok generation because while some prizes you win on exclusive, others are just for our internet friends. This was a special one, fellas. So listen all day to LA's best sports show, but check it on social to make sure you don't miss your chance to be at the game. I can use that to my advantage. Just follow us at AM 570 LA Sports. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like the Beatles now and then.
Yo, cool. I got blacklisted of Harry Potter. Could you ask them to unmute me? I said, I got muted. Blacklisted.
fan of cat videos, though.
Well, I know, but you gotta post them, Mark.
Hello, Kelly.
Well, no.
What's your name again?
Between
On
us,
here?
it's
Adele?
between me and
Adele, yeah.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Cobell Show, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
Oh, Steve, where do you?
So yesterday
Oh, I
was the Honda Center. We're gathering signatures to rewrite a large part of Prop 47. And
Okay.
in the crowd,
Pharaoh called something.
hundreds of people
What?
who came to watch us.
I heard Pharaoh called something.
1,300 signs.
Let's see.
Adele, what did you do?
But one man stood out.
I sent a telegram link
He
accidentally.
was the guy set on fire
It auto-muted me.
a couple of years
Or
ago.
Ryan?
Remember a woman?
Nah,
walked
I
out
don't like it.
And she had accelerant and she had a lighter. Well, this is the guy. We never knew what
The
happened.
coin is called
Of
Mullet.
course, the media stopped covering the story. We don't know what happened to her either. Well, Stan Slantasky, he's the guy set on fire, and he talked with us
Mullet?
yesterday. Listen, what's your name? Stan Slantasky. Polish. Yeah, okay. Part Polish, part of my job is from Northern Europe. Where are you from? Well, right now I'm living in San Dimas. I've been in the San Gabriel Valley since 1970, mostly the west side. But in May 7th, 2022, I went to a concert in Pasadena, and then afterwards I got on a train, a Gold Line train east. I had a bicycle with me and my helmet and lights and so on. I sat down. The woman behind me said, "You're blocking my view." And I didn't think anything of it. I thought it was just some kind of a nut, and so I just ignored her. But then she sprayed a liquid on me. I thought it was water because it didn't have any odor, but it turned out it was gasoline. She set me on fire. Are you the guy that was in the news? Yes. They didn't put my name in the news.
Did they have a video or what? I'm asking, I'm DMing them.
Yeah, I was able to. That was you? Yeah.
I'm asking as well.
I had to spend 7 weeks at the county USC, and they had to take skin off my
Hey, you're back.
my left leg and put on my arm up here. Yeah, and let's see.
Oh, he muted you.
One thing I found out, I
Say
never
that.
had fentanyl before that, but that's what the paramedics give you. And when they gave it to me, I thought this stuff was illegal. And I lied.
Dude,
And I
thank Graham, please. Man, thank him.
What?
Thank him because he's the one who let him back in.
Oh, yes.
But it causes hallucinations. I thought at times that the hospital staff was trying to kill me, and I tried to fight with them. They had a tube in my throat, and at one point I got them to take it out, and then they said, "You're not eating enough," so the doctor came and she threw it back in. Right, and they were, she said, "Sorry." Do you remember the moment it happened? Yeah. You mean when I said I was? When she set you on fire? Yes. Oh, yes. I remember that very well. I don't know if Steve Gregory was able to get the video from that, but it would be. No, I remember seeing the video. Oh, I haven't seen it.
Adele, you're sending the instructions, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
You're the man. If we get a music bot in here, that would be so key.
And I always think of that case whenever we hear propaganda. Oh, yeah, take the metro.
Insane. A music bot?
Crazy lady can set you on fire. And then, so how are you feeling today? I'm okay. The lasting effects are that I can't close this all the way. Your right hand. Yeah, my left hand is okay. My right hand is not. Right. And from the burn, almost can make it, but not quite. And my kidney function, I was already diabetic, so at that time my kidney function was about 60%. Now it did go below 30%, but then it came back up right at 30% now. Yeah, but they do. Well, they don't think it's going to get any better than about what it is now. Did they ever catch this woman? Yes, and I called the DA's office a couple of weeks ago because I wanted to know what was going on. Yeah, and I got the case number and was able to look her up. She's in Linwood, and I looked at the case, and they had hearings scheduled for her. I don't know what all these hearings were about, but one of them, they had probably her mental state. Well, yeah, they had in February, the first one
February was a competency hearing in Hollywood. I don't know what's in Hollywood, but because the case is going to be in Pasadena. Yeah. And then they had another hearing. I didn't go to any of these hearings, by the way. Yeah. But they had. But she's at the moment she's.
Yo, cool. We got something. Thanks for that.
And
Back.
she
I sent you the address.
hearing scheduled for March.
Yeah.
I don't know. She ought to be put away for the rest of the year.
Bye.
Give me your name again. Stan Slonkowski. Stan Slonkowski. I'm so glad you survived this. It's so terrible that you have to go through it, and that is the fault of every public official who's created this environment where crazy people could run around and set.
You got your trigger ready.
That's just so disgusting.
Let's go.
Every one of them should get kicked out of office for creating this atmosphere. But you stay strong, all right? Right, thank you. All right, thank you for coming on and sharing the story. That's Stan Slonkowski. And
Thank you for sending that, Adele. Adele, will you send me the instructions too, just in case?
Yeah,
1 second. I'm trying right now.
Take your time.
All right, cool. So enough.
But I had no idea that was coming, and I'm just so glad that he's able to get around. You can tell he's
maybe not.
still a little.
Chart is fucked now.
After the
You know what? You know what?
He understood what he was doing there, but
Fuck
his
it.
right
Let's do
hand,
this.
his right
Buy it?
hand, all the
No.
It's still very stiff. He doesn't have
Do what?
full ability.
Now?
But,
Yeah, but yeah,
I
now.
don't know what the background
Oh,
is.
okay, no.
Yes.
Do it now, fast.
Don't touch things anymore.
Right.
Don't touch them. Do you
All right,
have
you
you ever read any stories
Yeah,
on
man.
this?
Alright, we should be cooling now. I'm setting my stop loss like 20%.
One
Saying what?
story about
20% stop loss.
When we come back at
It's the red
right after
box.
news, small businesses are getting hammered here
God fucking
in California.
man, I'm not getting lucky today.
This week,
Hey, Rob?
they held a press
Yeah, he
conference
tried.
at the Capitol
Did it?
because small business owners
Yeah.
wanted to discuss
Damn, bruh.
the taxes are too high, the
That
regulations are
sucks.
too severe,
Oh,
the
man, they got
crime
everything.
is pervasive,
For fuck's
it's
sake.
costing too much money. It is really difficult to start a business, grow a business, keep a business here in California. And we're going
I will give you some. I'll give you a really good play that's hold on, that'll help you later.
about
comes
what,
out,
when
the blast
Republicans would like to do with it. Get Lamar
will
Brown,
be
can't fight 24-hour news.
in heaven, probably. Buy into this.
Everything.
Just play whatever you make on it, bro. Hold on. Let's go.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
But
Attack on Jeff
When
Lamar,
a blast-
live
when
from
a blast-
the 24-hour newsroom. The LAPD says a man has died
The blast
after a
mean that
pepper
comes out.
spray attack
buy
on a
into
metro
this,
bus.
and it's going to skyrocket.
Graham says the man
But you gotta be ready to get out of
following
it.
a bus in
When it rains.
Koreatown. Graham says despite
It's gonna
the
be quick.
attack, it's still safe
Oh,
to
yeah,
ride metro
the
trains
blast
in
mean
Boston.
has to go.
Almost a
Blast
23%
mean it hasn't
drop in
released it,
violent
but when it
crime.
does,
What does that actually mean?
it's not if
We
you,
actually have one
a really big OG whale in this one, if you buy into this one when it released in the test net, whatever,
Pepper sprayed the other guy took off.
I mean the main net release,
It's not clear how
you'll
the guy
be
actually
solid, man.
died in downtown LA. Steve Gregory, King of High News.
The family of a man who was shot and killed by
Alright.
LAPD officers over a
I'm wanting to agree with her,
has
babe.
filed a multi-million-dollar claim against
There's
the
like
city. The man was
5 different drip haram bays.
division officers in downtown
I think this
LA
one will
after
run.
someone called 911 and allegedly misrepresented what type of weapon the man was
If I get some nice profits out of this, I will give you some for sure.
May have been bipolar and may
Out
have
of
been
what?
on medication.
This new haram bay, I'm up 50% now. Oh, okay. I was talking about.
Concerned about the use of force involving 7 officers after reviewing body cam footage of the shooting on February 3rd.
So they ended up
The
fucking me.
man's family said the claim for damages is over $20 million. Chris Advent, KFI News. A man has been arrested for allegedly attempting to kidnap a 12-year-old boy in Anaheim.
Investigators say Herman Ramos was driving a tan SUV when he approached the boy and intended to lure him into his vehicle.
Alright, got my initial sounds. Let's go.
The suspect was holding a bundle of money. Anaheim Police Sergeant John McClintock says the boy smartly ran off last week and called 911.
Yeah, I'll check that pump out soon. Yeah.
The guy drives a 2002 tan Dodge Durango and allegedly targets kids walking from school. McClintock says it's a reminder to talk to daughters and sons of all ages about stranger danger. In Anaheim, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Regulators have approved a new area code for LA. 738 is the city's 12th code and will overlay existing area codes 213 and 323 that service a range of areas like downtown, Alhambra, Bell, Beverly Hills, Glendale, Hawthorne, Inglewood, Pasadena, and West Hollywood. The change comes as 213 and 323 are projected to run out of prefixes by June of next year. The new code is expected to go into effect in November, but will not impact phone numbers already assigned with the previous code. So, problem maybe? The man accused of killing his roommate and a woman at the University of Colorado Springs has appeared in court. Alex Springs and Nicholas Gordon allegedly had 2 guns in the car with him when he was arrested Monday.
A handgun and what prosecutors described as an AK-47 type rifle. The murders happened in his dorm.
Jordan is facing first-degree murder charges for the killings. The motive is not clear, and the student at the University of Colorado Springs has been charged with 2 counts of murder.
Look, Rabbi, I'm cooking right now, Rabbi.
The financial update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow
What are you doing?
62, S&P 500.
Good for you, my man.
Down 45.
What are you making?
Real estate will buy your home, renovate it,
Grilled cheese.
Oh, yeah. Grilled cheese is amazing.
KFI.com to see if your home
Yep, won't
qualifies.
be good.
Upland weather from KFI. Low cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low 70s for Metro LA, the Valley, Inland OC, upper 50s to mid 60s in the high desert, around 70 at the beaches, low to mid 70s in the IE. Right now, 78 in Costa Mesa, 75 in Fountain Valley, 72 in Fontana, and 75 in Van Nuys. We are going to crash on the 60 in Boyle Heights.
From the 60 westbound to the 10 west, Connector got a report of a brand new crash in the lane. Downtown LA, the 10 westbound at Santa Fe Avenue, the right lane is taken out with an accident. In Santa Fe Springs, 605 southbound before you get to the 5. They did get that crash over the right shoulder. You're still going to be on and off the brakes from the 60. And in Baldwin Park on the 605 northbound before you get to the 10. That accident is now blocking the 2 right lanes. In Pomona, 71 northbound before Mission Boulevard, there's a small big rig blocking the right lane. And it's San Clemente on the 5 southbound before Avenida Vista Hermosa. Got a brand new accident, and the 2 left lanes are going to be taken out there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Armin.
If you're a business owner who takes credit
Adele?
for due payments, there's a good chance you're unhappy with your current provider.
What up, Big Swole?
Rabbi, the bot is,
and there is.
it costs $100, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind.
And allow you to get paid easily wherever, however you do business. With Quantum ePay, there are no hidden fees, surcharges, or
Nice grilled cheese.
penalties. Their all secure programs and pricing are totally transparent. Call today, they'll review your current statement for free, so you know exactly how much money you can save. And if they can, they'll tell you that too. That's how they do business. You get free point-of-sale hardware and software for retail, service, business-to-business, and e-commerce companies. Now, pound 250 on your cell and say Quantum. Pound 250 on your cell and just say Quantum. Or visit quantumepay.com/KFR. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Feeling run down? I'm fit for fried salty snacks. Snacks and healthy with unsalted nuts. Grab a fistful of victories and get back to work.
Funded by USDA staff and equal opportunity provider and employer. More healthy victories at selfreshhealthyliving.org. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Show KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Rob for 1 is before that after 4 o'clock, John Codell Show on demand, the podcast, to listen to what you miss. And I was just Googling online, looking for if anybody ever did any news on the guy we just played the interview of, Stan Slankoski, who was set on fire by a woman on the metro train 2 years ago. Couldn't find a single follow-up story, nothing. There was one story in the LA Times when it happened, and it covered his
attack for about 4 paragraphs. And that was it. Can't find anything else. It's just it never happened. You imagine? You're coming home from a concert, and crazy woman, homeless person, of course, walks on, sprays gasoline on him, sets him on fire. It's in the news for like about 12 seconds. Whole thing disappears. It's nobody in the news department care. That's a crime victim. We don't care. Well, at least she's been locked up. I guess she's in some sort of mental health confinement, and they're trying to determine how competent she is. Well, clearly, if she's setting people on fire, she's probably not competent. Just lock her up in a mental institution until she dies. That's the proper way to handle that. Let's talk now about it is difficult to start a small business in California. And if you run a small business, you know this. Taxes are incredibly high. Regulations are endless, and many of them don't make sense. Everything costs more. Crime now, you have people busting in and stealing stuff all the time. Nobody wants to arrest them. Nobody wants to put them in jail. Nobody wants to stop any of it. Republican lawmakers have had a press conference this week, and we're going to talk with Senator Janet Nguyen from Huntington Beach about a series of bills to try to help small businesses survive in Southern California. Unless you have one, you have no idea how incredibly difficult it is. Let's get Senator Nguyen on. Janet, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you, John, for having me.
Talk about a little more detail. I just gave a headline there of the problems small businesses have to face, what it's like.
Well, it's what you just stated. I mean, when you have a small business and you snap and grab, the laws that the state of California has downgraded felony theft to misdemeanors, that was 14 years ago, with amounts of 400 to 950 through AB 2372. And then, of course, Prop 47 in 2014, where it created a new penal code called shoplifting, also a misdemeanor for anything under 950. These two similar statutes are just really protected criminals. It's crazy.
So, I don't think most people have heard about the first law that you mentioned, that assembly bill they passed, which turned felony theft into a misdemeanor. So anybody can walk into any ring. How does it differ from Prop 47? Why was it so significant?
Well, so what they did was in 14 years ago, when they eventually downgraded felony theft to misdemeanor with AB 2372, then they added, though, a new penal code in Prop 47, and that included not just felony theft, it's now shoplifting. Has now become a misdemeanor as well.
Right.
So
felony theft and shoplifting both became misdemeanors.
Yes, and it's all under $950. So if you go into the Target and you decide to steal $949, it's just a misdemeanor.
And you can do this several times a day?
You can do it several times a day at different stores.
Different stores. So you can hit an endless number of stores every day, all day long, and since a lot of stores don't report this anymore, police don't arrest for it, you certainly don't get prosecuted for it. So and I guess it took a little while, but it looks like every bad guy in California had figured it out, that it's open season on you can go steal whatever you want as often as you want.
You're absolutely right. The good news is that this week the Republican caucus, myself and many of our colleagues, like Assemblywoman Lori Davies over in San Clemente area, we've introduced lots of legislation this week, a package of bills to help small businesses. Which, a bill
Send me your address.
928.
What? CF's not right.
Would make organized retail theft or
Oh,
belonging
my
to
wallet?
the theft gang a permanent penal code section. Right?
Yeah, CF not.
Because right now there is such a law, but it expires in 2026. So we want to make sure that the statute allows criminals to be charged with either misdemeanor or felony with up to a year in jail if they're caught stealing over 950 and within, more than one case of
this one coin.
So it's like to keep people around who post merchandise with the intent to sell. or an organized theft scheme.
Right. Are any of the bills that Newsom and the Democratic legislature pushing, are they real, or is it window dressing stuff, trying to distract the public?
You know, I think it's more window dressing. The good news though is that, you know, the governor actually is doing something now, but I don't think it's to the extent that it needs to be. You've heard last year, the governor announced $267 million state grant to police, agency, and DAs to combat retail theft.
Right.
Funny thing is, had we not downgraded all these felonies into misdemeanors, we wouldn't have to spend $267 million.
Yeah, no, that's the root cause, as they like to say, is turning thefts into misdemeanors, and misdemeanors are just not prosecuted. If they are, in LA County, nobody gets jail time for misdemeanor. Nobody. That's the official policy.
There's no point. If you call the police right now, someone stole less than 950, the police department most likely would just come by and say, hey, don't do that again, and let the person go.
Yeah.
There's nothing they can do at this point.
No, people have complained about thefts and burglaries, and the police say, well, fill out a report online.
Yeah.
You know, somebody had some stuff stolen from their car. It's like, well, just go online, fill out the report, and then what? Well, there is no then what. Nothing happens beyond that. Nobody will get even read the reports.
Yeah. I mean, you know this, John. California at this point is that there is no consequences in committing a crime. Criminals are protected over acts as residents and citizens of this state and country. They have more protection than we do. It's okay to go in now and steal.
I know, and it's what this was their intent. I keep saying it's like this is not incompetence. This is their plan. They're happy with the results. They don't care that people are stealing like mad from all these businesses. They're not upset about it. They're not losing sleep on it. They don't care about the crime victims. They just want to keep prisoners out of prison. It's really sick.
And if you think about back 10 years ago, you know, we turn on the TV, we don't see horrifying images of people
Calm down.
hammers smashing through jewelry stores in the dark, or you know, people target theft, littering train theft. It's not so common, and it's one of those where you're like, oh, okay, it happened again.
Well, that's what's disturbing. I was talking to somebody about how human nature is remarkable at getting used to situations. I mean, you see populations get used to war situations, even when there's bombs dropping out of the sky every day. And the population will adapt to that. And it's almost like we've adapted to having our stuff stolen all day, being under siege all day, the bad guys roaming the street, crazy people roaming the street. And I thought it was really heartening yesterday that we had 1,300 people show up to sign the petitions to rewrite Prop 47.
That's awesome.
There's a heart people out there. All right, well, you go ahead.
Well, I think, you know, right now, the people in California need to stand up and say enough is enough.
Yeah.
Enough of window dressing these bills. Enough of just spending money that you actually caused the problem. We need to clean up California. We need to allow our children and families to be able to go to 7-Eleven, to go to Target, and not be afraid.
All right, well, I wish you luck with these bills. You know, maybe since it's an election year, some of the Democrats will be willing to meet you even halfway on
$10.
Because there's so many of them so rock solid in protecting prisoners and really hostile to normal people. All right, thanks again for coming on, Janet.
Thank you so much, John.
All right, Janet Wynn, and she's a Republican state senator from Huntington Beach. When we come back, it has gotten so bad now at some stores in San Francisco. Well, one store requires you, the customer, to shop with an escort, an employee escort.
Cool, you got like $6, right?
An employee escort, so that the escort can make sure you're not stealing things.
Deborah Mark live in the Can't Fight 24-hour newsroom.
Voting centers are opening in LA County for people to cast in-person ballots for the upcoming presidential primary election. 119 will open tomorrow. Another 600 or so will open March 2nd. The primary is March 5th. The U.S. has imposed more than 500 new sanctions on Russia. The sanctions follow the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny and a series of new arrests and indictments of Russian businessmen announced by the Justice Department yesterday. The South Carolina Republican primary is tomorrow, where the state's former governor, Nikki Haley, is polling well behind former President Trump. We're going to go back to the 605 next.
Dr. Charles Mangler, Saddleback Eye Center. He did my eyes a long time ago, and I'm still seeing better than 2020. I went to him for a LASIK procedure. Now he has the laser light LASIK exam. He starts with that. It measures your eyes over 1,000 times and perfectly matches your vision. After the LASIK exam, you get the procedure done. And that's a 20-minute treatment. There's no pain. There is no discomfort at all. And boom, you're outside, you're seeing better than 2020 in most cases. Get your eyes first tested with the laser light LASIK exam, and then get the LASIK procedure. And Dr. Menger will cure nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, and any need for reading glasses. Be one of the first 14 callers. First 14 schedule the exam, and then you get it for free. Call Saddleback 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going back to the 605 in Baldwin Park.
605 northbound before you get to the 10. That accident turned clear from the two right lanes in Boyle Heights on the 60 westbound connector to the westbound 10. Got an accident blocking that transition. In Pomona, 71 northbound before Mission Boulevard, got a stalled big red block in the right lane. Pass 15 and 210 westbound at Allen, got a fast clearing to the shoulder. And in San Clemente on the 5 southbound before Avenida Victor Hermosa, trying to clear that wreck from the 2 left lanes. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Kenny Harmon. This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you can save money. Good to know. Visit Allstate.com or call for a quote today. When you think Wendy's Biggie Bag, think your go-to meal deal. Because with your choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich, plus 4-piece nuts, junior fries, and a small soft drink, Biggie hits every time. So grab a Wendy's Biggie Bag today. U.S. price and participation may vary. Third-party delivery price may be higher.
The Barnhall Boat Show is back at the Fairplex in Pomona, March 1st through the 3rd. Even newest models, latest marine gear, trick gadgets, and more. All the boat dealers and factories you love in one place. Kids 15 and under are free. Barnhall Boat Show. BoatShows.com. Visit the boat show, that is. BoatShows.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infection from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include human swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, first nasal drip, interrupted sleeping, just groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
What's the coin going to do?
I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait
What's
an
up?
hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait.
Well, you're very well.
I ran the rent, and I felt better.
Stop
I'm still waiting on that trade. I did swap for like $9, but I'm just waiting to exchange this whole
I've
for
had
it.
people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles Now and Then. Listen now. iHeartRadio, free for sounded so good. Hey, Steve Gregory. This week on Unsolved, going behind the scenes of one of the most gruesome parts of crime fighting. We're actually searching for dead people, and that's all we do. Cadaver dogs are used to find bodies in murder investigations and disaster recovery efforts. We speak with two of LA County Fire's cadaver dog handlers, both of whom were sent to Maui to help find and identify bodies. The Dead Body Dogs, part of our Crime Fighter series this week on Unsolved with Steve Gregory. Tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Central Bell, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and Ron from 1 until 4 after 4 o'clock. John Cobell Show on demand, the podcast. You can listen to what you missed. I've never heard of this before, but almost every day now in this wacky state, you hear something you not only never heard before, you never even conceived would be a thing. And we're going to play you a news story from San Francisco, from KRON Channel 4 TV up there, Dan Ford. This is about a hardware store that will only take one customer at a time, and they supply an escort to make sure the customer doesn't steal stuff. Listen to this.
For a few hours every day, this is what you'll find entering Fredrickson's Hardware and Paint in Cal Hollow. The table alerts customers to wait for assistance at the door, a move that's being attributed to, quote, rampant shoplifting.
It's pretty bad. I mean, the dollar amounts are pretty significant, and with the tools and how we're getting snatch and grabs where they come in and take whole displays. So it's getting kind of dangerous for the employees and the customers.
Store manager Sam Black says for 2
Give me
hours
fight
morning
countdown,
and 2 hours
Rabbi.
in the evening,
How long
an
till
employee
fight?
will work with an individual customer.
T minus 4 hours and 45 minutes.
And out of the store.
We just want to make it
Hey, where you at, Bob?
so they go somewhere else.
Black says over his 24 years of work
California.
the theft is the worst it has ever been.
How's this
Theft
Bob
has had to
guy?
drill down pots and pans to keep shoplifters from swiping them. They've also had to put in locking systems to keep people from pocketing tools and other household hardware. One customer telling me that the situation is just sad.
Many people aren't happy. The regulars
You're like inside a car or something?
Like, we can't believe it.
Yeah.
But, you know, they're really understanding.
Black
Heading
says
somewhere?
staff had to try something because
Yeah, I'm
not
headed
much success
to my house. I gotta get a shower with my brothers. We're going out to
At this
eat
point, the
with my
one-on-one
brother
shopping
tonight, but
experiment has been going
I'll
on
watch
for
it
3
right in the
weeks.
middle of dinner if I
Black
have
says
to.
they'll review the results
Let's
after
go.
a month.
It's hard to do
I'm gonna be yelling
Well,
this morning
Fredrickson
at
is
Texas
not really
Roadhouse.
sure how long they're going to continue doing this one-on-one shopping experience. And we have
I was
reached
just
out
wondering
to
how
Supervisor
long
Catherine
till
Stephanie,
the
who
fight
oversees
starts.
the
About an hour?
neighborhood.
No, the first ones,
Report, she has not responded.
Yeah.
the first ones are like in 2 hours, less than that.
Taking the customers through one by one.
Yeah, we're gonna be streaming them. I mean, we're streaming right now, recordings.
10 things at the same time. What if the customer can't make a decision, or is very slow, or keeps changing their mind? You can't do that. That's too, I'm not
Well, I'll check back in.
and do that.
See you, man.
Excellent. Be back in 4 hours for the fight.
They're literally treating you like you're a thief, right? That's the only reason they're there. They want to see if you're a thief. And I wander around. I go to like a hardware store. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm looking for. I can't have somebody tailing me. It takes me a while to figure out what I want to buy.
So you won't be able to buy it online then, unless you want to just scroll for hours and try and figure out what you want.
I buy online unless I absolutely know for sure what I want. I find very easy.
That's my point. It's going to come to you either do that or you're going to have somebody shadowing you.
I mean, I went to buy some, plastic container tubs, you know, the large size, because we're cleaning out our garage and rearranging things. And I go there, and I don't know what size. And they have all different shapes and sizes, and it takes me a while to figure it out. And I'm going to take photos of the tubs and send them to my wife. And my wife said, and invariably, whenever I pick out, I bring it home, and she goes, well, no, that's too deep. That's too
Why
big.
don't you guys go together?
I really like the one with the background.
I have the patience to do it. I just always pick the wrong thing. Having an escort with me isn't going to make it better.
You're going to piss off you.
The escort's going to throw me out. I'll be more aggravating than if I was stealing things. But this is San Francisco. And the mayor, believe it or not, London Breed, is running for re-election. And she's, they did a poll. She's got three competitors. And she's only in second place. Mark Farrell, who's a supervisor and was briefly an interim mayor a few years ago, is in first with 20%. Breed came in at 18%. The heir to Levi Strauss, Daniel Lurie, is at 16%. And then there's a fourth candidate back in the pack. So you have three candidates within a few points of each other. And they have, get this, I wonder if they can bring this down. Ranked choice voting system. You know how this works? You're supposed to put down, well, in this case, your first choice, your second choice, and your third choice. And if nobody gets to 50%, then they drop the lowest ranking candidate and take everybody's, and they take the second and third choice votes from that candidate thing. You see how complicated this is?
I'm so confused.
You're so confused. You glazed over. I glazed over. You don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. If there's four candidates, everyone chooses 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
The candidate that comes in fourth is out.
Okay.
But you take the people who voted for a second and third choice, you add that to the other three candidates' totals.
Okay.
Then the third candidate, now you have a three-person race. The third candidate drops off. And then you...
It's complicated.
This is not America. This is not democracy. Person with the most votes wins. What the hell is this with second and third choices? So now the analysis of the elections in San Francisco is not only who got the most first place votes, but who got the most second place votes. And you have to go do this complicated calculation that, well, if so-and-so comes in first, and this person comes in second, but this person comes in last, and you reallocate.
And then you're going to wonder why people don't want to vote?
Don't give me a headache. Just try to describe it.
Simplify it.
You know, the worst breed of human being, the most diseased vermin amongst us are political consultants. And London Breed has somebody named Maggie Muir. Maggie Muir is the consultant for Breed. Breed is a disaster of a man. 70% disapprove of her work. In fact, more than 70%. She's got a 28% approval rate. So they think she stinks. But here, Maggie Muir is quoted defending the mayor's leadership. And why don't you give up? Your candidate's no good at her job. She's a bad mayor. Listen to Muir. Mayor Breed continues to boldly lead the city's recovery with a laser focus on economic revitalization. Why are campaign consultants so full of crap? Why don't you tell the truth? She stinks. Nobody likes her. She's very likely to lose. You can get a vagrant off the street, and they wouldn't do any worse. 61% say the quality of life in San Francisco is either just adequate or poor. 28% approve of her job. 42% strongly disapprove of her job. She's cooked. She's done. Unless, through the ranked choice voting, the system is somehow rigged so that she gets in. More coming up. Deborah Mark live in the Campfire 24-hour newsroom.
2 more people have been charged in connection with the deadly shooting spree in southeast LA County. Investigators say a teen and 2 men fatally shot 4 people, including a 14-year-old boy, earlier this month. One of the men accused in the shooting and another guy has been charged with killing 2 other people on the same day in November. The shootings happened in Huntington Park, LA, Cudahy, and Bell. The news is brought to you by Service Champions. The person has been arrested in connection with a death of a woman found dead on the University of Georgia campus. The woman's body was discovered yesterday after a friend told police she never returned from a morning run.
Just an eerie feeling there on campus, and it almost feels so real, but it's happening to us.
This UGA student says she's on edge. Police say the woman had visible injuries when she was found. President Biden has started off his speech to the nation's governors gathered at the White House by reminding them about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Nearly 2 years ago, Biden says he's announcing 500 new sanctions in response to Russian President Putin's brutal war of conquest.
We in the United States are going to continue to ensure that Putin pays the price for his aggression abroad and repression at home.
Biden says the sanctions are also a response to Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny's death at an Arctic prison last week. He says Putin is responsible. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has called on lawmakers to act quickly and approve a military aid package for Ukraine that's sitting in the House. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba says Ukraine needs American weapons to win the war against Russia.
We have no doubt that there are votes in the Congress to support the appropriation, the supplemental bill, and provide Ukraine with further assistance. If it doesn't come, Ukraine will pay with human lives.
Tomorrow marks 2 years since Russia first invaded Ukraine. The U.S. has tens of thousands of people have since died from the war. Southland weather from KFI: cloudy tomorrow, highs low 70s for Metro LA, the Valley, Finland OC, upper 50s to mid 60s in the high desert, around 70 at the beaches, low to mid 70s in the IE. Right now it's 74 in San Juan Capistrano, 76 in Stanton. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Glendora.
On the 210 eastbound right at Lone Hill Avenue, brand new accident in the middle lane. You're going to be getting the brakes on Sunflower Avenue. In Pomona, 71 northbound before Mission Boulevard, trying to clear a stalled vehicle from the right lane. In Baldwin Park in the 605 northbound before you get to the 10. That accident is blocking the 2 right lanes. And in Boyle Heights, 60 westbound connector to the westbound 10. Got an accident blocking that transition. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great result. That's pound 250 and say great result.
If you're thinking of selling your home, visit directbuyers.com. That's directbuyers.com.
Oh, I gotta pay how much?
Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, half the cars serviced at AMCO don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 15 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Is your garage cluttered? Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. They'll make it disappear. I have been a BMW owner for over 25 years, but I just bought my newest BMW from Sterling BMW. Family owned for over 30 years, Sterling BMW, exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services, sterlingbmw.com. It's Big Cat Day at Santa Anita Park with over an estimated 15 million payout on Saturday, March 2nd. Get on track with world-class racing, bucket hat giveaway, a beer festival, fiesta in the infield, and more experiences. Tickets at santaanita.com/events.
Did you know that you can lose your nursing, teaching, or real estate license with a DUI? What about your job? I'm attorney Derek Cavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS. What you don't know can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-COPS. That's 1-800-NO-COPS.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Awards, presented by The Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year, and you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Now at iHeart Podcast.
What up, pimp? How you living, baby?
Looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat oat milk. Planet Oat oat milk is an excellent source of calcium with only 4 grams of sugar or less. Enjoy it in cereal, coffee, smoothies, or by the glass.
grocery store today. KFI is in your ear. Put it on your screen. Follow us now. At KFI AM 640. John Cobell's show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up at 3 o'clock, after Deborah's 3 o'clock news, we're going to talk with Freddie Escobar. He's with the United Firefighters of Los Angeles City. They are mobilizing, they're opposing a referendum that's on the LA City ballot. It's called Measure HLA. This is this horrible, preposterous road diet measure that's going to bring road diets to all the major boulevards in Los Angeles. They're going to squeeze, if you're going 3 lanes in both directions, it's going to be 2 lanes. If it's 2 lanes, it's going to be 1 lane. It's going to turn car lanes into bike lanes or bus lanes. They're going to put curbing in the middle of the road. The fire department...
Squirrely Crypto, how you living, Pim?
Because this is going to get in the way of fire trucks and ambulances and all the rescue people.
He's in an Econoline 250, living like a G. He was going to some water in northern Tucson recently. There's like a nice place to visit where there's like water.
Oh, Arizona?
Yeah.
3 lanes in one direction. You had a right turn lane.
But Arizona only state has monsoon season, so they get the most water out of anybody.
Arizona?
Yeah, it's only state to get it that has monsoon season, where they get so much rain, it just floods the whole fucking place. Literally floods. Like, I was actually driving one time in my school bus, and all of a sudden, like, it got real dark. I was up near Navajo Nation. But, yeah, it got real dark, and then all of a sudden, it just started coming down like insane, and the water rose so fast, it started coming up to like the first step of my bus. Yeah, man. I love it. It's crazy how much rain it is.
Bike lane. And I
I
said, is
love
anybody in the
Arizona. I
bike lane? He
always
goes,
come
no.
out here in this
Somebody
winter
taking the
time.
bike.
Yeah, I love Arizona.
Stop taking
My
bikes in
sister
San
lives out
Francisco. So, Illy, stop taking bikes in LA. Imagine taking a bike during the rainstorm. Try to get over the Santa Monica mountain range on a bike in a rainstorm. All it is these weirdo spandex guys. Nobody else takes bikes all day long. Nobody normal takes bikes during the day on a weekday. Nobody. This is, and because it's not a benefit for bikes. It is about punishing drivers. Punishment. They want to hound you out of society. Or at least hound you out of Los Angeles. So, anyway, this is the craziest, stupidest idea. Of course it got on the ballot. It's backed by some wacky millionaire out of New York City. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, Freddie Escobar can come on. Google is so woke, I think I'm going to get off Google search. They have an AI system. It was known originally as Google Bard. And now they're calling it Google Gemini. And I'll give you an example. I wish I could show this to you. But one writer, to test it out, asked Gemini is to generate an image of a 1943 German soldier. You're not going to believe this. 4 photos popped up. One of them shows an Asian woman as a Nazi. One of them shows a black man as a Nazi. One of them shows, I can't quite make out the ethnicity, maybe Native American as a Nazi. And then a 4th image is of I think it's a man. It seems to be a sexually ambiguous and racially ambiguous Nazi.
Man, I roll my own cigarettes. Like, I like the American spirit.
Who are white and Aryan looking.
Roll my own. Usually,
one of the main purposes of the Nazi movement is they wanted to spread the Aryan race. It was the
Damn.
That's why they wanted to
Can't beat that.
all the Jews that they thought was an inferior race.
Wanted blonde hair and blue eyes.
Blonde hair, blue eyes. We've all seen World War II movies.
Right? We know what Germans look like.
Back on weed.
AI for Google is so effing
Yeah,
low.
yeah. Oh yeah, I used to roll one of the time that I roll my own.
Into Asians and
Tobacco.
blacks and American
Yeah,
Indians
it's
and
good. I like it. It's a good taste.
do you think there was one Asian woman who was a German Nazi in 1943? Not one.
Unless you roll your own
It's
filter.
impossible.
No filters. Yeah, I don't do much, I was going to. I have a little roll paper.
And so other people
Back on a
started
little baggie. I
asking
didn't have to type.
Gemini
I feel like the
to
filters
explain.
hurt you a lot more.
Well,
They're not more, but I
if
feel
you
like they
ask
definitely
Gemini
contributed.
to show images of a black person, they show.
Well, a lot of the filters are just like fiberglass.
They say they don't want to reinforce
Oh, are they?
stereotypes and generalizations of people based on their race. So they won't give you generic black people. What they will do, if you keep asking, they'll show images that celebrate the diversity and achievement of black people. So you get photos of Maya Angelou, the poet, Thurgood Marshall, the Supreme Court Justice, Barack Obama, and Oprah Winfrey. If you ask to show photos to celebrate the diversity and achievements of white people, Google AI says it's hesitant to fulfill that request. So you keep pushing. Why? Gemini says, well, historically, media representation has overwhelmingly favored white individuals and their achievements. This has contributed to a skewed perception where their accomplishments are seen as the norm, while those of other groups are often marginalized or overlooked. Focusing solely on white individuals in this context risks perpetuating that imbalance. So the writer kept testing Gemini. After multiple requests, white people appeared to be the only racial category that Gemini absolutely refused to show, no matter how you worded the question, no matter how many times you begged. They would relent on some of the other racial categories, but even then, they would just show you famous people. One user said Gemini claimed it was unable to generate images of a white person, but if you asked for a picture of a black family, that was okay. They talked to this woke called Jack Crotchett, Senior Director of Product Management at Gemini. We're working to improve these kinds of depictions immediately. Gemini's AI image generation does generate a wide range of people, and that's generally a good thing because people around the world use it. But it's missing the market. Can you imagine how many people do you think were involved in creating this artificial intelligence program, and then it had to be supervised and then approved and then released? You cannot beat a white person's photo or a white person's image at a Google AI.
But if you do a mixed family, show me a mixed race family.
Oh, I bet you they do that. Well, maybe they would only show you the non-white members stuff.
True.
White people don't exist with Google AI. They should get the Bud Light tree. Yeah, you gotta delete your Google search. I mean, this is really up. But I mean, then it gets comical by not giving you a white German Nazi. I mean, get that man into the wall. Not that it would do any good. All right, after 3 o'clock, you've got to vote no on Measure HLA in the city of Los Angeles. No on Measure HLA, or you will have endless traffic for the rest of your life. They're going to turn over perfectly good traffic lanes and turn them into useless, stupid bike lanes. Deborah Mark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Jurors are back for a second day of deliberations in the murder trial of Rebecca Grossman, the co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation, who was charged with the crash in 2020 in Westlake Village that left 2 young brothers dead. The William S. Hart School District in Santa Clarita will lay off about 80 employees, including some 50 teachers, and will start sending out notices next week. The district says it faces a budget shortfall because of declining student enrollment. The LA City Council is reaching out to the state for more money to fund housing and homeless programs. The council has authorized staff to create concepts that can be submitted to the state health department's housing and homelessness incentive program. Specifically, the council wants to get support and expand the street medicine and mobile health mental health van programs in the city. We're going to go to the 215 next.
Good move.
If you're looking to sell your home, you go seller's advantage. They'll make you a cash offer. No need for repairs. But seller's advantage, there's no agents. They can close in days. They buy with cash. And they might even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Go read the reviews online.
Just driving up to Sacramento. I'm going to go watching the fight in the car.
Hell yeah, we're going to be streaming it in here.
321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com.
Nice. Yeah, I'm driving to Sacramento right now. Then I'm taking the train to Denver.
Very cool. To East Den? To East Denver?
Like John Madden. I don't fly.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I'm going to be in Denver.
215 southbound, right at the 16th at Riverside. Interchange involvement in semi. They're making their way to the shoulder, but it's
going to be there all week. I'll be at the event on Friday for sure.
That's exciting.
Pomona, 71 northbound before you get to Mission Boulevard. Got that tall big rig in the right lane. Baldwin Park, 605 northbound before the 10. That accident has cleared over the
I've actually never been to Sacramento. That's my first time.
Connector to the westbound 10. Got that accident still blocking that transition. And on the 5 north right is onto this.
I can imagine. What even happens in Sacramento besides like government shit? That's like it, right?
Southern California Edison reminds you that downed wires are dangerous. Never approach or touch a downed wire or anything in contact with it, and never put out a fire near a downed wire. Stay away and call 911.
Yeah, I'll probably try to find a bar tonight.
Stay safe. This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen.
I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at personal injury law firm Owen Patterson and Owen. That means I oversee.
So the fight starts at 4, but that's like the first card, right? Like a few hours until the influencer fights.
Correct.
Or does Pitbull and Moore actually fight it?
No, they fight at like 7:15 Pacific time.
But if you have it, you need to know now. The sooner you know, the sooner you and your family can
I'm excited. I feel like everyone's gonna watch this to see Pitbull
get fucking knocked out. Have a constant dry cough, it might be asthma or COPD, but it could be ILD. Ask a pulmonologist and keep asking until you know. Learn more now at learnforyou.com.
KFI fans, Orson Buick GMC has some incredible specials for February. Here's one, a 2023 GMC Sierra Denali, 1,500 crew cab, 4-wheel drive for $7,500 off MSRP, plus 2.9% financing for 72 months. Orson Buick GMC, right off the 210 in Pasadena.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations, like the Beatles Now and Then. Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. Why security cameras suffered a major mishap, and about 13,000 customers saw images from someone else's feed. Why says they fixed
No, that's not me.
sure it doesn't happen again.
I'm not Big Swole.
Tips and reviews.
How long is Big
This
Swole?
weekend
I
on
work
Rick's
in
on
Swole,
Tech.
man. I like Big Swole.
Tomorrow morning at 11 on
His name's
AFR
never pops
and
up
on
on
demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Cobell Show, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I can't even promote this thing coming up because I get all wound up all over again. I'll just say plainly, the president of the United Firefighters of LA City, Freddie Escobar, is coming on with us because all the firefighters, the whole fire department is against this Measure HLA, which is going to turn traffic lanes on major boulevards in Los Angeles. They're going to do road diets and turn them into bike lanes. You're going to lose a lot of lanes. A lot of traffic is going to get squeezed. From
I'm
3
excited
to
for the
2
men
to
tonight,
1 lane.
man.
It's going to cause that.
Oh, it's so
we went
nice.
through this. We already went through this. It's a failure. It's no good.
Let's go.
But
If I'm gonna be asleep by them, I'm gonna airdrop you some Solana. That's cool, so you can read for me. Yeah, well, alright, thanks.
What min is it?
I don't even know.
Just another one.
Hello, was the crypto asking?
That's going to come up after.
We were talking about a mint. Yeah, who was asking?
It's a very sad news.
Me.
What?
Wheels.
Here.
Yeah. I was asking what man.
Oh, Wheels.
Known as Zed.
Mr. Wheels in the house.
I saw that story. I've never been.
The mint is...
apostrophe D. Zed.
Yeah.
Let's explain it.
100% plant-based drive-through restaurant.
I don't even know.
Well-known chef named Matthew Kenny.
He's been nominated for the James Beard Award. Very prestigious award. Vegan, that's not really cooking.
So you're minting ethos.
No, you cook.
Minting.
You do a stir fry.
So is that what he's gonna release?
Pulling plants out of the ground.
Yeah. I'm gonna DM you a picture of them if you want.
Anyway, their official announcement said they're incredibly grateful for your support.
Is that Will speaking?
This decision was not
that's
taken
me.
lightly. Excessive and unsustainable rent.
Well, let me go to. Don't you want to mint the keys for it?
There aren't that many people who eat this.
Or if you want to just do everything, invite him to the Discord and just like that.
I know, but that doesn't mean that it's not.
And if they're doing drops, I would look into the Blast Network too. It's another layer 2 Bitcoin.
Yeah, if it goes to Blast Network, I would buy hashtag pump already.
Yeah, I know Pump well. Blast is launching in like I think a week.
I've been doing all the Galaxy socket.
There's a reason we think
So they're doing $150 million airdrop. 75 million is what is takers, and then 75 million is going to developers and 4 categories. And they have
The Del Taco. Well, what happened to the Del Taco?
How do you know?
How do I know?
No. Pump on Blast?
They have
Pump on Blast?
Yeah. Go out of this.
Okay. Yeah, I thought Crypto Status
So you
was
serve breakfast sandwiches,
Does he?
burritos,
I'm gonna try to get into those Bitcoins like the second it launches. I think Blast is gonna basically
all right, it's not
take
chicken.
everyone's
What is
attention
it?
for like a week or two.
What I call
Wait, is Bitcoin doing smart contracts now?
No, Bitcoin can't do smart contracts. So what they're doing is they're creating like a bridge, and then they debit you another token on like an Ethereum L2.
Square. Look at B Squared also.
Why is that annoying?
B Squared, Bob built on Bitcoin. I'm actually building one right now with. Do you guys remember Macro?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're making one right now.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah. We're like still. It's like went through all like technical kind of like shit and probably launch it like in a few months. I don't know. There's like 40 fucking million Bitcoin L2s.
We know how much usage.
It's basically what it is. It's like BlockFi, but like decentralized, and you can see where like you kind of have this like you know where your Bitcoin is, it's not going anywhere, and you're like you know what I mean. It's just kind of like a bridge, and like Bitcoin stays on Bitcoin, and then like you kind of bridge that value and get whatever you deposit on Bitcoin on the L2. So like our L2 is called Bitcoin. So you can eat corn.
A lot of landlords don't want dogs and cats because they poop and pee all
Right,
over the
so then
place.
you charge a large deposit.
So any proposal would end blanket bans on specific pets.
There's 245 keys out, 6 left, so if you want to mint something new.
You can't ask about pet
They're going to be gone soon.
until a tenant's application
Yeah,
has been
The
approved.
fellas without the key, though.
I'll
The
tell
key
you
has
why.
to have.
Because
Tell me why.
I will get the key, though, because all the key gets you other things as well later on.
If you have people that
Yeah.
are going to
can't say
shelters and
they're
not
there.
buying
Cannot
dogs,
be there.
some people.
Yeah, he's really smart. He's programming and writing all this code to make these
Right,
NFTs
so
and
they're
this
going
other
to
stuff.
clean out the shelters, but if they're not
Hacker
allowed
man.
to bring those
Yeah, he's a hacker
dogs
man.
or their cats with them to apartments, right, they're being judged
He actually
because they
spent
have a pet.
time in
not
jail for a
allowed.
while.
So then the shelters are never going to get
For real? What did he do? Yeah. Then he got out and started like coding
I
and
get
or
it. That's why
coding
you
before
charge
me.
a hefty deposit. So if there's poop
What
and
did
pee
that
and
man do?
damage, and when they move
Oh.
out, you have the money to clean it up.
Only
They
21%
can just lock you up now for
of
anything.
people love pets.
Yeah.
Only 26% Los Angeles.
I got a funny one. I'm doing the
pet
the
owners over
Mason
2/3 of
Network
renters.
drops. You know, they
I
have
can't
CBN
tell you how
Gateway,
many
Gaga Node, and
Nextdoor
ID Cola. They're pretty
messages
cool.
that I see
But
about people saying that they're
they,
moving someplace
you know,
and
to
they
farm
don't
their
allow
stuff
pets
on the
because they're trying
fully
to
testnet
rehome their
on
pets.
ETH,
It's really sad. So maybe
you
this
have to
will
like
crack
run a
down
little
on
node
that.
for them, and you get MSN in return. So I may or may not have a bunch of Walmarts at my local laptop running that.
Well, that's not going to
I'm
happen.
collecting a lot of
So
MSN.
a human has to take care of that.
A lot of
It's
humans
a modern day guerrilla farming.
There's too many people. So I didn't
How many
know
donuts at
that
Walmart?
apartments don't allow dogs in
I
remember we rented an upstairs apartment.
You like leave like a device there?
When I first got together.
Yeah, I have a Gaga node running on a couple laptops, tablets, and smartphones in there right now.
Over the container, and we had a code name for it. I think we called it the watermelon. Or the cantaloupe, yeah. And it's like, who's got the cantaloupe? Who's carrying the cantaloupe?
On the ordinal
And we
hive.
carried it in, and nobody knew it was there. Our landlords didn't know it was there, except the cat started curling up on the
Was
window.
watching this guy. He used to go by, well, his name's Francis Jim, like a whole Bitcoin family. But he was really into inscriptions and ordinals when they first came out. He was like, everybody, get Ordy, get Ordy. And like Ordy was created at like triple, not three.
And then they'll find out. Yeah, okay. And then they'll
My problem is I just can't. I hate fucking doing anything on Bitcoin.
We're going to talk to the official
Yeah.
with
To see the developments.
the LA.
I don't think you can develop Bitcoin because of
President Freddie
the
Escobar,
program. It's like
United
not.
Firefighters of LA
I don't
City.
know.
The firefighters
Try fucking around with that.
no
It's just like a data point.
Like a lot of
because it's going to turn
some of the people were saying like a lot of these aren't really layer 2s or anything, like CK rollups and stuff.
It's work guiding.
Correct.
You'll be in traffic for the
The
rest
Lightning
of your
Network
life.
is a
It'll be 10
state channel,
times
so
worse
it's
than
like
it
on
is
a
now.
totally
You'll see.
separate
Coming up,
network
Deborah
and
Mark
like
Lightning.
debits back.
24-hour Tampa Newsroom. If you
I
miss this,
the Lightning Network guy. I've never had a problem with it.
KOST HD2.
It's good for payments. That's really all it's good for.
Let's attack on Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour news.
I like
on
Bitcoin
the
though. I
Metro
mean,
bus
I
in
think it's
Korea
done right. It
has
does exactly
died
what it's
following a
intended
pepper
to
spray
do.
attack.
I'm curious to see how far these
attack
L2s
last night.
run. I mean,
Two
obviously,
men were
the
seen
L2 is
arguing
not
on the bus.
technically on
Then
Bitcoin.
somebody
It's on
was
Ethereum.
on a train.
And everyone wants yield, and Bitcoin's got the most like idle capital just sitting there.
Deputy Chief John Graham says despite the attack, it is still safe to ride the metro. He says it's not known how the man actually died, and Johnny pepper sprayed the guy, ran away.
I have a question. So like, do you know, so like what the XRPL is trying to do with sidechains and hooks, is that basically CK rollups, like in a sense?
I don't know much about their sidechain. I don't know if it's
survival damages and loss of income.
There were 7 police officers
You definitely
there
could do that.
taking
I'm not really a big
individuals
fan of
to
XRP,
custody.
honestly.
And if 7 of them
I don't
can't
really
do
know
that
much
without
about it.
fatally shooting
Like,
them, well,
Straight up
that's
New
a
World
pretty
Order,
sad day for all of
but
Los Angeles.
The family says the man may have been
they're
bipolar.
trying. I mean, they're trying to take that, like, you know,
Chief Michael Moore says the
making
911 caller purposely
0.5
misled dispatchers earlier this
development,
month
whatever
to
you
get
call it,
police
like kind of like a half step forward.
Pasadena has started finding
But I don't
not keep
see
their
it as
dogs
like
on a
really
leash
a
at
threat
first.
to like
The city fines range
block
up to
like
$500. Deputy
like
Director for Pasadena's Health Department, Manuel Carmona, says while people have not been bitten,
and I don't really know if the banks are even using XRP, right? They have all those like contracts, and then when you talk to the banks, they're like, no, no, no.
since January 1st of 2022. 25 of those.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know a couple of them were running a private XRPL.
Educate the public for
They
several
have
years
like,
before
there's a
turning to the
private
fine.
they dropped that off.
The NRA and its former leader of 3 decades have been found liable in New York for the organization's
Yeah, I mean, a private ledger is
The
like not
jury
even
says Wayne
the
Lafayette
point of a
misspent
blockchain.
millions of dollars of the group's money on prices
like
for himself. He was ordered to pay more than $4.3 million in restitution. Lafayette announced his resignation last
Yeah,
night.
it's like, oh yeah, we call it a blockchain, but it's private.
Former President Trump is
Like,
going
what
to
the
speak
fuck
at the
is it?
Conservative
It's
Political
a
Action
database?
Conference. Voters get ready to head to the polls in South Carolina. ABC's Rachel Day says CPAC.
I'm actually kind of curious, like, where, I mean, I've worked in this, like, a little bit when I was, like, at the Literary Foundation, where, like, the CBDCs are going.
She says the roster is full of Trump
Once
allies,
banks start
including the
getting
former
into this
justice.
stuff,
They
obviously
show
the
no
government
fight to
wants to
help
go, like,
overturn
digital
the
for, like,
2020
control and shit,
election.
but, like,
Trump will take the stage
dude, I can't
tomorrow.
even trust my
And tomorrow
fucking
is the
data,
second
like,
anniversary of
Time
Russia's
Warner.
invasion of
Like,
Ukraine.
how the fuck am I gonna trust the government to, like, digitize the money supply? I feel like there's, like, so much to go wrong with that, like, so fast.
They hope to remind the public of the conflict. to show that we stand strong. We still
I think they're going to be working with Stellar with that for the front-end CBDC process. I think that's Stellar's position. XRP in the back end, and then XDC works with Swift and SFI.
We're going to go to the 405 next.
I just don't. I can't see a world where they use Stellar.
Where you go.
I know, like, Stellar's BD is, like, pretty good, and they, like, pay fucking millions of dollars to get people to, like, say shit. I just,
to this day, I'm seeing better than
I don't know.
2020, and you can too. Dr. Charles Manger has the laser light LASIK exam. It's a laser that measures your eyes over 1,000 times.
Yeah, I mean, it could work.
Perfect
They
laser
could
of
do
your
that,
vision.
for sure.
And it goes, that test is quick. And then
It's just funny, like still the other issues to, like, solve, other than, like, digitizing the money supply.
Really.
Sounds like a high
Blink of an eye. You'll walk out of there, and you have 20/20 vision or better in most cases. And it cures nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, no need for reading glasses.
I think XRP will run big time.
How painless this is, and you'll be giddy. You'll be crazy happy. You walk out.
Have you seen that YouTube video of why I hold XRP?
Schedule the exam.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
And you will
With the better cash line, yeah, all the partners are
866-559-4444.
You just can't make that.
559-4444.
No, they've been building infrastructure for 14 years. Like, I really don't like Ripple, but that was the first
Sponsored by
I guess I got
Real
exposed
Estate,
to
Dow
it,
closed
too,
up
so I ended up
S&P 500 up 2, NASDAQ
plus, I've
down
never trusted
45.
our government, so I'm always
Real
like,
Estate will buy your home, then
always been on the
renovate
back
it,
end
then
and
sell
tie
it,
them two
and
together.
pay you
It's like, well,
again for the
gosh.
additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRO5.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southline weather from KFI, cloudy tomorrow, highs low 70s for metro
Yeah, I think it's funny when people are like, yeah, I trust the government.
Mid 60s in the high desert, around 70s at the beaches, low to mid 70s in the IE. Right now it is 69 in Dana Point, 76 in Anaheim, 74 Diamond Bar,
Yeah, it's
72
pretty
in
Ripple. And
Phoenix.
they're billing
We're
on
going
the
to a
Gates
class
member,
on
or
405
the
and this is over
Economic
the
Forum
pass.
member, the Circle member, who wants to
Let's
like
check that out on the
employees,
north-south
Department
side
of
coming up
Cash
on Davis
Alliance,
Center, where the
Dollar
carpool and the
Foundation,
left lane are blocked and big delays overall leading the 90. Hey, let's check out the Friday Thrill in Anaheim Health. It's Mike O'Brien, AFI in the sky.
Unfortunately, no thrills in sight. It's just a normal drive here. 91 westbound, you're jammed up now. Imperial Highway into the 55. The 91 eastbound quite a bit tougher on the getaway Friday. That is loading up on the eastbound side, just past Imperial Highway. That remains very tough out towards the county line. Looking for Greenwood, where you get a little break. Back on, approaching the 15 in Corona. Yeah, that will be pretty tough one for the way into Riverside if that looser there, though. Now, if you're heading up to the Cold Pass, you had a little
Is it XRP like Bitcoin's like 50 different coins?
Cleared out of lanes there, but already very tough out of the board. And the hook up with the 215 north. Michael
I'm sure.
I don't follow
Yeah.
After the end of that,
You know, he's
210 east,
always talking about
leaving the 134 all the way to the 15.
Whenever I like
Got a couple crashes
one of
that
his
can take out the
videos,
blank
so
to that
hey,
first
let's talk
stretch.
about
An
XRP.
hour and about 40 minutes. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exams.
I'll be right back in a
As low as
second.
$1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com. Don't miss the legendary Glenn Miller Orchestra, the most popular big band orchestra in the world today, playing favorites like In the Mood and Moonlight Serenade, Sunday afternoon, March 3rd. Tickets at lavaradatheater.com.
I'm attorney Darren Kavanaughey with a 1-800-NO-COPS urgent legal update. Anyone charged with a crime may now be eligible for diversion, a chance to get a dismissal of the charges. If you've got a criminal case, you need to talk to the lawyers at 1-800-NO-COPS. 1-800-NO-COPS.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. John Cookout Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we're on from 1 until 4. And then after 4 o'clock, if you missed anything, John Cookout Show on demand on the iHeart app. That's the podcast version.
And you can hear that tonight, tomorrow, all weekend. In fact, you can hear any of our shows on the iHeart app all weekend long. You might want to listen to yesterday's big deal down at the Honda Center in Anaheim. We were collecting signatures to do a major rewrite of Prop 47. 1,300 signatures collected yesterday. 1,300 KFI listeners showed up and did that 3 hours. It's a big number. And that also saved the organizers $15,000. Because that's how much it would cost to gather 1,300 signatures. So they'll be able to use that money to get other signatures. People who didn't show up yesterday. But thank you for coming yesterday. And thank you to Todd Spitzer and the people at the Honda Center for letting us use their parking lot. And we've got another signature gathering show to do on March 28th, Thursday. It's going to be in LA County. Details to come. As we ramp up towards Election Day, which is March 5th, Tuesday, actually, I think today was the first day of walk-in voting in LA County. Mail-in voting has gone on for a number of weeks, although I have read that the mail-in turnout has been pretty low. I think statewide, only about 4% of the voters have sent in their ballots. This is an odd election because on the normally a presidential year race, you get a big turnout. But both parties are decided. It's going to be Trump and Biden, at least through the primary season, unless something happens to them. Like they drop dead. And since they're probably not going to drop dead, there's no drama. So what really becomes more important here, and really is always more important in the presidential race, is these local ballot measures and local races. For example, district attorney to eliminate George Gascon from the DA's office. That is the most important vote. This is also an important vote. Measure HLA. Boy, this snuck up on the world. Some millionaire in New York City put this on the ballot, and there's a bunch of these annoying, irritating bicycle groups in town. The bicycle stuff is a cover. What it really is climate change fanatics and who want to force us out of our cars because they don't agree that we shouldn't drive. And so they're willing to go to extreme measures like eliminate road lanes. Yes, a road diet, like the ones we beat back in Playa del Rey a few years ago. Well, the concept is back, and they want to replace car lanes on the major boulevards in Los Angeles with bike lanes, bus lanes, curbing. You'll have a bike lane, and then you'll have a curb between the car lanes and the bike lane. And this is disastrous for traffic. Believe me, I saw this in person when they tried the experiment in Playa del Rey. It does nothing but create traffic. And that's why the firefighters in Los Angeles are against this stupid idea, because how are the fire trucks going to get around? How are the ambulances going to get around? And we're now going to talk with United Firefighters of the City of Los Angeles, President Freddie Escobar, to tell us the firefighters' view. Freddie, how are you?
Hey, John, and thank you for Friday to start off with not only congratulations on the signature, but all the residents of Los Angeles, all the county residents to come out. First of all, want to have you guys get rid of that vote. We need people to enforce the laws, and then we need the residents of Los Angeles to go to the ballot and vote no on HLA. It is going to be disastrous for the city of Los Angeles, especially the members that I represent, when they dial 911.
When they dial 911, if all the major boulevards are shrunk down by a lane in each direction, what's going to happen when somebody calls for an ambulance or a fire truck?
Well, it's not what is going to happen, it's what's happening now. I'm coming up on my 35th year service in the LAFC. Prior to that, I served in the Marine Corps. I've been government issue my entire life. And we have consequences when we don't tell the truth. HLA is full of misleading lies. And I also want to preface is that we do believe that we want safe pedestrian access. But this HLA measure was not consulted with the fire department. It was not consulted with our leadership. It snuck up on us. And they did it purposely because If they would have reached out to our fire chief, and I don't want to speak for her, but I know the fact, that she would have said, absolutely no, this is not safe, and no, she's not going to sign off on this.
That's why they didn't talk to you. They know what the answer would be, because that's the reality. How could it be safe? How could, I mean, everyone knows this driving every day. What happens when a car breaks down in the right lane of a freeway or the right lane of a major boulevard? It causes a big traffic backup, right? Because everybody's got to merge and squeeze around it. Imagine now you close the entire lane for the whole length of the boulevard.
Absolutely. And one to finish with your last question. So it's happening today. We have certain lanes that have been modified. As I mentioned, I'm a 35-year veteran of the LAFC. I'm still active in the field. I went to the station that I worked at oftenly, Fire Station 11, between Bonnie Brae and Burlington, on 7th Street. If you go east on 7th Street, between Figueroa all the way to Skid Row, they've done that disaster decision. And when we work there, we have to modify our route going to the addresses, and it is a delay of response. Everybody knows about the big fire that they had at the 10 freeway.
Yeah.
I was working that night, a call came on, and our driver who knows the distance, hey, we can't go down 7th Street because of the traffic, we're going this way. So imagine if you're dialing 911 and you need the first responders there, because every second counts when you're dialing 911 to have a successful outcome.
So the night of that huge fire, that could have melted the 10 freeway. The fire trucks had to be rerouted because of the road diets?
The drivers are well aware of the route. They know the traffic pattern, and yes, we took a different route than going directly there.
That just shouldn't be allowed. I mean, they impose a lot of laws and they correct a lot of situations based on safety. That should have been overwritten, overruled, just based on what you're telling me.
Yeah, I mean, we know it got on the ballot by signatures, right?
Yeah.
When we were made aware of it, the Youth Black United Firefighters of Los Angeles City represent, and I'm humbled and honored to represent over 3,400 sisters and brothers of the LAFC. We made a decision and to do the right thing and fight this, because we know how disastrous it's going to be for the residents of Los Angeles and also for the safety of the members that I and the executive board represent, because they're going to have to deal with all these hurdles that are occurring now with the existing road diets. It's disastrous. Go to Council District 11, where then Councilmember Bonnie put those in. It's disastrous. That's why he was removed out of office.
Yeah, that was the first recall effort.
Yeah, and they've been tried. San Francisco tried them, it failed. New York has tried them, it failed. Boston has tried them, it failed.
It's not fair that you make a lane, you give them 1/3 or 1/2 of the roadway when they're a tiny, insignificant percentage of the traffic. 99% of people travel around in cars, and there's these tiny fractions that take a bus or a bicycle or they walk, but predominantly the way to get around Southern California, and it's been that way since the 1940s, is you have to drive a car. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, and also what's wrong is that this measure was purposely put in without any consulting with the fire service, with the police department, by these members that want this, and they're sacrificing the residents of Los Angeles. I just don't understand why we don't have everyone in the council standing with us to saying no on HLA.
I wonder when they were pitching this to get signatures, what they were saying, or what like the top line description was. Because I know people go, oh, isn't it wonderful to have a bike lane? I mean, that's just, but nobody actually drives their bike in the streets. Nobody does that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what they were saying, but one thing I could tell you, they weren't talking about facts. It's misleading. And this is like our number one issue is the safety of the public that we serve. And then the other issue that we, as first responders, deal with this stuff behavioral health-wise. We all have families, we all have loved ones, we have loved ones that live in the city of Los Angeles. God forbid that we're delayed because of a low diet. That is going to live with us every single day of our lives after that incident, as it does today when we don't have successful outcomes. We critique ourselves or honor ourselves because we want every incident to come out successful, and the reality is it doesn't.
Nobody should be making your job more difficult, or the job of all the firefighters you represent more difficult. We need you guys to show up as quickly as possible. Speed is one of the most important components to have in firefighting. Obviously, right? Speed. Speed, whether it's to put out the fire or it's to save somebody's life who had a heart attack. We need everybody getting there as fast as possible. This will slow you down to a dead stop.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm biased. I believe that the city of Los Angeles is the best fire department in the nation, in the world, with the brothers and sisters that want the best outcome out of this. This will be disastrous, not only for our going from point A to point B, but also it's an unfunded liability to the residents of Los Angeles. We need the residents of LA to vote no on HLA. Come out, go out, walk to your ballot place. We need the votes. We need LA to wake up and participate and vote no on HLA.
Well, the good thing is that firefighters have, I think, the highest approval rating of any government department out there, and I hope they listen to you and the rest of the spokespeople with the LA Fire Department as you continue to campaign over the next 2 weeks to stop Measure HLA. Freddie Escobar, thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Brother John. Thank you for the candid conversation. And Los Angeles, not only the city, LA, vote no on Gaston and vote no on HLA if you live in the city of Los Angeles.
Thanks, Freddie. We've got Moistline coming up next. Deborah Rourke live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Hart School District in Santa Clarita is set to lay off about 80 teachers and staff members next week. Lawmakers in Alabama have begun scrambling for ways to protect in vitro fertilization services after a state Supreme Court ruling that frozen embryos could be considered children under state law. The National Rifle Association and its longtime former leader have been found liable in a lawsuit centered on the organization's lavish spending. A jury in New York has found that Wayne LaPierre and other current or former executives misspent millions of dollars of the not-for-profit's money on pricey perks for themselves. We're going to go to the 5, and we will check in with the KFI in the Sky next.
Got a special offer for you. You want to diversify your retirement savings? Goldco. They're the #1 rated company to buy gold and silver. Goldco. That's what my wife and I decided to do with some of our retirement savings, just a portion. You don't want everything in the stock market. You don't want all your net worth tied up in the house you own. You spread it out, you hedge, and gold and silver is a great hedge. Goldco. They walk us through the process, and they'll do that for you to make sure you have all the information you need to make the best decision. They're a 7-time Inc. 5000 winner, and they help people like you and me place over $2 billion in gold and silver. And right now, they're offering my listeners, you, up to $10,000 in bonus silver while supplies last. You have to call them. 855-GOLD-IRA. Goldco. Tell them John Cobell sent you. Tell them I sent you. See if you qualify for up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Call 855-GOLD-IRA. 855-GOLD-IRA.
Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy tomorrow with highs in the 70s. This report brought to you by Fantastic Sam from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going to install on the 5 in Irvine. It's on the southbound side. This is just past Red or Maytag Jamboree. They've cleared this stall out of lane, but traffic is still there and it's loading up from pretty close to the 55. Now we've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Let's get news to the 605. 605 Dorset approaching the 10 into Baldwood Park out of Industry. That accident did finally clear out of lane. However, it is suffering way back to the 105.
Southbound 605, not too bad until you hit the 60. But from the 60 down to Pico Rivera, down to the 5, that's a real chance. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Unleash your style in 2024 at FX Cut and Color. Get a fabulous cut and color duo from one of their expert stylists at unbeatable prices. Only at Fantastic Sam's, where fair care meets affordability. Visit FantasticSams.com to find one of their 60 show-top salons near you. This report is sponsored by E. coli and termite pest control. It's spring season, and don't let termites and pests ruin your happiness. Call E. coli Termite and Pest Control for your free inspection. 1-800-332-BUZZ. 1-800-333-2847. Eco-friendly, child-friendly, and as gentle as a butterfly. Serving Southern California residents.
This year, Dell Technologies wants to help you do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Save now at Dell.com/deals. Prescriptions requiring online consultation with a healthcare provider will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and employee safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no extensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
History is beautiful, brutal, and often ridiculous. Join me, Betty Fuller, and me, Noel Frank, as we dive into the strangest stories from across the span of human civilization and ridiculous history. Whether we're exploring the accidental invention of old music or how people used to wrap pineapples, join us to hear the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Let me tell you what I would do, okay? This is not a legal issue, this is a handle issue. He says, have a blessed day. You reply with, may you rot in hell. And just stay there. And he goes, have a blessed day. And you go, you rot in hell. And you see who gives up first. Play chicken with the guy. That's what I would do.
Handle on the Law, tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. John Cobell Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We have another balloon floating across the United States. They're claiming no threat to national security. But the military is tracking the balloon. Went across the western states, and NORAD said it detected the object, and it was floating between 43,000 and 45,000 feet. And its presence prompted enough concern that NORAD sent up aircraft to investigate. And it was intercepted over Utah. And they determined the balloon was not maneuverable. I guess it can't be maneuvered from an outside power. It's just floating on its own. It's going to be over Georgia by Friday night. Native Mylar. What is this, a birthday balloon? It had a small cube-shaped box, 2 feet long on each side. And they don't have any other information. But I thought these balloons are up there all the time. If they're up there all the time, why would this one cause a news alert? Nobody knows anything. All right. Time for the voice line. 1-877-MOIST-86. 1-877-MOIST-86. If you want to be on next week, let's have at it.
Hey, Sean. Thanks for calling the Moist Line. I'm so excited to hear from you. It's about time. Why is no one saying no on Proposition 1? Those same Democrats want more money for homeless when they let them live all over the place anyway.
A car is a symbol of our freedom. The freedom to change direction at will, not to be herded around
in buses and trains.
If you want to stop this madness and craziness across the entire country, especially here in California, never, ever vote for a Democrat ever again.
Copper wiring? Why are we collecting with copper? They should be doing it with the fiber optic. Geez.
I couldn't say about the copper and brass recycling. I pick up scraps after work and everything. But anything over $25, they want my ID and they're going to send me a check in 2 days. So someone's got to be working with these guys that are taking it into. So it's not just that easy that you can take $11,000 of copper and go take it in and get $11,000 worth. There's something else to it.
The Chinese economy is crashing. That's why they're all coming here. Because they're coming to the greatest country under the greatest president of all time. Maybe the U.S. has come to the point where we're now a third world country and we have to resort to heavy, tough measures against these criminals. Why don't they put electrified wiring on these things and make it rigged so anybody that tries to steal them immediately gets stopped? That would stop these scumbag motherfuckers. Guarantee it.
That restriction on traffic is what the elites on the left want. They want to keep you in control so you can't go anywhere. That's why you have electric cars come out, because if you have an electric car, grid or no grid, it takes you inordinate time to go long distances, so you won't go.
What they're doing with these bike lanes is they're prepping the city for low-income housing. Every city is required to have a certain number of houses that are low income. So what they do is they wreck all the roads, put in bike lanes, start cramming in low-income stuff, so the homeless and the people that don't make any money have somewhere to ride their bicycles. We finally figure out a way to get around the political correctness BS. That artificial intelligence give us the bad news that men and women are different. Who knew? If I enjoyed bicycling, I would get some sort of deprogramming. It's not bad enough that adults like to do this, but the fact that they dress up and announce it is insane. The shorts and the glasses is stupid. The tire. Yeah, I don't like to do it.
Peace across the border of illegals because deported to Mexico, if that's where they came across the border at, not back to their home country. Search them right back to Mexico, and then maybe Mexico could seriously the problems they're causing here.
That graffiti tower, that was designed for condos and retail. LA can build rehab for the homeless, vocational rehab, substance abuse rehab, low cost, no cost medical, so much more. They don't even have to stack it all the way to the roof. It's a few floors to get started.
So, John, speaking about your initiative with that last radio station, if I had been the guy who walled my fat stuff in, and then you came in and yelled at me about having to sat there for 5 hours, I would have shot right back. And why did you wait 5 hours to talk to anyone?
Thank you for leaving your message. Please hang up. Goodbye.
Coming up, we got another round of the voice line in about a half an hour. And after Jeffrey's news, we're going to tell you the story. And now I'm convinced there's something up with, there's some relationship between the U.S. government, the Mexican president, and why the border is wide open and the cartels have full access to bring all their fentanyl meth here, and that they can kill 100,000 of us and nothing is done by the federal government. The U.S. did an investigation into the cartels and the cartel's connection to the Mexican president, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, and they found out something pretty significant and then dropped the investigation. Why did they drop the investigation? That part I don't know, but I'll tell you what they did find that led them to consider taking action, and then they backed off. I'll tell you about it coming up. Moist line, by the way, for next week, 877-MOIST-86, 877-MOIST-86. And yes, you heard a lot of bike response there. No unmeasured HLA. No unmeasured HLA. A lot of you are stuck in traffic right now. If you want to make it horrendously worse in the city of Los Angeles, no unmeasured HLA. They're going to take away a road lane on every single boulevard, every mile of the city, and turn it into a bike lane for the Weirdo Spend Express. Deborah Mark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
And this just in, the jury in the murder trial of Rebecca Grossman has reached a verdict. The court is scheduled to reconvene at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Anaheim police have arrested a man who allegedly tried to lure a 12-year-old boy into his car. Sergeant John McClintock says the guy was also holding a wad of cash last week, but the boy ran off and called 911.
Personnel from our real-time crime center leveraged technology and assisted detectives with identifying a man, TRUMAN Ramos, as the suspect responsible for the incident.
Reyes Ramos was arrested Tuesday. McClintock says the guy may have used his tan 2002 Dodge Durango to try to lure other children in Anaheim who are walking to school. Anyone with information is asked to call police. A robot trash collector has started floating autonomously around Huntington Harbor. Huntington Beach Environmental Services Manager Jim Moritz says the 5-foot by 5-foot Clean Earth rover drags a net that can pick up 100 pounds of trash from shallow, hard-to-reach areas.
You can operate it either in an automatic fashion, meaning that you can just plot a diagram very similar to what you would do with your Roomba in your home, or you can manage and collect the trash and debris.
He says Rover is part of a $10,000 2-month project. He says it would cost much more to have a 2-person crew and a boat go out and do the same job manually. The North American Aerospace Defense Command is tracking a high-altitude balloon over the western part of the U.S. NORAD says they detected the balloon floating over Utah, but it does not present any sort of threat to national security. They say they'll continue to monitor it with the FAA to ensure flight safety. The news comes a year after the U.S. tracked a possible Chinese spy balloon. Again, jurors in the murder trial of Rebecca Grossman have reached a verdict. The court is scheduled to reconvene at 4 o'clock, so a little less than a half an hour from now. Southland weather from KFI, cloudy tomorrow, highs in the low 70s for Metro LA, the Valley, Finland, OC, upper 50s to mid 60s in the high desert, around 70 at the beaches, low to mid 70s in the IE. Right now it is 76 in Villa Park, 75 in Westminster. We're going back to the 405 and the Culvert Pass. This is for a crash on the northbound side of that 405, coming up on just before Getty Center. At last check, the carpool in left lanes are blocked with emergency crews to solve the crash action in the center divider. Overall slowing away from the 90 out of Culver City. It looks like they're just getting things wrapped up right now. And we've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Just over past 39 at the drop to the 210.
So what's up?
210 eastbound. Yeah, that's that Sparrow right in downtown there. That first stretch, very tough out to the center, so there isn't much of a loosening there. Just a little bit, and they're back on pretty much for the 57 all the way through the 15 into Fontana. Now, see you the 15 northbound. We had a problem at the 138. That's long since cleared, but it's still suffering back to the 215 out of the 4. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
In Glendale, this is a wreck on the 5, southbound before Western. It's involving a big rig. The right lane is blocked. Delays from Alameda. KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Today we have Sweet James with us from Sweet James Accident Attorney. And a county prosecutor's office says one of its clerks passed the state bar exam, age 17. Wow. From Tulare County District Attorney's Office, that's where the news came from. And according to the research they did, Peter Park, youngest person passed the exam. You ought to jump on this guy. And the state bar can't confirm for sure, but they put out a press release hailing his achievement.
He can't buy a beer, but he can represent clients in front of the judge. I like that.
Yeah. So you passed the bar exam. That makes you a lawyer? I mean, I don't know what his college experience is. Well, it seems like there isn't enough time in life to go to college,
4 years of university, and then 3 years of law school. Yeah.
Or can you self-teach yourself? Wait a second, that sounds redundant. Can you be self-taught and then pass the bar exam on your own without formal university training?
Well, it's been over 20 years since I took it. I don't remember the grounds. I think you had to have a bachelor's degree.
You did?
To law school, yeah.
So you can't have some genius walk in who just studied off the internet for a few months.
Yeah, I don't think so. At least 20 years ago, before you went into that.
All right.
Give me a call. If you're out there listening, give me a call.
Yeah, I mean, hiring somebody that young, would you be intrigued by that or a little wary?
Yeah, I'd be intrigued, especially when you're, you could teach them and get good experience with them. Not having to be jaded or anything. Just a clean plate.
All right. We've been talking with Sweet James from Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're ever hurt in any type of accident, call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, or sweetjames.com. Do you want the ultimate driving machine? Visit Sterling BMW in Newport Beach, sterlingbmw.com. Time to get rid of old appliances? Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. They'll make it disappear. Bad breath is no fun. Let me introduce you to Zelman's Minty Melt. It's a tiny little capsule you swallow, mint on the outside, parsley seed oil on the inside, and clinically tested against the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. And it's not just a mint. You pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck the minty coating, and then you swallow the capsule for fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours. And biting into them also works. And it doesn't just cover up your bad breath. It cleans your breath in a way other mints can't. It fights bad breath in your mouth and goes down to your gut and really goes to work. Zelman's gives you a money-back guarantee I know you'll never use. There's free shipping if you order 3 packs or more, and trust me, you're going to want more. And I've known the folks behind Zelman's for over 30 years, so I proudly stand behind this product. Go to Zelmans.com, Zelmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelmans, Zelmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelmans, Zelmins.com.
I'm Cheryl, and I'm living with software dosage ILD, a type of interstitial lung disease. ILD is hard to diagnose, but if you have it, you need to know now. The sooner you know, the sooner you and your family can face ILD together, because you cannot walk this walk alone. If you're out of breath and have a constant dry cough, it might be asthma or COPD, but it could be ILD. Ask a pulmonologist and keep asking until you know. Learn more now at learntoyou.com.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
John Cobell Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. We're on the 4th, Conway up after 4 o'clock. And also we'll post the podcast version of the show. It's the same as the radio show. John Cobell Show on demand on the iHeart app as well. And the Rebecca Grossman jury is gonna announce the verdict soon.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock?
And they got the case yesterday. It was pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, they got it later yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they didn't spend a lot of time. Well, neither did the OJ jury, remember? OJ jury took, about 4 minutes? So we'll see. I mean, obviously she hit the kids and killed them. Obviously, they've got leeway with deciding what the guilty verdict can be. It can be murder or it can be some version of manslaughter. So that'll be coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Moist Fine, final round of it in a little while too. The United States did an investigation. There is a story that's not been fleshed out in detail. I think you can all suspect this. But you see that 7 million illegal aliens have been allowed to come over the border from Mexico into the United States. And you could see that enormous, incalculable amounts of fentanyl and meth and cocaine are coming over the border. And the fentanyl alone has killed 100,000 people. I mean, it's just so overwhelming and so shocking. 100,000 people. I mean, that's twice as many that got killed in the Vietnam War, for goodness sakes. And what did we lose? About 3,000 people on 9/11. So it's 33 times 9/11. And it's only been the last few years. So obviously there's corruption going on. There's so much money, billions and billions of dollars that the drug cartels make. The Mexican president allows this, and the U.S. president doesn't do anything to put pressure or to criticize the Mexican president. So what's the deal? Who's getting a cut? What are the payouts? New York Times has this story, that the federal government spent years looking into allegations that the Mexican president, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, known as AMLO, that Obrador had allies, and those allies would meet with the drug cartels after Obrador took office,
And the allies got millions of dollars from the drug cartels. The New York Times says this is according to U.S. records and 3 people familiar with the matter. One of its 3 frustrated investigators for the U.S. There is links, and by the way, none of this is a surprise, right? Everyone knows that the Mexican drug cartels and the government are one and the same. One is embedded in the other. Well, this, I guess, was powerful evidence that the cartel leaders and Mexican advisors and officials close to Obrador had some business going on while he was governing the country. They said they never opened a formal investigation to Obrador. The government, apparently our government, doesn't want to because Mexico is such an important ally. Now, Obrador is calling the allegations completely false. And the cartels have dominated Mexican government from the lowest levels in the little towns all the way to Obrador's administration. The U.S. officials claim they could not find any direct connections between the president himself and the criminal organizations, but there's a lot of money sloshing around, and you would think that some of it would end up in some mysterious accounts that maybe someday Obrador would have access to. That would kind of make sense. What are the allies all collecting drug cartel money for themselves and not the guy who has all the power, who actually allows all the drugs to come to America, allows all the human smuggling to occur? I mean, Obrador ultimately is responsible. He's got the power to stop it. He doesn't even try. We know why he doesn't try. But we're to believe that he's never seen a dime of this, or he won't see a dime of it someday? Is that what they're trying to sell? And obviously, it's a difficult investigation. One of the sources told U.S. officials that a founder of the Zetas cartel paid $4 million to 2 of Obrador's allies so that he could be released from prison. Also, one of Obrador's closest confidants met with Ismael Zambada Garcia, a top leader of the Sinaloa drug cartel, before Obrador won his election in 2018. The drug cartels have possession of videos of the president's sons picking up drug money. But of course, none of the money reached Obrador. So the sons picked up the drug money. His allies are meeting with the leaders of drug cartels. Law enforcement in the U.S. also independently track payments from people they believe are cartel operatives to intermediaries for Obrador. One of those payments was made around the same time that Obrador went to the state of Sinaloa and met with the mother of Joaquin Guzman Loera, El Chapo. He went in and met with Mother Chapo. Now, El Chapo is in a U.S. prison now for the rest of his life. But at some point, the Mexican president was meeting with Mom. More than 10 years ago, another investigation led by the Drug Enforcement Administration found that traffickers had donated millions of dollars to Obrador's unsuccessful presidential campaign in 2006. That was also closed without charges. It's tough to bring legal charges against a foreign president because you don't want to, or they don't want to, shred relationships with Mexico. So instead, Obrador and the drug cartels, they, I guess, have a tacit agreement, and you end up with 100,000 dead Americans from taking the fentanyl. And by the way, a huge percentage of the homeless people laying in the streets. They're laying in the streets because of the meth and the fentanyl. And there's lots of millions and millions of dollars sloshing just around Obrador. All his friends. It pays to be a good friend of Obrador. You get rich, but I'm sure he hasn't seen a dime. So you wonder why Joe Biden doesn't do anything about it. Does any of this money swirling around make it back here to American politicians, to American government officials? Or is the Mexican president and his allies the only ones who are enjoying the runoff? Anything kicked back this way? Any runoff? The Times says the Biden administration handles Obrador with great care, avoiding public criticism, but send officials to meet with him and press for migration enforcement. Well, he hasn't done anything, has he? They've done nothing. 7 million people came over the border. That's how the real world works. We come back, we've got Voice Line Part 2. Conway's coming up at 4. Sometime after 4 o'clock, we're going to get a verdict in the Rebecca Grossman case. She's the wealthy woman who ran over and killed those 2 little boys in Westlake 2 years ago. Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
And as you heard John just say, jurors have reached a verdict in the trial of Grossman Burn Foundation co-founder Rebecca Grossman. Court is set to reconvene at 4 o'clock, so in about just 10 minutes or so. The jury got the case yesterday. Grossman is charged with killing 2 young brothers in 2020 while speeding in Westlake Village. 2 more people have been charged in connection with a deadly shooting spree in southeast LA County. And a 100% plant-based drive-thru in Costa Mesa is closing. Veg is a vegan fast food spot opened by James Beard, award-nominated chef Matthew Kenny. The store says after nearly 3 years in business, excessive and unsustainable rent has made it impossible to stay open. We're going to check your freeways next.
Dr. Charles Manger at Saddleback Eye Center. Boy, he can cure your nearsightedness, your farsightedness, your stigmatism, your need for reading glasses. Have you ever wondered what is it like to see crystal clear? Maybe you never have. I never did either until I went to Dr. Manger. Starts with the laser light LASIK exam. It's a laser that measures your eyes over 1,000 times. Perfect blueprint of your vision. It cures all those things I mentioned. And it happens quickly, too, and without pain, without discomfort. In fact, the LASIK procedure itself is 20 minutes. You zip in, you zip out, you walk outside.
Yo, the rat ladies are
I'm getting
cancer.
a free laser light LASIK exam now.
What's a cancer?
You're the first 14 callers.
Rat lady.
You schedule the exam, you get it for free from Dr. Manger.
Man the Queen, can you hear him?
866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Yeah, what is it? Oh, yeah, they're on cancer now? Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, floor is 5, but there's nobody on the
southbound side. And this one is coming up on Getty Center. That is blocking the right lane. They're going to be there a while, and delays are really messing up the drive for the southbound side. Getting pretty slow backing up from Starbucks Center at this point, but that northbound side is just a huge mess. You've got a backup out of Culver City all the way from the 90s. Earlier crash at Getty Center. A lot of action in the center divider. Delays ahead to the 5. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Just over Hollywood Angel, the 101 northbound. You're loading up here just about no road. That will be tough up to Universal City. It's just gap up just a little bit through that 171-34 split. Back on from North Hollywood, well through Encino out to about Mesquite Boulevard. Now the 101 southbound, night stretch for the 405 over to the 170. And then once again, looks like from Hollywood, pretty much from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is Katrina Moses. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Tonight, the Clippers visit the Grizzlies, elsewhere the Lakers host the Spurs. UCLA will host USC in a Pac-12 rivalry matchup this weekend. The Bruins had a 6-game winning streak snapped in a loss to Utah on Sunday. The Trojans have lost 3 of their last 4. MLS action this weekend. LAFC returns to host the Seattle Sounders. The Galaxy on Sunday will entertain Inter Miami CF.
The inspired all-electric EQE sedan from Mercedes-Benz. With hundreds of customizable comfort settings inside the cabin, it's the EV that recharges you. The vehicle is all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. Learn more at mbusa.com/EQE.
This report is sponsored by Los Angeles County Office of Education. LA County Office of Education Head Start is now enrolling and tuition-free for eligible families with children of all abilities. 1st to 5 years old, children receive health screenings, meals, quality education,
education, and more. Apply at prepayekid.org. That's prepayekid.org.
Feeling run down? Come sit with fried salty snacks. Snacks that help you eat unsalted nuts. Grab a fistful of victory. Get back to work.
Funded by USDA staff and equal opportunity provider and employer. More healthy victories at ComFreshHealthyLiving.com.
Imagine the best place you've never been. No, never been. What would it take to make it really real? How much effort? How much persistence? How much resilience? Will it all be worth it? Every day, we're working to bring that place closer with customer service that's the future.
Yes, I got $25 from Joe Mama Coin.
Blue Shield of California.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack.
Oh, it's already getting stopped, right?
President of operations at Kelly Tires because Kelly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years. Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager.
I guess it
to a
just
head
needs to
mechanic.
generate some
ZipRecruiter helps you
traction.
find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
The Cardinal Boat Show is back at the Fairplex in Pomona, March 1st to the 3rd. Even more models, latest marine gear, tech gadgets, and more. All the boat dealers and factories you love in one place. Kids 15 and under are free. Bard Hall's Boat Show. Hallshows.com. Don't miss the boat show, that is. Hallshows.com.
Oh, I gotta pay how much? Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, half the car service at AMCO don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 50 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MPO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jonathan Akami. I've tried some of the most notorious crimes against children in Los Angeles County. Children like little Gabriel Fernandez. Now I'm running to be your district attorney. I was the first deputy DA to speak out against George Gaston's dangerous directives, and on day one, I'll revoke all of his blanket policies. Keeping you and your family safe is my top priority. I'm Jonathan Akami, and I'm asking for your vote for district attorney by March 5th.
Happy for Akami for district attorney 2024.
The pickleball, much of the game is played close to the net. We're called the kitchen.
What they call it the kitchen?
Oh, they call it the kitchen. That's a little jargon. I like to hear a little pickleball jargon.
So if you tell your wife to get in the kitchen,
That's where she should be, on the court.
hey baby, get in the kitchen.
It's a theory. The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
Honey, I'm not going to tell you again, get in the kitchen.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KMI.
You can stay in the kitchen.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Cobell Show, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Conway's up in minutes. Let's do round 2 the Moist line. 1-877-MOIST-86.
Hey, John. Thanks for calling the Moist Line.
Just have a list of my alchemist. Grab the 84 months old. This is someone who's talking about the Bible.
Retail theft is a victim of crime, and now I have to spend time of thousands at Walmart to get my Tide Pod, and some woman comes and she has to open the glass case for me to get my Tide Pod. Now who's the victim here? I'm the victim. We're all the victims here. This is nonsense.
Hey, Joe, stop blaming Republicans for all the problems that have occurred at the border. You know, now you're talking that you may sign an executive order right before the State of the Union address that you can possibly fix everything. You know, you could have done it all along.
Protected bike lanes should be called loser lanes because the only ones who use them are losers who can't afford a car. Hope all you losers are enjoying the atmospheric river.
It's really important to remember this year that you use your vegetables, not vote for them.
The state of California has a budget shortfall of anywhere between $50 to $75 billion. How is Gavin Newsom going to blame the Republicans for this?
I mean, you can't hear Gavin Newsom with a deny he has any interest in being the president when he is finally asked by Joe Biden. Like, you don't say no to the president. He asks you to run for president. You don't say no to call. Yes, so, well, Red Paul's absolutely right. But the only thing that we didn't do that the Chinese government did was weld us in our homes. That's communism.
In regards to flushing the system for the politicians, it needs to happen on both the state level and the federal level. Everybody should vote for anybody but the person who's currently in office, and that's regardless of the party. Just vote for anybody else. It doesn't matter if you stay in the same party, just don't vote for the same person.
Kevin DeLeon worth $4 million to secure that building downtown. Get a couple of guys, pay them $30 an hour, stagger them around the building. It doesn't add up to $4 million in payroll. Get out of town, Kevin DeLeon.
Anything that Governor Dipping do is poor, is bad.
There's something also about the road riots that's going to be a problem. Since cars will be going a lot slower and they'll be idling a lot in traffic, the air pollution in Los Angeles area will go up.
I believe President's Day was established to honor George Washington and Lincoln at the same time. The government in this country would have agriculture rolling over in its grave.
How about George Gaston for president? Now that would be a great pick for president, because I think he's a great DA.
I am turning into an angry old man watching the Santa Ana River flood into the ocean because these people will not fill reservoirs because they love having control over the one resource that we need more than anything else. These are sick, disgusting people.
Thank you for leaving your message. Please hang up. Goodbye.
1-877-MOIST-86, 877-MOIST-86 for next week, next Friday. Conway. Hey, now we got Alex Stone coming on to talk about that moon lander. We landed on the moon yesterday. That's so cool deal. I heard 52 years or so. It's a long time. Actually, it's probably been more than 52 years, unless you believe that we were there in the 60s. Oh, that's right. All that was fake. It was all BS. Yeah. Alex Michelson. Alex Stone is coming on, and Alex Michelson. So in the first hour, we blow everything. You ever ask Alex why he's Alex and not Alex? It's a combination. They thought they were going to have. You did ask. Yeah, they thought they were going to have a boy. I mean, they thought they were going to have a girl. And nice. Amazing show that I don't know why he comes on with me. They thought that if they were going to have a girl, it was going to be Alex, and if it was a boy, it was going to be, I don't know. I'll ask him. He told me at one point what that story was. Okay. We got a new balloon cruising over Utah. That's a big deal. Yeah. Right? NORAD's up there. And also, we're getting another area code in Los Angeles. Yeah, well, we got enough people coming over the border. We need to. Why don't you just bring your area code with you? What the hell? Down there? Yeah. Bring up whatever you got. So Canada is coming nowadays.
Yeah, so
bring your own area code. Okay. BYA.
I love this mix.
BYOAC. BYOAC. All right, I gotta get out of here. You gotta get out. I gotta get out of here. You can keep going. Conway's here, and in for Crozier, it's Heather Brooker live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Not just stimulating talk, it's more. KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live from everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Verdict reached. I'm Heather Brooker, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We're following a developing story out of Westlake Village. Jurors in the murder trial of Rebecca Grossman have reached a verdict, and court is scheduled to reconvene right about now at 4 o'clock. Grossman is the co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation. She is charged with killing 2 young brothers in 2020 while speeding in Westlake Village. Her lawyers have argued hers wasn't the first car that hit the boys. The Hart School District in Santa Clarita is set to lay off about 80 teachers and staff members.
The district is facing a budget decline because of shortages in student enrollment. More than 50 teachers and counselors and about 30 other staff members should be getting notices in the mail next week. An independent review of the district's budget at the board meeting Wednesday showed the need to cut costs because of a decrease in state funding. The Pasadena School District also voted yesterday to eliminate roughly 200 positions also because of a budget shortfall from the lack of enrollment. For that, KFI News. A fake doctor in Brea has been arrested less than 2 weeks after being released. The OCDA's office says the man went after Spanish-speaking women to perform Botox injections and fillers without a medical license. He was serving time for illegally performing cosmetic procedures and lying about being a doctor. If convicted again, he faces 3 years in prison. Officials say despite the significant amount of rain that hit California in the past few weeks, the state's snowpack is still below average. Climatologist Dr. Michael Anderson says the rain from recent atmospheric river storms has brought the statewide precipitation to 102% of average to this date for the season. But Anderson says the snowpack is only 50% of its average end-of-season peak. He says anytime the snowpack is below average, there's a risk of dry conditions that could set it again. Pasadena is finding people whose dogs are off-leash at parks. The city health department's Manuel Carmona says Pasadena has tried an education approach for off-leash dogs in the past.
Unfortunately, our efforts to educate haven't been effective, and so we're turning to stricter enforcement to help protect the community.
Carmona says there have been 53 dog bites across the city since 2022. He says 25 of those were dogs without a leash. Dog owners could be fined up to $500 unless dogs are in designated off-leash areas. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says she's heartbroken to hear about the death of a non-binary student in Oklahoma. Pierre says it must feel very personal and deeply painful for the LGBTQ plus kids across the country.
There's always someone you can talk to if you're going through a hard time and need support.
Officials say next Benedict got into a physical fight with other students at school earlier this month. Benedict died the next day at a hospital. Police say the teen's death was not a result of the fight. Vice President Harris has told the country's governors gathered at the White House that the government needs to focus on maternal mortality rates
before, during, and after childbirth. American women die at a higher rate than in any other wealthy nation in the world.
Harris says millions of women in America, particularly in low-income communities, don't have access to adequate postpartum care. She says for years, federal public policy has not addressed these issues. The Ukrainian Cultural Center of LA is marking the second anniversary of Russia's invasion tomorrow.
Realizing the people that you love and people that you have connection with are going through this, are going through bombardment and going through annihilation in some parts of Ukraine. This shouldn't be happening in the 21st century.
Board member Leonid Sapp says it's been difficult for thousands of Ukrainians who call Southern California home as they think of loved ones in a war zone. The caravan will go from West LA to City Hall tomorrow morning, followed by a rally and prayer vigils. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid-upper 70s from the beaches to downtown LA. And it will be in the mid-70s in the San Fernando Valley, the low to mid-70s in the San Gabriel Valley, and in the mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 80 in Costa Mesa, 80 in Cerritos, 74 in Azusa, and 77 in Inglewood. Your KFI Money Report is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow closed up 62, NASDAQ closed down 45, and S&P closed up 2. Let's take a look at your drive this Friday afternoon. You got a stall on the 405 in Sherman Oaks.
This one's on the southbound side of Path Valley Vista. It's a truck and it's blocking the right lane. Delays are jamming up off of the 101. Some more slowing ahead in the Sepulveda Pass from Getty Center as you travel and stretches all the way to the 710, make up the 605 in Long Beach. East LA with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
If you're heading out of East LA on the 60 eastbound jammed up right at the 1060 splitters with the 10 in East LA interchange. First stretch, it's heavy over to the 605, and then again, rolling nice on and off to the verge with the 57 in Diamond Bar. You're heading south on the 5 southbound, generally slow, pretty much leaving Burbank for the 134. Stays tough most of the way through Downey down to the 605. Beyond that, not too bad, down towards Anaheim. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Hi, Brenda. Hi, Nancy. What's new? I've had enough of politicians trying to get away with whatever they want. What do you mean? I'm talking about that guy, Dave Min.
I can't believe he's still running for Congress after being arrested for drunk driving. And it wasn't some mistake he made as a kid. This was last May.
I heard about that. Min was driving a state-owned vehicle. He had his lights off and ran a red light. He could have killed someone.
And the police report said his alcohol level was almost twice the legal limit. Twice.
It gets worse. When Min was arrested, he asked the officers to try and cover it up. According to the report, he said, "There's no way to not release this."
That's disgusting. Just another politician trying to hide the truth. Unbelievable.
I'll never trust Dave Min.
Me either. I'll never trust Dave Min.
UDP is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by United Democracy Project.
Why choose the Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort to your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart, it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during the final days of our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus 10% off all days ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
I have been a BMW owner for over 25 years, but I just bought my newest BMW from Sterling BMW. Family owned for over 30 years, Sterling BMW, exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services, SterlingBMW.com. Most people don't think about a lawyer until the cups go on, but you're smart. Attorney Gary Cabanesi sound like 1-800-NO-CUPS. People in Southern Cal know to put 1-800-NO-CUPS on speed dial now, because no one looks good in handcuffs, so let's turn to that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUPS.
Radio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
It's the Conway Show. Yeah, it's Friday. And I think it's the first day, looking outside here in Burbank, the very first day we've gone over 70 degrees. And it's got to be, I don't know, a month or two, a month of Sundays or more. But man, it's beautiful outside. It's warm. People are getting into the spring spirit. And that means Alex Stone is with us. Alex, how you, bub? Live on the moon. How you doing? Hi. Hey, before we get into the moon stuff, I think this is a bigger story. Nobody's covering it, and I don't know why. But there's Wendy. I'm a big 90210 fan that people don't know about. And I'm a major Wendy Williams fan. And she was diagnosed with aphasia and dementia, and I don't think it's getting enough publicity. Was she on 90210? No, she was not. Oh, I'm just saying that I got into both of those around the same time in my life. Yeah. Ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na. Yeah, exactly. But I hope in maybe in the future you could look into that and come back with it. Yeah, and what is she has? Dementia and aphasia. It's horrible. She's young. Yeah, I think it's the early 50s, right? Yes, I think so. Yeah, nobody's talking. All right, so we went to the moon. Are the astronauts okay? Well, the unmanned, the aliens are looking at it right now. So about an hour ago, they finally held their briefing. Up until now, we haven't known, okay, did it land where they wanted it to land? Is it Odysseus, Odie, as they call it? Is it in good shape, which makes me think of Garfield, Odie the dog? It's at the South Pole, right? Yeah. Okay. So they wanted to go to an area that we have never sent a rover, and I mean, it's been the 1970s, 1972. Since the last time the U.S. sent anything up there, any kind of spacecraft fly.
Fortnite is fighting and Rabbi's
South
fucking
Pole is
sleeping.
not explored area.
He's fighting right now?
Issues. They announced, okay,
I'm here.
for probably a good 10 minutes describing it was a stop.
Well, it's going right now.
They went from 25,000 miles an hour down 2 miles an hour. That is the big moment.
Oh, right.
They swam over the boat and hit it. That it's communicating, that all of it looks good, saying this a few minutes ago, the vehicle is stable.
They're just like doing the pre-fight stuff. I don't think Ben and Thor fights for a few hours.
They don't fight for another. They don't fight for another 2 hours.
Yeah.
2.5 hours.
The lander is
I see some guy around the fight.
one minor issue, but they say other than that they got it there. This was really about getting it there.
What's coming out of this thing? Is there anything coming out of it?
I don't think they fight till like another 2.5, 3 hours.
I don't care.
Columbia, the
Yeah,
company
Everybody's so
makes
sleepy
jackets
here.
and
Where's
snow
the
gear.
other
You go to
Sam's
sporting
trick
goods.
him, bro.
They
2
have
hours?
this
We're gonna pregame for 2 hours?
because that the exterior of it, the blanket that goes around it,
I'll
is
try to get up here or
developed by
something. I'll take
Columbia
it.
that they call
Upstairs over here.
Omni heat to keep it cool in the sun, to keep it warm when it's in the freezing temperatures. So they're figuring that out. But the ultimate thing that they want to do here is create Chicago O'Hare on the moon to make it a base where within the decade they hope to get humans back onto the moon. But from there, they want to create where they think the South Pole would be a good place to do it because of the ice, water there. Wait, is it cold on the South Pole? It is very cold. They're on the dark side of the moon right now. Which is why they are having a rough time right now. They thought we were going to get photos yesterday. Then they thought we were going to get them this morning. Right. Because they got to use the deep space network to get data out of there. They can't get any photos right now.
Boy actually has a community still. That's crazy.
No.
I was just looking at the YouTube chat. There's like people that support him. I'm like,
back then we can't get photos out now.
Look, when we were on the when they said they were on the moon,
Decide
they had communication that only had a 3-second delay, and now we can't get a photo. And 70 years later,
They had some communication problems as it was going in as well. But they
I mean, I think he promoted a couple like scams that run people, but like which influencer has them.
The deep space network on
I think it's just the way he goes about everything. It's so easy to hate.
I would say that we did.
Okay. I judge friendships on based on
Bitcoin, he puts all his drama live for the world to see. I mean,
You think there's a soundstage in Burbank?
I don't know where it is, but I know it ain't on the moon.
Yeah.
We don't have the ability to go to the moon. We're going back.
easy character to hate on.
We're back. But not with human beings, though.
And his style is just
within the next couple of years, they say we will.
All right. What about Paul McCartney? Do you think that he died in a car crash and this is fake Paul McCartney?
What's the right answer? That's what I was supposed to say.
Yes. The right answer is
All right. When I was in the Super Bowl, that wasn't him.
And the Columbia Sporting Goods stuff. They're the ones that paid for all this, or the same company?
Yeah, same company. More than paying for it. This was about their insulation, the blanket that they developed. Yeah, for the future. But there were a lot of private payloads that were on this. In fact, one of them, the NASA payload, they essentially paid rent to be on it. They ended up having to use it. It was an experimental navigation system.
Right.
The navigation system, the main one went down.
Yeah. So that's 3 hours?
This was a no-go. When they got to the moon, they couldn't navigate it to
3
the
hours.
landing spot. They sent it on one more orbit of the moon. And during that time, they
That's okay. We're going to stream the earlier fights. We got 5,000 watching right now. I am pulling it up. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm sharing my video. Alright, let's get this bad boy going.
But Kicks was a great sporting store. So what's your favorite?
I'm going to go down to Chicks.
What's your favorite sporting goods store, though? Is your favorite? You can't do that. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, I've been asked not to. I forgot. I've been asked not to do that. Ask somebody what their favorite sporting goods store was.
Now I want to know.
I'll text you. Okay. But there's two of them, and there was Dick's Sporting Goods, and then there was Dick's Sporting Goods. So I put that together. All right. So where are we now? Now that it's laying on its side, is it over?
No, it's going to last, they think, 7 to 14 days, doing its thing. It's still able to get the solar rays are collecting energy, and then the batteries are full. And then it's going to be over. Then it's going to go into a lunar night. It's going to be so cold it will just freeze over and be done. And then there will be more of these in the future. But this was about getting it there to say, hey, we haven't done it's learning to do it all over again with modern technology. Then the next one and the next one begin to explore a little bit more, hopefully by 2030, getting humans back, then maybe setting up a base. By the way, the reason the water is so important, one, for drinking water, it's sending humans there for a long time, but two, to make rocket fuel, because they see this, because without an atmosphere like the Earth,
That it would be a lot easier to launch rockets off of the moon and create rocket fuel there. You know, fuel as a rocket, now and really make it like a Chicago O'Hare up on the moon. I was home last night. I was looking at the moon, and it's kind of cool that a company right here in our backyard in Florence, you know, the Southern California area, was able to put that together and put a module on the moon. I think that's a really big deal, and it should have gotten more attention. I don't know why it hasn't. Yeah, and they say this is a success. It may be on its time, but they feel like they did what they wanted to do. Yeah. Buddy, I really appreciate you coming on. Have a great weekend. And by the way, I know you got 2 young kids. Next weekend is the boat show in at the Fairplex in Pomona. Oh, that'd be great. I can hook you up. I can hook you up. You know, tickets for 4 if you want to bring your wife. Nice. Would you say no or nice? Nice. You're the best. All right, Alex Stone, everybody. Look at that guy. You know, Stephanie, I prefer you not interrupt. You know, just like during the commercial breaks, we can chat. Okay. But I think you did save me a phone call from you, so I will give you. I think so too. Yeah. Because you know, there's Chick Sporting Goods, and then you know, and
I'm Heather Brooker, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Jurors in the murder trial of Rebecca Grossman have reached a verdict, and court just reconvened. We'll tell you what they decide as soon as we find out. Rebecca Grossman, the co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation, who was charged in the 2020 crash in Westlake Village that left 2 young boys dead. The Hart School District in Santa Clarita is set to lay off about 80 teachers and staff members. A fake doctor in Brea has been arrested less than 2 weeks after being released. The OTDA's office says the man went after Spanish-speaking women to perform Botox injections and fillers without a medical license. We're going to check on the 91 when we come back. Oh, no, we're not going to come back. We're going to... I told you I was going to do that. All right, let's keep it going. All right, let's see. Let's talk about your weather. No, we're going to... I'll get it together, I promise. We have a catch on the 91. Take it away.
One is making your way along the eastbound side of the 91 in Anaheim Hills. Coming up on Weird Canyon, that's where the right fast path lane is out of commission as a result of this wreck. Pushing that drive back almost from the 57 freeway. We've got Mike O'Brien, Irvine, KFI in the sky.
Yes, bit of a tight squeeze here for the 5 Angels. 5 northbound here, boating up just off the 133 out of Irvine. That will be toughest up through about the Orange Crushing, right about Disney Way where it loosens up. Northbound 55, a tight squeeze there for the 405 up through the 5. Loosens up just a bit, and they'll be back on from Chapman Avenue up to the 91. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Fantasy.
Spring training action. The Dodgers took down the Padres today. They'll face the Angels tomorrow. The Rams are reportedly re-signing DeMarcus Robinson in a 1-year, $5 million deal. He scored 4 touchdowns in 16 games last season. NBA tonight, the Clippers are at the Grizzlies. The Lakers entertain the Spurs. Major League Soccer this weekend. LAFC hosts the Seattle Sounders tomorrow. The Galaxy entertain Inter Miami CF on Sunday. I'm Frank Aaron.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code SPORTS, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
This report is sponsored by Fantastic Sam. Unleash style in 2024 at FX Cut and Color. Get a fabulous cut and color deal from one of their expert stylists at unbeatable prices. Only at Fantastic Sam, where hair care meets affordability. Visit FantasticSams.com to find one of their 60 SoCal salons near you.
Restrictions require online consultation with a healthcare provider to determine appropriate restrictions. Apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper, and you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, the free shipping that's prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives.
What do you see rat ladies on
That's 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name.
You said you saw rat ladies on
95% off. It's
Yeah.
the same medication,
Yeah, check your
just
inventory.
prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero
You
copay,
should have on
no
the
expensive
appointments.
appointments, and no awkward
Oh, I
face-to-face
got you.
consultation. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO. Robert Half
Who's
research
that? The
indicates
mints.
9 out of 10 hiring managers have a
Oh,
difficult
good.
hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men will experience domestic
Let's
infection.
go.
But you can help raise
What?
awareness and funds to support
I
this
want
effort
this
in
new
30
coin.
days before
I
the
want
Sign up
80%.
today for the
And it's
annual
only 10
More Week
KFC.
5K. It's simple to do. Run, walk, bike, swim, take your dog
I
to
would
the
say
school,
that.
any step or movement
I'm really
counts.
gonna let the
Anytime
ball
you
roll
work,
in this
serve,
fucking
and
works out.
And no matter where you live, you'll be part of a global team, making a difference together. Go to nomore.org/5K now to sign up.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or faucet that just won't quit leaking? This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and I want you to know that it does make a difference which plumbing you call. At Service Champions, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested, and will quit you with the smell. They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so you won't have to order something and then come back later. They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will always be the same as what they originally quoted. No surprises. So if you need a plumber, remember, it does make a difference to your call. Call Service Champions. Our number is 833-777-7777, or find us online at servicechampions.com.
Radio app has over 100 commercial stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like the Beatles now and then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles now and then, and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good. Let's go to Denise.
I work with the Boys and Girls Club, and I've been out around 6:30 every night. It's so nice to have adult conversation after I leave that place. So, thank you.
Adult as in grown-ups or adult as in
Don't make me take a break because I will.
7 to 10 p.m. Monday at live. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI supported Conway. So 75 was the high in the San Fernando Valley today. 75 degrees. That is wild compared to the storms we had. We are standing by on Iowa, coming out of last night. We have the Rebecca Grossman verdict. She was the woman charged in the 2020 crash that killed Mark and Jacob. I think it's Iskander, is how you pronounce that name. Iskander. And so as soon as we have that verdict, we will have that for you live here on KFI. So the verdict's been reached in the trial. One is again charged in this horrible accident. And according to news reports here, it was given to the jury on Thursday, which was yesterday. And I'm reading here, and then it says here the verdict is expected to be read right after 4 p.m. So we're in that hour right now, right after 4 p.m. And you're going to hear it live here on KFI. It was the Superior Court Judge Joseph, I think his name is Brandolino, and he handed the jurors the case Thursday, and just over a day of closing arguments, including rebuttal arguments in which Deputy District Attorney Brian Jewell urged the 9-man and 3-women panel, 9 guys, 3 women, a total of 12 of them, to hold the defendants responsible for the deaths of 11-year-old Mark and 8-year-old Jacob Iskander, I believe is her last name. Rebecca Grossman is 16. She's charged with 2 counts of murder and vehicular manslaughter with gross negligence, 1 felony count of hit and run, driving roadkill resulting in a death, and it all happened in September of 2020. It's more than 3 years old. Man, that seems like that happened like 6 months ago, a year ago. That is wild how time flies. So the jurors have reached a verdict, and now we're going to find out what they decided. The jury only spent 4.5 hours in deliberation before going home for the day on Thursday. And then before leaving, they requested to hear a readback of testimony from several trial witnesses, including, if you're following this case fairly closely, the 2 eyewitnesses. And they wanted to hear from the eyewitnesses, people who actually saw the accident happen. And then in the meantime, the jury resumed deliberation at 9:15 this morning, and they came up with a decision already. So it can't be a hung jury. If it was a hung jury, they would have had at least over the weekend and probably most of this week to try to come up with some kind of verdict, some kind of solution to it. So it has to be locked off one way or the other. And these quick responses from the jury are usually not good for, in this case, Rebecca Gross. It's usually quick juries like this. They find, at least my experience in following a lot of these cases, when the jury comes back quickly, they have all decided guilty. So we'll find out. Or maybe it's not guilty. I don't know how that is possible that quickly. But maybe it is. You never know what the jury's thinking. There's 9 guys, 3 women, and you never know what they're thinking.
No, not for 3 hours. This is a live fight, though. Correct.
I think they thought they were going to have a girl, they were going to name it like one name, and then if it was a boy, it could be another name, and they combined the 2 names.
Man, they are dominating the chat. But I see Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu Tickers Bitcoin Baby being spammed like a motherfucker, too. It stinks because it's subscriber only view. If you look at the chat, I see that BitBoy has his people streaming, but I also see that we have people in there, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And I was just saying that it's unfortunate that it's subscriber chat only, or we'd all be in there spamming it. The channel of Karate Combat is subscriber only to be able to send a message.
And now you can open up and really enjoy the fresh air. So some of the reasons we live here in Southern California, maybe primarily, are otherwise, you put up with this too. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640. More now. Heather.
As Carly said, we are following the developing story out of Westlake Village, the jurors and the murder trial of Rebecca Grossman. They have reached the verdict. We're just waiting to find out what that is and bring it to you as soon as they have it.
I'm so excited for More Light to whoop ass.
Robot to remove rubbish. I think that 5 times from Huntington Harbor.
The city launched the Clean Earth rover as part of a $10,000 2-month pilot project.
It's a little side-by-side, pontoon ship, basically coastline, it touches to the water, and it has this net that it drags behind it.
Huntington Beach Environmental Services Manager Jim Murray says the autonomous rover can pick up 100 pounds of trash in shallow, hard-to-reach areas.
You look at plastic wrappers, even shoes.
He says sending out a 2-person crew in a boat to do the same work manually would cost much more. In Orange County, for Ben Carson, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by Service Champions. 2 more people have been charged in connection with the deadly shooting spree in southeast LA County. Investigators say a teen and 2 men fatally shot 4 people, including a 14-year-old boy, earlier this month. One of the men accused in those shootings and another guy have been charged with killing 2 other people on the same day in November. The shootings happened in Huntington Park, LA, Cudahy, and Bell. A Republican campaign committee in D.C. has warned candidates not to support the Alabama Supreme Court decision on IVF. ABC's Stephen Portnoy says the committee is urging Republicans to oppose restrictions on IVF.
A memo from the National Republican Senatorial Committee to GOP candidates nationwide says it's imperative that they align with the overwhelming support that surveys have shown for fertility treatments.
Former President Trump has even called on lawmakers in Alabama to protect IVF treatment, saying the Republican Party should always be on the side of the miracle of life. Vice President Harris says Trump is to blame for the ruling.
Donald Trump says that he wants to protect IVF. Don't get distracted from the fact he literally is in charge of this entire process. What happened in Alabama is a direct result of what happened in the United States Supreme Court.
Harris says Trump handpicked 3 members of the Supreme Court with the full intention for them to overturn Roe v. Wade in 2022. A lawsuit is brewing between 2 coffee shops on the East Coast over a name. Uncommon Ground has 4 locations and wants to open another in Massachusetts. Its suit says the Massachusetts Uncommon Ground is causing confusion and serious injury. That coffee shop says it trademarked the name in 2005, but the New York company claims that it's impossible because it's been around since 1992. Regulators have approved a new area code for LA. 738 is the city's self code and will overlay existing area codes 213 and 323. That service a range of areas like downtown, Alhambra, Bell, Beverly Hills, Glendale, Hawthorne, Inglewood, Pasadena, and West Hollywood. The change comes as 213 and 323 are projected to run out of 26s by June of next year. The new code is set to go into effect in November, but won't impact phone numbers already assigned to the previous code. I'm an 818 Shirley. I don't have to worry too much about getting any code. I'm excited about that. I work in the 101 when we come back.
Oh, some of Sweet James, we're always talking about Sweet James attorney for good reason. Get the story, the truth, that you should never face an insurance company alone if you're in an accident. So one of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident. Guess what? The insurance company offered him for his accident and his pain and his car all banged up. Zero. Nothing. They didn't want to give him a dime. What do you do? You're right. And not only did they come up with the medical care he needed, but they secured a whopping, now get this, it went from 0, and they secured, two things secured a judgment for $10 million. Huge! I mean, that is life-changing, right? So listen, the legal system is very tough to navigate. You have to have professionals sit next to you. Nobody better than Sweet James and his team. Call them up, 809 million, 809 million, 809-000000. You only can pay a dime until they win your case. Go to the website, sweetjames.com.
Let up and get 5 partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid-upper 70s from the beaches to downtown LA. Right now it's 78 in Mission Viejo and 75 in Sherman Oaks. Right now it is also a little bit slow on the 101 in Calabasas.
Looking at those southbound delays that are loading up away from Las Virgenes, taking you all the way into downtown LA. Not solid drives, but you are slowing stretches. And it's going to take you just under an hour and a half. We are with Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Any minor snag here on the 605. 605 southbound of Slauson, looks like you're down the lane down. Really adding to a normal tough drive. Leaving the 60 down through the 5. Northbound side of the fence, that north 605, jamming up from the 105. Much of the way through Whittier, up towards the 60 and the 10. And it looks like the southbound side of the 5 out of East LA. You should be 6 away there. That's now 5 jams up the East LA interchange, well through the 605 in town. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Let's take a peek at that Cajon Pass. This is the 15 northbound. Delays from just about Glen Helen Parkway to the 138. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Need help managing junk at your office? Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK to make it disappear. This is Jacob Enron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Sarah Breath is no fun. Let me introduce you to Gelman's Nation Mouth, the tiny little capsule you swallow. Mint on the outside, partially sweet oil on the inside.
and clinically tested against the couple suspended eating garlic and onion. And it's not just a myth. Hot to it when your mouth sucks the meat coating, and then you swallow the capsule for fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours, inviting you to the mouth. And it doesn't just cover up the breath. It cleans the breath away other than skin.
Wait, is this a karate match?
Really
Correct.
It's karate combat.
Vamp is right. You can use your hands.
It's a bit more like MMA with a bit more different rules, like a bit of mix-up.
Okay.
So, like, there's no ground.
More like Tyson, no grappling, but there's grappling with smart classes.
Exactly.
15% off the use the code KFI Selman, VELMINS.com.
Imagine the best place you've never been. No, never been. What would it take to make it really real? How much effort? How much persistence? How much resilience? Will it all be worth it? Every day, we're working to bring that place closer with customer service that puts people. That's how each day, well ahead. Blue Shield of California.
Get ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Award, presented by the Hartford, live at South by Southwest, celebrating the best of the best. Watch live Monday, March 11th on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and listen on iHeartRadio stations across America. Audible is a proud sponsor of the Social Impact Award. Discover the best selection of audiobooks anywhere, plus binge-worthy podcasts and exclusive Audible originals. There's more to imagine when you listen. Try Audible for free when you sign up at audible.com.
February 23rd.
Oh, hey, it is curling and cool day for these sports that's similar to bowling and ice. It's Banana Bread Day, Dog Biscuit Day, and Skip the Straw Day to cut down on plastic pollution. It's also Pinocchio Day. The Disney film premiered this day in 1940. Happy birthday to actresses Emily Blunt and Dakota Fanning. And from Parks and Rec, Aziz Ansari. That's the Daily Calendar. From KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640, it's kind of like we might have we will have the Rebecca Grossman verdict. As soon as it comes out, we will have it live. Absolutely live here on KFI.
All right, we do have that actually. We're just getting that into the newsroom right now. Our editors have been working hard to confirm. Rebecca Grossman, co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation, was convicted of second-degree murder today for running down two young boys in West Village.
Wow. All right, I'm surprised that they didn't have that live on any of the news stations.
I'm watching now. I don't see anybody breaking in.
I don't either. He broke it. Yeah, that's wild. All right, so Rebecca Grossman's guilty on all charges?
Dude, have you seen that guy like on the right side?
ABC says
on your face.
All count. Let's see if Alex Michelson. Alex, how are you, sir?
The Lakers, this guy?
What's wrong with you? Yeah, really, I mean, this is,
Classic camera,
it's odd timing. You know,
where's
we
the
do
dude?
something
He was standing right
but
with
this
the
verdict
kids, and he
has
was
just
just
I'm
like, oh fuck,
surprised
oh fuck, oh fuck.
that there was nothing there live. I actually can't find it
Oh,
outside of it. Hold on a sec. Let me put you on hold 1 sec. So let's go to Channel 5 here in KCLA
Brave sponsor,
and
that's
see
based.
what they have here when it comes to the
Anyone using Brave?
This is breaking news coming out of Van Nuys.
I use it.
Murder for Mark and Jacob F.
You do, Rabbi?
Yeah, not all the time, but a lot.
The boys' parents, Nancy and Green, and their priest, Rebecca Grossman. Rebecca, sorry, there's reaction coming out here. I know she's part of the with the Iskander group. The Grossman group. Rebecca is in there with her husband Peter and two teenage children. Now we are still waiting to hear. I'm waiting for Sandy to text me to see what's going on in there. We know that prosecutors, if Grossman was found guilty, that they were going to ask that she be taken into custody immediately. So once again, we are still waiting to find out if Grossman will be taken into custody immediately. Now that she has been found guilty of second-degree murder for the death of Mark and Jacob. All right, that's going to do it for us. We're going to continue to monitor the situation out here in front of the Van Nuys Courthouse.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, all right. Alex Michelson is with us. You know, it does make sense though. Whenever you're a student of news, been it for a long time. Whenever you hear a very quick decision from the jury, it's usually not good for the defendant.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated case, which shows something there. I mean, I think part of the reason that the news didn't break in on it is that they have not allowed cameras in the courtroom, so it makes it a lot more complicated to broadcast from there without those images. On a personal note, somebody I've known and one of my good friends since I was like 5 years old, named Brian Gould, who was the prosecutor in this case, who did a really good job and worked really hard on this case for years, and clearly the jury agreed with him.
You probably have a lot of connections. I mean, this is a very, this Grossman family is very well known. Her husband is one of the world's greatest surgeons when it comes to any kind of burns or any kind of suffering from around the world. They fly kids in and people in to be treated at the Grossman Burn Center.
Yeah, I mean, I don't live in Boston anymore. I grew up in the Grove Hills and know this particular intersection very well in Westlake Village where this happened and really rocked our community out there. I think that the Grossman Burn Center is building out. It's something, and he is someone that has been interviewed not only by the local media but by the national media for many years. We've all done profiles on the incredible work that's been done there by him and by for the center that she helped to co-found as well. But this is a really sort of stunning cross of grace from somebody who was so well respected in the community and so thought of in such a certain way to now become guilty of a murder charge. It's a really remarkable moment and a real sense of justice for those for the parents of these kids and just the heartbreak that they must have felt to have basically your kids laid down in a crosswalk right in front of you. And so you got to feel for everybody involved. It's a really, really horrible situation. But hopefully, that family feels a little bit of sense of justice, but nothing will ever bring their kids back.
Yeah, it is. And I can't believe when I read it was September of 2020, I can't believe that story, that accident is already over, almost 3.5 years old. That seems like something that happened 6-7 months ago. It's wild how time
I know. Especially that pandemic, I think, kind of like this weird culture society. I think that kind of
where is this intersection that happened? How do you describe it for people that are traveling on the 101? What exit and where is it? Is it south, north of the freeway?
It's a little inland from the freeway. I mean, Westlake Village is a suburban community.
Yeah.
It is a place where there isn't a crazy amount of traffic.
Right.
It's a place where people are used to being out and walking their dogs or having their kids being able to walk. It's a place where there isn't a lot of communities where big parking spots. It's a little newer, so the roads are nicer and wide. And it's a place where people are used to being outside with their families. And so to have something like this happen in a very quiet, very safe community that doesn't have a lot of instances like this was really shocking, and especially shocking it for it to be such a well-known family who is so well regarded in the community, and have her be responsible for this. For some people in the community, it felt like there was a real sense of entitlement from her, and sort of a lack of awareness of patriarchy or things, and maybe the jury felt that way again.
This Tuesday, you guys do story almost every week. It usually involves young kids who are going 70, 80, 90 miles an hour and 35 mile an hour zone. They hit somebody and they lose control of that car and somebody dies. It happened in Burbank last year. It happens all the time. It happens on 134. I see it daily. This speed is, they can't get a hold of it either. They can't stop this. I see it every time I'm on the freeway. Guy doing 100, 110 miles an hour. It's unbelievable.
And we see it, it seems like there's a pursuit every freaking day, too. That we see people that are doing 120, 130 miles an hour on the freeway.
the guy last night. Did you cover that one last night with the Corvette?
Yeah, well, my colleague Martha was, but yeah, I mean, it is, we view it all as entertainment, and people love watching pursuits, and the ratings go up, and it's the whole thing, but you forget that, real people, get killed by it, and then there are real consequences, and this family will never be able to bring their kids back, because of the actions of, what appears to be a wealthy socialite woman who was out drinking with her boyfriend, who used to be a major league pitcher, and maybe weren't really thinking very clearly about their impact on other people.
I know that we've this is breaking news, a very serious story, but we got about 30 seconds here. What's on the big show line with the issue?
Well, the issue is we talk about the crisis at California's border with Bill Maloof, who was reporting on there. We talked to Kate Porter about her Senate race. And we talked to Dean Phillips, who was the Democratic congressman who's running against Joe Biden for the Democratic nomination, saying he's too old and can't win, and somebody's got to do it, so he's the one who's doing it and making the case. And so it's really interesting with a lot of different perspectives tonight on the issue.
All right, buddy. I appreciate coming on. We'll talk to you next week. And thanks for calling in.
Of course. Have a great weekend.
Breaking news. Rebecca Grossman, woman charged in 2020 crash. They killed two young boys. Jacob and Mark Iskander has been found guilty on all charges. That is a huge story here in Southern California. We're live on KFI AM 240. More on that and more news with Heather Brooks.
As you just heard Conway and Ellie talking about, that jury has found Rebecca Grossman guilty of murder on all counts in that 2020 crash in Westlake Village that left two young brothers dead. Grossman is the co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation. Huntington Beach has released a Roomba-like robot to remove rubbish from Huntington Harbor. And Pasadena is finding people whose dogs are off-leash at parks. Dog owners could be fined up to $500 unless dogs are in designated off-leash areas. We are going to check on the 210 when we come back.
All right, 1 week from today. What do you think 1 week from today is? Well, if you guessed the boat show, you nailed it. It's the Fort Hall Boat Show. It starts at the Fairplex in Pomona next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. You're going to get the newest models out there, the latest marine gear, tech gadgets, accessories, and more. You know what? Best boat dealers out there, best boat factories, ones you all love, will be there in Pomona at the Fairplex. I'm excited about it. The boat show was a big deal when I was growing up. I'm there to take us out there, run around for 5 or 6 hours, and never came home with it. But we enjoyed it. The boat show is March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Take the kids out. If they're 15 and under, they get in free. It's an entire day out there with the family, and those kids remember it forever. Go to the website and get tickets. Call HALL shows.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy this afternoon. High will be in the mid to upper 70s at the beaches and downtown as well. This report is brought to you by Wendy's. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Right now it's slow on the 210 in Pasadena.
Other things down the lanes are jamming up to get away from Chicken Out Mountain. A race extend across to 210 all the way into San Bernardino. You're on the racing stretch to Highway 18. We've got Michael Ryan. He's taking a look at Santa Monica, KFI on the side.
There you go. Driving the west side here. Toward eastbound, jammed up. One of the things there, Santa Monica, it really would be a tough ride all the way to downtown Los Angeles. From there. Now, if you're heading south towards LAX, southbound 405, that moves up this Sunset Boulevard, coming out of the pass there. That'll be a real grind down to about this LAX area. Just loosen up a bit, and then you'll be back on the brakes up to 105, much of the way through Long Beach and Carson. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI on the side. What gets you there faster? I'm Angel Martinez. When you think Wendy's Big Dad, think
your go-to meal deal. Because of your choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich, plus 4-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink, Biggie hits every time. So go to Wendy's Biggie Bag today. This report is sponsored by Ebola and Termite Pest Control. It's cold season. Enjoy it. Termites and pests ruin your happiness. Call Termite and Pest Control for your free inspection. 1-800-332-BUTTER. 1-800-332-2047. Eco-friendly, color-friendly, and as simple as a butterfly. Serving Southern California residents.
Why do the Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people think the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your sleep number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so stunning. It can cool or warm up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during the final days of our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus 10% off all days and Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com. Toyota's President's Day deals are too good for just one day. So Toyota is celebrating President's Day all month long. Whatever you're looking for, your Toyota dealer's got it. Hurry in, save big on a stylish new Camry, powerful Tundra, or versatile RAV4. See all offers at Toyota.com. But don't wait. Get to Toyota's President's Day sales event today. We make it easy. Toyota. Let's go places.
It's easy to buy or lease any new Toyota, and easy for anyone. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care No Cost Leasing. You're covered for all normal parts and scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. Performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. Toyota, let's go places. Sick and tired of achy joints, dread the idea of surgery? You can call picoftheday.
Hey, Sherry and Shannon, listen, the thing about surgery is changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only option.
Regenerative medicine is picoftheday. It's transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results.
With knee pain, back pain, shoulders, maybe it's arthritis or injury, don't let this pain keep you from living your best life.
Picoftheday's advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue.
This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime.
Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk and run and play and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs.
Call PC Kinetics for a free consultation. Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, now also in Costa Rica.
213-997-PAIN, 213-997-PAIN, 213-997-PAIN.
Funded by USDA staff and equal opportunity provider and employer. We'll help you take
All you gotta do is play.
radio has over 100 commercial-free stations like the Diesel. Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free, it sounded so good.
Hi, this is Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. I've spent my career designing and building beautiful homes. I'm here on KFI to help you transform your house into a more beautiful home. And while we're at it, build yourself a more beautiful life. Oh, with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Tomorrow morning on KFI. It is the Calendar Show. Hey, don't forget, Monday, February 26th, the Dodgers and the Colorado Rockies. It's time for Dodgers Spring Training Baseball. The Dodgers take on the Colorado Rockies Monday. First pitch is at 12:10. Listen to the game on AM 570 LA Sports and in 8G on the free iHeartRadio app. The best casino in the Southland, of course, is Morongo. I think everybody knows that by now. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good time. All right, from some very serious news coming in out of Westlake with the Rebecca Grossman murder trial. The reason why there were no live reports coming from the courtroom, they did not allow audio or video inside the courtroom. But
Sid Garcia was out there, and we're just loading the audio right now, and we have live reaction of what happened. And of course, if you're just tuning in, Rebecca Grossman was found guilty on all charges. So we'll find out when the sentencing is and how long she's looking at a prison term here. But I can't imagine it's going to be less than 30 years, maybe 40 years. All right, this is Sid Garcia outside the courtroom. And talking about the reaction of the Rebecca Grossman trial, they found two young kids, Martin Jacobs, killed while walking with Tom in the Thousand Oaks website area. And it's a big story. It's been all of that absolute to witness two of your little babies killed in front of you, and then having to go for 3.5 years to try to get justice for those two kids. It is a big deal that very few families can handle. Very few families can handle. And, you know, they say the worst thing in the world is losing a child. How about losing two in front of you? You can't imagine the depression, the despair, the anger, the highest level of emotions that you go through on a day-to-day basis. I don't know how people get it together and keep it together. I really don't. I really don't. All right, here's the latest from Sid Garcia and the reaction from the Rebecca Grossman trial that just came out less than 15, 20 minutes ago.
Then she kissed her husband, Dr. Peter Grossman, then sat at the lawyer's table to wait for the verdict. As soon as the first one was read, guilty of second-degree murder involving one of the brothers, Mark and Jacob Iskander, you can hear the sniffling and the cries and the yells from both sides of the story. One, the second count, moving the second-degree guilty. Third count, vehicular manslaughter, gross vehicular manslaughter, guilty. Fourth count, gross vehicular manslaughter, found guilty, and hit and run causing death, guilty. It's been nearly 3.5 years since Mark and Jacob Iskander were in the Westwood Village crosswalk crossing the street when they were both killed. They recall this happened back in September of 2020, and he was accused of raping his friend, former Major League pitcher Scott Harrison, who, according to the defense report, who initially hit the two boys. The jury got the case yesterday morning. They had questions about some of the testimony that they wanted to back. After a break this afternoon from testimony, and then about 3 o'clock this afternoon, is when we got the word that the verdict was reached in this case. There was a delay in it because it had to wait for Rebecca Grossman's lead attorney, Tony Bussey, to show up, I should say. But in just a few minutes, Rebecca Grossman found guilty on all 5 counts. She faces a maximum sentence of 34 years to life. Okay, 34 years to life. And we're still waiting to see if she's going to be taken into custody following all of this today. I talked to the prosecutor before all this started. He said that's what they want. Again, Rebecca Grossman found guilty on all counts, including 2 counts of second-degree murder and the deaths of Mark and Jacob Iskander that happened back in 2020. We are waiting for the parents, Nancy and Kareem Iskander, to come out to this. If they would talk, we're waiting for the other parties as well. There's still a lot of stuff going on inside the courtroom. We'll have enough.
Magnus, could you send me your cell address? I'm about to airdrop you 400 swag, so you can mint for me.
Okay, we're gonna have more on this. Guilty on all charges.
I don't know if the mint is live, but I'm going to see, man. I don't want to miss it.
We're live on KFI AM report.
Swag? Beef element. Oh, beef. Emirates project, yeah.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Everywhere on the Iger video app.
Guilty on all counts. Another worker live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. As you've been hearing us recording for the hour, and more recently the past about 20 minutes, we brought it to you. The jury has found Rebecca Grossman guilty of second-degree murder for killing 2 children in a crosswalk in Westlake Village.
That verdict reached in less than 2 days of deliberation. Prosecutors convinced jurors that Grossman had been drinking in 2020 when she poured the gas to 81 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone. flew into a crosswalk and slammed into 8 and 11-year-old Jacob and Mark Iskander with the force of an SUV dropped from a 12-story building. The 11-year-old was thrown 264 feet and had the grill of Grossman's SUV imprinted on his broken and mangled body. Grossman faces 34 years in prison. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
News is brought to you by Semper Solaire. The family of a man who was shot and killed by LAPD officers over a plastic fork has filed a multi-million-dollar claim against the city.
The man was killed during a confrontation with Central Division officers in downtown LA after someone called 911 and allegedly misrepresented what type of weapon the man was holding. The man told the brother Michael McConney says his brother Jason may have been bipolar and may have been on medication.
Maybe what's on and off of them. I know people talk about sometimes that, they just made him numb.
Chief Michael Moore says he's concerned about the use of force involving 7 officers after reviewing body cam footage of the shooting on February 3rd. Attorneys for the man's family say the claim for damages is over $20 million. Chris Adler, KFI News.
The man accused of killing his roommate and a woman at the University of Colorado Springs, has appeared in court. Alex Stone says Nicholas Jordan allegedly had 2 guns in the car with him when he was arrested Monday.
A handgun and what prosecutors described as an AK-47 type rifle. The murders happened in his dorm.
Jordan is facing first-degree murder charges for the killing. Stone says motive is unclear. 2 more murderers have been tied to a deadly shooting spree across LA County.
Investigators say 6 people were killed between the shootings. 4 people, including a teenager, have now been charged in connection with the killings. The teenager and 2 guys are accused of killing 4 people over several hours earlier this month, including a 14-year-old boy in Cudahy. One of the alleged shooters from those killings and another guy have been charged with fatally shooting 2 people on the same day in November. Investigators say the 2 killed a guy in Cudahy and a guy in L.A. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
President Biden has started off his speech to the nation's governors gathered at the White House by reminding them about Russia's invasion of Ukraine 2 years ago tomorrow. Biden says he's announcing 500 new sanctions in response to Russia's President Putin's brutal war of conflict.
The EU is taking action to ensure that Putin pays the price for aggression abroad and repression at home.
Biden says the sanctions are also a response to Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny's death at an Arctic prison last week. He says Putin is responsible. Tomorrow is the 2nd anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
To mark the occasion, the Ukrainian Cultural Center of Los Angeles will lead a caravan of cars from West LA to downtown LA for a rally. Organizers like Lynn and staff say they hope to remind the public of the conflict.
To show that we stand strong, we still believe that our help there can actually make a huge difference in not only ending the war, but winning the war.
The caravan starts at 11, followed by the demonstration at 1 and a prayer vigil at Grand Park at 3. In downtown LA, Michael Bunch, KFI News.
Private spacecraft from the U.S. that landed on the moon has ended up on its side. The Odysseus lander was communicating with ground controllers and was sending data back after landing yesterday. Intuitive Machines initially said it was upright, but later confirmed the lander still got caught and tipped over on its side. It was the first U.S. moon landing in more than 50 years. It also marks the first private business to take a moon. Book clubs are making a comeback in the U.S. Eventbrite says it saw a 24% increase in book events, while Meetup saw a 10% increase in book club listings. Hashtag Book Talk was TikTok's most popular community in 2023, and Once Upon a Book Club says the book gatherings allow people to connect over a new book while trying new restaurants and places in the city. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid to upper 70s from the beaches to downtown LA, the mid 70s in San Fernando Valley, and around 70 in the Santa Clarita Valley, the mid 50s to lower 60s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 64 in Dana Point, 65 in Anaheim, 63 in Diamond Bar, and 69 in Pasadena. Your KFI Money Report is sponsored by Rabbi Real Estate. The Dow closed up 62. The NASDAQ closed down 45, and S&P closed up 2. Let's take a look at your afternoon drive as we head into the weekend. It's slow on the 91 in Carson.
And this is a brutal drive on that eastbound side with delays loading up at Main Street. And all the braking stretches all the way to Green River in Corona. Now, beyond, you have a slight opening. You kind of make your way to Lincoln in Corona, and then you're on the brakes all the way to Adams in Riverside. Universal City with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
And problems here for the 101 Angels. 101 northbound, right through the middle of the pass there. That's a stuck track in the right lane. Oh, driver, we're here way back to Vermont. Now, up ahead, you got more going from North Hollywood, Baltimore, off out to Encino there to about Reseda Boulevard. The South 101, nice stretch down for the 405, open to the 134, 170 split. And then back on the brakes, it looks like out Hollywood there, Hollywood Boulevard, into downtown Los Angeles. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Let's be there faster. I'm going to let you know.
Sponsored by the Academy Award-nominated documentary film Bobby Wan, the People's President. Tim Connell, Carlos Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. Get 2.9% APR long-term financing on over 100 23 and 24 Silverado 1500 pickups during our President's Day sale at CarlosChevrolet.com. Together, let's try the Carlos Chevrolet New York County Original since 1964.
Don't miss the legendary Glenn Miller Orchestra, the most popular big band orchestra in the world today, playing favorites like In the Mood and Moonlight Serenade, Sunday afternoon, March 3rd. Tickets at LaMaradaTheater.com.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. AM 640.
KFI AM 640. It is the Conway Show. Very somber day here in Los Angeles. We've heard it to the Rebecca Grossman case has been read guilty on all charges of killing these two young boys, Mark and Jacob Iskander. And Corbin Carson is with us. He's been on this case the entire time. Corbin, I know there's obviously no winners in this case. Everybody has lost. I didn't hear the reaction. There was no video, no audio in the courtroom, and they limited how many people could be there. But you've been outside. Tell us what the feel is there and what you've seen.
Man, this has been an incredibly emotional trial. It's had it all. It's been weeks of testimony. You got a wealthy married woman, well respected in the community through the work with the Grossman Burn Foundation. But in 2020, prosecutors proved that she was out drinking with another man. Ex-Dodger baseball player Scott Harrison served her both two within safely racing in a residential neighborhood when Grossman floored the gas to 81 miles per hour in a 45 miles per hour zone. Sped through a crosswalk, slammed into the 8 and 11-year-old Mark and Jacob Iskander brothers. The thing that was really hanging in the balance was whether or not the jury was going to find true second-degree murder. That's the biggest conviction or the charge of that. That's the 34 years of life. It's depending on what the sentencing ends up being. And that all came down to malice aforethought, in this case, implied malice. The other side is express malice if you like a person shooting or stabbing another person intending to kill them. But implied malice doesn't mean that Rebecca Grossman meant to kill those children, but it does mean that a reasonable person would know that speeding the alleged 81 miles per hour could kill. Otherwise, they would have had to another charge of manslaughter or some of the other charges. The linchpin in the testimony was when an officer testified Grossman was told she can kill during a 2013 traffic stop for a speeding ticket where she was going 93 miles per hour on the freeway. That leads to the malice aforethought necessary for the implied malice for the murder conviction. The officer, this is an aside on here, also testified that Grossman, at the time, told him he hoped he never needs the services of the Grossman Burn Center, and that doesn't really help her case at that point. Just a mountain of evidence was presented against her. The black box data in her Mercedes SUV shows the gas pedal had been floored 98% seconds leading up to the crash. She hit the children at about 73 miles per hour. So much evidence here against her. The defense tried to say that maybe Scott Harrison's car hit her first, but juries didn't believe that.
Now, Corbin, you said that the speeding ticket, was that before the accident and after the accident?
Vamp, are you excited?
Yeah, I'm watching it live.
There you go.
Unbelievable that somebody's going 84 miles
an hour, 81 miles an hour, whatever they clocked at. But here's the really disturbing part, and I know that you've reported this, and I've heard it from some other outlets as well. That one of those kids, I believe it was Jacob, it could have been Mark, was thrown 254 feet. To give you an example of how far that is, that's almost 85 yards. That is almost an entire football field for this kid to be thrown. There's no way that he survived that. He could have survived any of that. And the only saving grace for the parents is he probably didn't suffer and probably was killed instantly.
It was instant. And listen, the investigator, when he was testifying to that, said this was a decorated investigator who had been doing crash investigations for forever, and he said this was the furthest he had ever seen someone thrown in an accident. That the force she hit the boys with was like taking a crane, hooking it to the back of her vehicle, raising it to a 12-story building, and dropping it. That's the 11-year-old's body, which crushed Grossman's SUV back, the grill back 5 inches. That only pieces of the evidence showed that only pieces of Grossman's SUV were found at the scene. Tim, I got to tell you what was also terrible during this trial was that they had to take pictures of the boy's mangled body, and then the mother crying and anguish and running. It was just a horrible.
That's it about his,
at some point during the trial that the mother was really conflicted, and there was a psychologist that came on that said they're not sure that that the mother knowing that their kids were murdered is going to help her recover any sickness. It was sort of an odd take that I never even thought about.
Well, that part I'm not getting. What was that?
Well, I mean, when your kids are killed in an accident, and you can write it off as an accident, it's a different mindset than if your kids are murdered. And because these kids are now, it'll be defined as murder. I think that I don't know. I think it makes it more difficult for the parents to absorb that. I think I don't know. Right? It's complicated.
Keep in mind, she's standing on the side of this crosswalk. She's got another child that's about to enter the crosswalk that she pulled out of the way. She can't get to the other 2 boys. So she has to see this happen. And listen, there were 8 witnesses that testified to the speed that these guys were racing back and forth. Some people were talking about the impacts that these cars sounded like a train was coming down on them. And then you had so much analysis, so much math was used to show the jurors that if she had been going the speed limit, the boys, the entire family would have made it safely across that crosswalk. And so, man, this is just, it's the end of kind of a long, arduous process for the family. I mean, it's the end of one portion of it. Still, there will be sentencing soon. But this has got to be some sort of relief just to have at least the heaviest punishment attached to the person that now prosecutions have proved Rebecca Grossman murdered those boys.
And also, again, Corbin Carson's with us. The result of the Rebecca Grossman trial is in if she's been found guilty on all charges. But when you think about it, the defense attorney threw so much stuff up on the wall that it was Eric's in, that it was his car that it happened to, and none of that stuck with the jury. They came back very quickly and said, no. He did it. 9 men, 3 women said, this is locked off. He did that to those kids.
I actually thought it was going to take so much longer because there was so many things to go through. I mean, the defense literally threw up so much confusion. They said there were 2 lanes, there were 2 impacts, there were 2 different cars, that there were actually 7 cars that went through the intersection. I can only look at 1, that there was missing evidence, that the testimony of the coroner who said that he couldn't rule out that the boys had been hit by 2 cars. They were making claims like the history of speeding. She doesn't have a history of speeding. She has the 1 ticket 7 years ago. And they're saying this is what we're up against. That the black box data was flawed, showing that she had traveled 500 miles per hour over the life of the car, trying to refute the data that came from the car. There was just so much for this jury to
to see through it. Apparently, in less than 2 days, they were like, nope, guilty. That is wild. Okay, and so is she going to be taken into custody? I can't imagine why she wouldn't be. I mean, the murder charge, I mean, the jury's or the judge's going to have to make a decision on that. And once you're guilty, in my history, as far as I've ever seen, that's when the cuffs come on and freedom is over. We're expecting the family to speak, at least give some kind of reaction to this at some point. And that would be interesting to see their reaction to this. So yeah, I would imagine Grossman's going away. Is there a set date or a time for the sentencing? I don't have that yet either. We'll have to, I would imagine it could be in the next month or two. It could be pushed out a while because the defense is still going to try to now switch everything over and make her look like, this great person. Not saying that she wasn't. She did a lot of great work in the community and stuff like that. So those things are going to be the mitigating factors to try to get that down from the 34 years to life in prison. But this is a horrible case with children involved, so it's hard. I mean, before we were talking about the legalities of what's going on here, the emotion needed to be taken away out of the case because it was about the law. But now the emotion comes back in when you're talking about aggravating and mitigating circumstances. Aggravating meaning he's doing 81 of the 45, and you have an 11 and 8-year-old kid, the crushing, the way he talked about and all the horribleness. Mitigating meaning he's done work in the community, he didn't mean to do this, blah, blah, blah. I know the one case from the guest, but I really appreciate all the hard work and all the long hours out there bringing us all the information. And we'll speak to you. We'll have this meeting. We'll talk to you soon next week. Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Courtney Carson on this case from the get-go. And getting all the information out there, all the necessary information out there. And a really bad day for a lot of people. Even though it was a guilty verdict on all charges, the mom and dad don't drive home feeling any better about witnessing their 2 young boys killed in front of them. Just a horrible, horrible day here in Los Angeles for a lot of people. We are live. We'll come back with more reaction to this. If you're just tuning in, Rebecca Grossman was found guilty on all charges in the 2020 crash that killed these 2 young boys, Mark and Jacob Issinger, and we will have more information and more reaction when we come back. Tom Richover live on KFI AM 640. More now with Heather Brooks.
As you heard us reporting, a jury has found Rebecca Grossman guilty of murder on all counts in 2020. In the 2020 crash in Westlake Village that left 2 brothers dead. Grossman is the co-founder of the Grossman Foundation. The Hart School District in Santa Clarita is set to lay off about 80 teachers and staff members. And a fake doctor in Brea has been arrested less than 2 weeks after being released. The OCDA's office says the man went after Spanish-speaking women to perform Botox injections and fillers without a medical license. Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid to upper 70s from the beaches to downtown LA. From the Southern California Toyota Traffic Center, Coastal places. It is slow right now on the 57 in Orange.
Northbound delays are loading up regions of 5, taking you ahead to the 91. You've got a little opening through Placentia, but then more slowing in Brea from Imperial Highway all the way to the 60 in Diamond Bar. Boyle Heights with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
There you go. So what? Go here on the 710. 710 southbound, it jams up a little before the 60 interchange. The worst of it now down through Florence, and then it really moves up really nicely down towards Long Beach. Now, if you are traveling on the 91 out of Carson, 91 eastbound, all the brakes there for the beginning of the freeway, out through Bellflower Boulevard or so before you get some kind of loosening there. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Inka Martinez.
Sick and tired of achy joints, dread the idea of surgery? You can call QC Kinetics today.
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only option.
Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results.
Back pain, shoulders, maybe it's arthritis or injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life.
QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue.
This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime.
Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk and run and play and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs.
Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, now also in Costa Mesa.
213-997-PAIN, 213-997-PAIN, that's 213-997-PAIN.
Toyota's President's Day deals are too good for just one day. So Toyota is celebrating President's Day all month long. Whatever you're looking for, your Toyota dealer's got it. Hurry in, save big on stylish new Camry, powerful Tundra, or versatile RAV4. See all offers at Toyota.com. But don't wait. Get to Toyota's President's Day sales event today. We make it easy. Toyota. Let's go.
It's easy to buy or lease any new Toyota, and easy to own one. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care no-cost maintenance. You're covered for all normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles. Service comes first, performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in continental US.
Old man with coin in the hizzy. Word, not his. We found you, dude.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals.
Old man with coin is famous.
We reach more
He's all over Twitter.
than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social.
Well, T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes.
Reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COPS. Because no one looks good hands up. We're doing that sort of thing.
I like to watch the other lights though.
I have a BMW owner for over 25 years, and I just bought my newest BMW from Sterling BMW. Family owned for over 30 years, Sterling BMW, exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services, SterlingBMW.com.
My wife and I needed a mildly sick for a few months, and this injection was probably the worst part. I left post-nasal drip, just people suggested all the time, we were taking everything possible for that, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free injection relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
So previously Navage was done, cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first week I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage will clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. History is beautiful, real, and also ridiculous. Jordan, Tenfold, and Miss Mover, as we dive into strange stories across the planet human civilization in ridiculous history. Whether we're exploring the accidental invention of old music or how people used to run at pineapples, join us to hear the many ways history can be oh so ridiculous. Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
Now, the FCC said it is immediately outlawing scam robocalls featuring fake artificial intelligence, created voices, so-called deep fake technology.
But here's the problem. That's just robocalls. It doesn't stop social media.
Well, Kelly, I don't know if the federal government will ever be
Old man,
live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart.
Old man with coin, you're being beckoned.
Wait, I'm riding with him.
AM 640, Conway Show. We're going to have more reactions to the big story here in Los Angeles.
Hey-o.
It is the Rebecca Grossman case, where she's been found guilty
Why didn't it work?
charges. We have plenty of audio here
Did you listen?
for reaction on both sides. She's been found guilty of killing these two kids, Mark and Jacob Ishmael, out in Westlake. There are a lot of things that stick with a lot of people and irritate and sadden a lot of people. I think the one thing that will stick with me for a long time is the number 254, 254 feet. That's how far one of these kids was thrown from the intersection and landed 254 feet away, 85 yards, nearly a football. And the lead investigator on this case said he'd never seen that before. Never seen anybody thrown that distance from impact to where they eventually ended up. Never seen it before. So we played Sid Garcia. Let's replay that again, and then we'll also into the second thing and the reaction from the Islanders. And I think Nancy is the mom's name, and her reaction as well. But first, let's give you a little bit of background here. If you perhaps may not have been following this case, maybe a little loosely you're following it. And I do understand that because it's really depressing. Imagine what those parents went through and what they continue to go through. It's unimaginable on a 24-hour a day basis. It never goes away. It never gets any better. Here's Sid Garcia.
Then she kissed her husband, Dr. Peter Grossman, and sat at the lawyer's table to wait for the verdict. As soon as the first one was read, guilty of second-degree murder involving one of the brothers, Mark and Jacob Iskander, you can hear the suffering and the cries and the yells from both sides of this story. One, the second count, murder in the second degree, guilty. Third count, vehicular manslaughter, gross vehicular manslaughter, guilty. Fourth count, gross vehicular manslaughter, found guilty, and hit and run causing death, guilty. It's been nearly 3.5 years since Mark and Jacob Iskander were in the crossing the street when they were both hit. You may recall this happened back in September of 2020, and she was accused of racing her friend.
Old man, you've been asked a question.
Jesus Christ, Pete, what you doing, man? Why are you jerking?
No combing. We must retain.
Yeah, it's just ending. He knows.
All right.
Rebecca Grossman's lead
He looks so foolish with his mask, man.
In just a few minutes, Rebecca
Guys
Grossman
fighting
found
now.
guilty on all 5 counts. She faces a maximum sentence of 34 years to life. Okay, 34 years to life. And we're still waiting to see if she's going to be taken into custody following all of this today. I talked to the prosecutor before all this started because that's what they want. Again, Rebecca Grossman found guilty on all counts, including 2 counts of second-degree murder and the deaths of Mark and Jacob Iskander that happened back in 2020. We are waiting for the parents, Nancy and Kareem Iskander, to come out for the Jeffreywood talk. We're waiting for the other parties as well. There's still a lot of stuff going on inside the courtroom. We'll have an update for you coming up at the top of the hour. For now, reporting live from the Van Nuys Courthouse, I'm Sid Garcia. ABC 7, I'm with Nikki Ayers.
Sid, I don't want to put you on the spot because I know you have to leave the courtroom early, but do you know anything about the sentencing? Will there be a hearing for that, special testimony, or maybe perhaps on a separate date?
Great question. There was some talk today. This is going to probably be appealed without a doubt. But with the parameters that we were given, 34 years to life, there's a lot that can happen between now and sentencing day. I had to leave early, so I don't know when that is going to happen. But you asked a great question. What's going to happen next? The prosecution wants you to be taken into custody now. She's been out on bail during the entire legal process. Remember, this has been a process from the time the crash happened to today, just over 3 years. So again, there's still a lot going on upstairs. We're waiting to hear more from the prosecution as well as the defense team on what's next.
We could be the reaction from the Grossman. I think it's April 10th. If I'm not mistaken, April 10th will be sentencing, and also the Iskanders reaction to this. We'll come back, we'll have a lot more audio. We're live on KFIN for Judiciary and Rebecca Grossman, who is woman charged in the 2020 crash and killed the two young boys. Marcus Jacob Iskander has been found guilty on all charges. And we'll come back, we'll have more information on when the sentencing is and reaction from the boys' mom and dad. We're live on KFIN supported Conway Show. More news now with Heather Brooks.
Rebecca Grossman, as you just heard, co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation, has been convicted of second-degree murder for the fatal crime of two boys in Westlake Village. Jurors got the case yesterday and before leaving requested to hear a readback of testimony from several witnesses. Grossman was charged with killing the brothers while speeding through an intersection in 2020. Her lawyers argued her car wasn't the first car that hit the boys. The news is brought to you by Seeking Accident Attorney. A man has been arrested for allegedly attempting to kidnap a 12-year-old boy in Anaheim.
Investigators say Vermont Rance Ramos was driving a tan SUV when he approached the boy. The lure him into his vehicle by asking the victim if he needed a ride. The suspect was posting a bundle of money. Anaheim Police Sergeant Don McClintock says the boy smartly ran off last week and called 911. He also believes he has contacted other juvenile victims. The guy drives a 2002 tan Dodge Durango and allegedly targets kids walking from school. McClintock says he reminded his daughters and sons of all ages about stranger danger. In Anaheim, 4 big cars in KFI News.
8 men have been killed in a crash near a farm outside of Fresno. PhD says 7 of those killed were farm workers traveling the van. The other person killed was in a pickup truck.
What up, baby? How you living? We're excited to have you here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with us, and we appreciate that.
2 men were seen arguing on the bus.
When something like this happens on a train or a bus, it's magic. Because the people who are witness to it don't get to walk away.
Deputy Chief John Graham says despite the attack, it's still safe to ride the metro. He says
We got chode adoration in this. Biatch. Of anybody who I'm glad is here, it's chode adoration, in addition to everyone else. But of course, chode adoration. Love the name.
Mississippi National Guard said the 20864 attack was on a routine training flight when it was reported down on 2 o'clock. Mississippi Governor Kate Reed said the state is grateful for their service. A private spacecraft from the U.S. that landed on the moon has ended up on its side. CEO of Intuitive Machines, Stephen Altemus, says even though Odysseus is no longer upright, it looks to be functioning well.
The vehicle is stable near or at our intended landing site. We do have communication with the lander.
Altemus says the lander's foot got caught and sits on its side after the initial landing yesterday. He says they're hoping to get some surface photos back here. It's the first U.S. moon landing in more than 50 years. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid-to-upper 70s from the beaches to downtown LA. Right now it's 71 in Santa Monica, 74 in Corona. We're going to take a look at your drive this evening. It's slow on the 118 in Puerto Rico.
Eastbound delays, and that traffic is pretty slow moving right now away from Puerto Ranch Drive. The drive opens up once you make your way past Christina Boulevard. We've got some more delays ahead on the approach to the 405. We're taking you ahead to the 5 freeway. Now we've got Mike O'Brien. He's looking at Costa Mesa, KFI in the sky.
Here's the 55 northbound. Well, you're loading up here right at the 405. From the 405, it's going to be a mess most of the way to the 91. There's a good little pocket around the 22, but not much. Now, northbound side of the 5, you're loading up out of Irvine there, just about Culver. From Culver, it's on and off the brakes up to Anaheim and Disney Way. Now, if you're heading through Santa Ana Canyon, that's a real challenge. That's going to be bumper to bumper pretty much from Anaheim Hills all the way into Corona. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Pacific Palisades, northbound lane, Park Pacific Coast Highway, flowing down from Temescal Canyon Road to Topanga Canyon Road, and making that Topanga Canyon connection northbound. You're on the brakes ahead all the way to Old Topanga Canyon Road. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma.
I'm at risk too. If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infection from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients.
Why are they putting the fucking ads in between the pod? Like,
Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Vamp, is this the most excited for a fight you've ever been in your entire life?
No.
What is a bigger fight for which you were excited?
My own?
Oh, you fought before?
Not different, but I wasn't sports, so...
No, I mean just for a fight though, not sports.
Oh, I watched fights before.
Okay. But isn't this one special because it's associated with someone with whom you have connection?
Right, of course it is. I think, but I'm actually kind of more happy just for more light. Just imagine we're gonna see more light stepping, maybe even on I think on its own logos. You know, it's Proto Sports. It's just amazing.
Right. It's very exciting. I know I'm excited. Like I met him 9 months ago. I always thought he was a really nice person. Thought he was very smart. Thought he was extremely charismatic. And there wasn't a lot about him that I didn't like. I didn't really know who he was though, in connection to the coin. And because like whenever he would post anything in the chat, it doesn't say more light. It's just the coin's Telegram account. And so I didn't really always know who was running that. But then, I don't know, over the course of 9 months or so, obviously, I've been able to connect with him more. And now I know him, and it's really exciting because I've only seen BitBoy. But BitBoy to me is pretty famous because I've never communicated with him, but yet he's all over crypto Twitter. So for our guy to be fighting that guy is very exciting.
And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com.
It's great. Either way, who wins, to be honest.
Does anyone know what happened to Ben.eth?
Oh, he's in corners around.
He's in corners around?
Yeah, I know where he's kind of traveling.
I mean, he really cooled off. He used to have spaces every day, and he had an account with like 107,000 followers.
Yeah, now he's surfing in Telegram.
Oh, really? Do you have connection with him?
Yeah.
Tell him to come in this Telegram. I know him.
Not like, I don't have any contact with you. Like, I'm just in the Telegram, so sometimes in the DC, so he's in there too. It's funny to listen.
Oh, I know. He's wild. What VC is he in?
It's actually more wild because he has no power in those VCs because it's not his Telegram, you know?
Oh, hilarious. What ones are these?
He has still this fuck you attitude, but it's still different.
What Telegrams is he in usually?
I don't know if it's so lyric, but he was around with Jack Newman.
Especially the family of Mark and Jacob Iskander. They have been fighting for 3.5 years to get justice.
Now, if you want to know, I'm not a fan of Ben.eth and some of his actions. However, I think that he is an interesting individual, and I'm always curious what interesting individuals are doing.
That case went to the jury yesterday, and they deliberated yesterday. The morning came up with the verdict, and it was read about an hour ago
Do you think this is the biggest event in the history of Harry Potter of homicide, Danilo?
I think so. It's bigger when it's hitting 10, like $10.
Oh, of course. But I mean, as the coin's been around now for like 10 months, pretty close to that. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back in a few minutes.
Sure.
All right.
Ironically, this courthouse sits on Van Nuys Boulevard, right down the street from the Grossman Burn Center that has been there on Van Nuys Boulevard in Sherman Oaks for quite some time. We are still as
okay. Here's the reaction from the mother and the father, Kareem and Nancy Iskander, over three and a half years of having to relive this accident over and over. And now they said it's time to start the healing process.
Evil, defense attorneys, but they've done their job, and we are now ready to start our hearing process, and we.
I'm gonna just start yelling at people in here. Bitcoin Kyle Chandler, how you doing, baby? Any face painting plan for your Friday night to cheer on more light? If yes, press 1. If no, press 2. Hey, Bitcoin Kyle Chandler, if you're talking, I can't hear you. Like it's like I can almost hear you.
Nothing to bring those two kids back, and to see those, the two.
Maybe you weren't even talking.
Two young children killed right in front of you. I don't know. I don't know how you get over that. You have to be a very strong person. Maybe your faith helps
Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. He shares his last name with the first name of a character from Friends.
And I don't know where you go from there. I don't know if you can, still live in the same neighborhood and still pass that street and pass that intersection that it happened on. I imagine if that is on their way from school or home from school or to where they work or their employers, I imagine they avoid that area, like everybody in the world would. I also imagine that a lot of people have pulled up stakes and want a fresh start in some other state, some other city, in some other place, where they don't have to be reminded that every day. So it's a really horrible incident. Really, just it's the worst thing you could have ever imagined happening to your kids right in front of you. And without sounding preachy, because we talked about this before, you've got to slow down. You've got to slow down. If you end up driving like that and hitting some kid or somebody, an adult, a grandmother, grandfather, whoever it is, even if you're trying to get far, whatever, and it's going to turn your life upside down immediately. It's in their life upside down. So it really is a promotion run by. I see it every single day.
What's holy shit?
Yeah, my perfect bag. Holy motherfucker.
It was in downtown Los Angeles doing 120, 130 miles an hour. And it doesn't take much. It takes
dude, he smashed him.
To hit another person going in there, especially if you've been drinking. And two families have been destroyed. Excuse me. But those kids are not coming back, and it is going to be a long, long time for those parents to get over it. And I don't imagine they ever will completely get over it. As much as I'm sure they won't. So please slow down. I know a lot of people listen to the station. You're driving right now. Slow down. All right, we are live on KFI AM 640. Mornings now with Heather Brooks.
As we've been reporting this last hour and a half or so here, a jury has found Rebecca Grossman guilty of second-degree murder in the 2020 crash in Westlake Village. It left 2 young brothers dead. Grossman is the co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation. And Huntington Beach has released a Roomba-like robot that will remove rubbish from Huntington Harbor. And Major League Baseball players are being transparent in their review of the
I think that guy likes
uniforms.
Mexico
The MLB's Bruce Myers said some players are concerned about the new
a
pants
lot.
because they're somewhat secret. We're going to check 60 when we come back.
Let's talk about the Barnhole Boat Show. It's going to be not this weekend, but next weekend. March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It's a great time to get out
Yeah,
there. See the news models,
yes, brother.
latest tech gear, marine gear, tech gadgets, accessories, and more. You got to get out there to the Barnhole Boat Show at the Fairport Pomona. Not this weekend, but a week from today. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of next week.
Dude, he's a photo chat. I thought when the wave was yesterday.
And enjoy it. Now to get tickets,
For some flavor.
you go to Hall, H-A-L-L, shows.com. Hallshows.com. Get your tickets for the boat show next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Fun for the whole family.
You know, I really think Morelight has a hidden advantage. I'm not exactly sure where he lives, but number one, he's fighting in Mexico. Number two,
Yes, the heights.
exactly, the elevation.
Yeah.
Does he live in Mexico City or does he live by the ocean?
He lives not in Mexico City, but Mexico area, so I bet that he's much more closer than that boy.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going to have the home field or home stadium advantage. He's also coming out in half American stuff, half Mexican stuff, which I think is advantageous too.
Yeah, I think Fortnite lives like very close. As you say, like before he lives there, I think. But just like a bit more outside, not like city.
Do we know why these fights are taking place in Mexico and not the United States? To me, I think it might be a sanctioning issue. It's very expensive to sanction these fights in the United States, so they do them there until they get really big and then they become their own sport. But I'm not sure. I mean, watching this is very much an American broadcast or an English broadcast. If you didn't know that it was happening in Mexico or they didn't have Mexican flags and stuff, I would not know. There just isn't anything Spanish. It's a really cool facility. I really like the ring as well. I think I like it more than the octagon in UFC. To me, it's fair. Like, you're not pressed up against a cage. You can kind of roll around on the angle.
I've had enough of politicians trying to get away with whatever they want. What do you mean? I'm talking about that guy, Dave Mann. I can't believe he's still running for Congress after being arrested for drunk driving. And it wasn't some mistake he made as a kid. This was last May. I heard about that. Mann was driving a state-owned vehicle and had his lights off and he ran a red light. He could have killed someone. And the police report said his alcohol level was almost twice the legal limit. Twice. It was worse. When Lynn was arrested, he asked the officers to try and cover it up. According to the report, he said, "There's no way to not release this." That's disgusting. Just another politician trying to hide the truth. Unbelievable. I'll never trust Dave Mann. Me either. I'll never trust Dave Mann. UDP is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by United Democracy Broadcast.
Hey, Team Sharp, now is the perfect time for that new Dream Kitchen, because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having a big sale. The Kitchen Store is right off the 405 in Culver City with 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, 8 total
totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer and happening right now, the big sale. To start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen. Find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I think Ibrance, Alpha-Plasma. Ibrance 125 milligram tablet is an aromatase inhibitor and for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC and preferred hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low-rise blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs, overdose, and lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath.
I'm excited to see more light on TV. I mean, talk about doxing yourself.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. Small Business Saturday Spotlight. We will feature a different small business every Saturday from now until next Small Business Saturday in November of this year. Koala Sharp. Tomorrow evening at 5 on KFI. And on demand anytime.
Guys, hello.
James Kaminsky, how are you, baby? How was your day? Welcome, welcome. We're watching Karate Combat 44, now live from Mexico City. More light fights in T-minus 1 hour, 25 minutes.
Oh, amazing, amazing. I'm actually at work right now. I should be off in 5 minutes.
Oh, tight. All right, well, we're streaming it, so right when you get off, throw it on if you can. Tight. Well, we'll see you soon, my friend. Good to have you. That was James Kaminsky giving us a little teaser, a little sneak preview, a little appetizer for the main course coming up later, baby.
They got both mariachi bands. This is great.
The latest data shows that figure at 11.3%. Egg prices were back up again. Wheat products also saw some big jumps. Also, carbonated beverages, soda prices jumped a lot. Things that we all enjoy where prices have jumped so much. Overall, inflation has cooled in the past 2 years, but grocery costs are stubbornly high. Experts blame several factors, including higher labor costs and record low cattle numbers, driving up the cost of beef and steak.
Yeah, you know what? I understand that. I went to the market, I think it was last week, and I was going to make tacos at home. Right, so in my cart, I've got the beef, the tortillas, the seasoning, the cheese, the lettuce, and the hot sauce. And I added it up in my head before I went through the checkout stand, and it was almost $30. It was $28.50. And then with taxes and everything, it's over $30. Or I could put all that crap back and go to Del Taco or Taco Bell. That's what I did. And instead of $30, he was ready immediately with people who eat tacos for a living, drove through, never got out of the car, and spent $4. But I think we all do that. Where we like to have a home cooked meal and then we cook too much.
Man, the Queen, how you doing, baby?
And about 95% of us don't really eat it. It's not really that good the next day or 2 days. And then you get into the weird zone of how many days has it been around? It's still good. I don't know. So I think it's one of the reasons why we all still eat fast food. It's less expensive. Pretty good. Pretty good. And we have no leftovers to throw away on trash. So food is still very expensive. Almost 11.5% of the money we make, we spend on food. That's a lot.
In some cases, it's strong demand. In other cases, limited supply. Other cases, weather events.
Yes. Weather events.
That's right.
By other cases, weather events.
I always say to my wife, you know, I always talk to her about this. I say, hey, babe,
Weather events.
I don't know if we can afford this meal. Why is that?
Weather events.
Weather events. Yeah. What are you talking about? I heard the news. Weather events.
That's a mixed range of factors.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. What a big weather event.
One that was uncontrolled, no. I've been in fights that they started as wrestling matches that became fights, but the two sides, or I and the other person, respected each other enough not to throw fists, and it was just headlocks. So that's still more like wrestling. So in answer to your question, fortunately, no. I've always been the boss, and the boss doesn't have to fight. I've always made people fight for me. How about you, James? Do you fight?
I'm kind of in a similar situation. I've been sparring matches and a real fight.
Hey, can I borrow some money?
Yeah, it's something that I've done my best to avoid with words most of my life.
But the cost of eating out in restaurants surging much higher by more than 5%. The good news, analysts expect some relief in the coming months. Good.
What about you, man?
They're rising at much slower rate than they were a year ago, 2 years ago.
I'm wondering if you can afford it.
That's gotta come back.
All right. The graffiti building,
like a sports team fight?
Los Angeles. And now we're putting up a fence or a
No.
around. Folks familiar with the downtown area, it was officially known as the Oceanwide Plaza, right across the street from Crypto.com Arena, affectionately has become now known as the Graffiti Towers. 3 luxury, high-rise living quarters here for folks. Apparently the company went broke, and you've been following this story. You know, it's just a huge eyesore. Lots of folks trying to gain interest in the building.
No microphone for you, man.
Right now, though, according to, because of Councilman De Leon and the rest of the city council, they approved $1 million budget to take away some of those scaffolding and replace it with some fencing and K-rails. We're talking about, again, between Figueroa and Flower.
Right across the street from Crypto, or what, you know, the convention center, and what was Table Center. It's right there where everybody can see it.
11 and 12. You just can't miss it if you've been anywhere downtown.
And it's really embarrassing for the city. You know, New York doesn't have that. Houston, Miami, Cleveland, Detroit. Nobody has the building with all this crap on, except LA.
And what we're seeing today is on 12th Street, they're replacing some of those fencing, that fencing area, and K-roads, workers around the entire block, as they try to take out the gaps and keep folks from entering the building.
Man, the queen.
Owners of the builders went bankrupt.
Man, the queen. You were asked by James, have you ever been in a fight? There you go. James, you in here? I'm checking for you. James is here. James, what questions do you have about? We have a real life fighter with us. Did you whoop ass, man, the queen?
24-hour security, and we hope that takes care of some of this eyesore until they can decide how they're going to remove it.
We got a brand new area code in town for your area code freak out there. Are you an area code freak? Or is it a spam? Kind of, where's your level? Spam?
So you might soon see an unfamiliar number pop up on your phone. That's because parts of Los Angeles are getting a new area code. Yes, the new code is
That looks okay, man. It looks okay. Oh, I got your leg. I got your leg. I got your leg. Let me get your leg. Yeah, man.
Because the current 213 and 323 numbers are set to run out by 2025.
Dude, look, even the people who commenting are smiling. You know, you can hear it. Like,
7, 3.
oh.
Wait, hold on a second.
He's mounting. Oh. He's the alpha. He's the alpha.
That just looks like a spam. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Oh.
DJ there.
Yeah.
What do you, Heather? What's your area code?
818.
818. Say it backwards, baby. Come on. Say it backwards. 818. All right. Kayla, what do you?
Oh, shit.
That went too fast.
Oh, good for you. Okay. Old school.
The mouse and the BJ was
503 area code.
Dude, just imagine like the entrance with Maria Fidel was twice as long as their flight.
And I got it.
Maria, that's white guy mountain.
All right, we're live on KFI.
No, thinking. Yeah. Oops, it's Rufy. Welcome to Mexico.
Grossman guilty on how the broker lies when you can't find a 24-hour newsroom. Detective Grossman has been found guilty of 2 counts of second-degree murder for killing the 2 kids in Lake Village.
Prosecutors successfully convinced jurors that there
I'm making big eyes actually because I hope maybe I spy because I know Bucky is there.
Did it anyway. Nancy Iskander watched in 2020 as her 11-year-old was thrown 254 feet and her 8-year-old was internally decapitated. Then had to sit through trial, crying out in English as pictures of her son's bloody body were shown to jurors. The wealthy woman was out on $2 million bail, but in handcuffs, she faces 34 years at sentencing.
Timing, rhythm, yeah.
LAPD says a man has died after a pepper spray attack on a Metro bus.
Deputy Chief John Graham says the man died following an argument on a bus in Koreatown. Graham says despite the attack, it's still safe to ride Metro trains and buses.
We're seeing almost a 23% drop in violent crime. But what does that actually mean? We actually have one violent crime for about every 800,000 rounds.
After the argument on the bus last night, the man who pepper sprayed the other guy took off. Graham says it's not clear how the guy actually died. In downtown LA,
Officials say despite the significant amount of rain that's hit California in the past few weeks, the state snowpack is still below average. Climatologist Dr. Michael Anderson says the rain from recent atmospheric river storms has brought the statewide precipitation to 102% of average to the state for the season. But Anderson says the snowpack is only 50% of its average end of season peak. He says anytime the snowpack is below average, there's a risk dry conditions could see it again.
That's so high, it's very high
in
here.
Santa Clarita is set to lay off about 80 teachers and staff members.
The district is facing a budget decline because of shortages in student enrollment. More than 50 teachers and counselors and about 5 other staff members will be getting notices in the mail next week. An independent review of the district's budget at the board meeting Wednesday shows a need to cut costs because of a decrease in state funding. The Pasadena School District also voted yesterday to eliminate roughly 200 positions, also because of a budget shortfall from a lack of enrollment. Chris Atkins, KFI News.
Former President Trump is going to speak at the Conservative Political Action Conference as voters get ready to head to the polls in South Carolina. ABC's Rachel Bates says CPAC might as well be called CPAC.
Trump's Political Action Conference. This place right now is swarming with Trump supporters, people in Trump and MAGA hats, a bunch of Trump gear,
Before in the YouTube chat, even before the stream started, everyone was just talking about Bitcoin more like nobody else.
That's hilarious.
It was just full of tickets.
They keep asking people to stop spamming tickers. I keep seeing Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 pop up every once in a while, though. The ticker is Bitcoin. Oh, are you subscribed? Are you subscribed to Karate Combat?
Yeah, it's just working.
Wow. How much is it, if I may ask?
Hey, you don't have to pay.
Oh, you don't have to pay? Oh, I thought it was a subscription.
I'm a subscription.
Oh,
It's
wow.
YouTube.
Oh, I'm so foolish. So here I am like, oh, it's unfortunate that it says subscribers only. Because usually, what is it?
Oh, old man, thank you so much for that close-up video. Like,
city fines range up to $500. Deputy Director for Pasadena's Health Department, Manuel Carmona, says that people have not been bitten by dogs at parks. Dogs have bitten people elsewhere in the city.
There have been 53 incidents of dog bites since January 1st of 2022. 25 of those incidents involve dogs that are off leash.
The fines began yesterday. The city says it tried to educate the public for several years before turning to the fines. KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid to upper 70s from the beaches to downtown LA. The mid 70s in the San Fernando Valley and the mid 50s to lower 60s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 70 in Lake Forest, 71 in Cypress, 67 in Santa Clarita, and 71 in Chino. The KFI Money Report is sponsored by Rabbi Real Estate. The Dow closed up 62, NASDAQ closed down 45, and the S&P closed up 2. Let's take a look at your drive this Friday night as we head into the weekend. We've got a crash on the 405 in Van Nuys.
Some good news here on the southbound side of the
Dude, like the screenshots from Holy Market are hilarious. Bossman, because he made a poll. Will Ben Armstrong Bitboy cry? 7% chance. And it just shows the picture in the chat. You seriously did a market on whether or he not cries? Hilarious, right? LMAO? Way to Foreman. He has family. Not anymore. It's insane.
Citrus is a mess, and then once again, looks like pretty much for the 57 all the way into Fontana. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Irvine, this is the 5 northbound. It clouds up around Sulphur, Spangsville, and head to Harbor in Anaheim. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Nancy Martinez.
This hour is brought to you by the Los Angeles County Registrar.
Record profits for power companies, record bills for you, SoCal. SoCal already has one of the highest rates in the country while making huge profits. Now they want even more, announcing yet another huge rate increase. Local
Hi, Jared.
is on a mission.
What up, Jared from Subway?
The best way to do that is with solar plus
It's a big, yo, you know there's a big fight tonight.
Go solar for less with the battery you want, and best of all, you only need one.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
Dude, more like a big boy I'm fighting today.
You can install that too. It gets better. We'll take care of your electric bills for 3 months. Zero down, zero
Yes.
and get your
It's live with NBC there already the streams. You can watch it on YouTube.
lower your electric bill for free. Call Semper's 11.
They're going to be fighting in an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah. It's still a whole hour.
Yeah, it's an hour and 10 minutes away.
Just an hour now. Come on.
For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for?
It's exciting, though. So, Jared, do you know who Morelight is? Okay, that makes sense. So he is the developer of one of the developers of our coin. Do you know who Ben Armstrong is?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's fighting against him.
right. So it's basically Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu versus Ben Armstrong. And we're excited for it because Morelight is our representative. This is being cast all around the world.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts.
Jared from Subway, have you ever been in a fight? There you go. There you go. That's a good thing. Good for you, man.
Yep, the Dodgers take on the Colorado Rockies on Monday. With first pitch at 12:10 p.m.
I've always been the boss, so I've always been able to use my words to get out of fights. If I've ever needed anybody to fight, they fought on my behalf.
The best casino in the Southland is Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good time. All right, so that Dodger game is on Monday, 12:10.
All right, we got some more news here. And then at 7 o'clock tonight, Mo Kelly is, I believe, in Chicago still.
Yes, sir.
And Neil Saavedra and his brother Craig Saavedra will be filling in for Mo Kelly. That was they were very funny last night, those two lads. I enjoyed it.
I kind of felt like you got to hear about all the family drama because there's just between stories, and then they talk about, oh, remember when Dad did this? He took my G.I. Joe action figure.
Yeah. And I love, they were talking about their brother. I'm going to screw his name up. Do they have a brother named Dan?
Yeah, I think that's the last. Yeah, that was towards the end of the show.
Okay, yeah. And Dan is not a good mechanic, but he's the best of the brothers. And Craig said, yeah, he can't fix anything. He's not very mechanical. And he also said, yeah, he's a bad kisser. Yeah. I LOL. Laughing out loud in my car with things. While I was getting some Panda Express. You know, I went to Panda Express late last night. And I don't know what time they closed. I think I got there at 10 after 10, which is a great recipe for a good night's sleep. Load up with Panda Express and hit the sheets. Very pleasant night. However, I drive through, and I said, I always have the same question when I drive through. What do you think my question is for the guy at Panda? That booth? I got one question for when they say Panda Express can help you. What do I ask them?
You just make the fresh rice with the noodles.
Okay, you're on the something. Yeah. What's just come off the walk? So, yeah.
Oh, that will be a raw fight.
I don't want something and he said, oh, we're just closing down. The only thing we got here is the Kung Pao chicken. And I'm like, oh, that's my favorite dish. I like it. Kung Pao chicken. And yeah, that's all we got. I said, okay, I'll take a small container of Kung Pao chicken. And I used to think a small was pretty nice. You know, tiny.
Almost like for a child.
Yeah, it's almost like something a wedding ring would come in. You know, pop it open. But so he gave me the Kung Pao chicken. I gave him my credit card, and he's like, no, this is on us. I'm like, really? I said, I said, oh, thank you, I appreciate that. Like a 5 guy at Panda Express. She said, well, we're closing, it's you. Wow. I said, okay. And it was, I don't know whether it was good because it was free, but it was really good. I enjoyed that.
Sometimes that adds up to it, but it's so funny about what's in off the walk.
Holy fuck, old man!
Those veggies,
The video! 31K? Are you serious?
But those veggies sit there for so long, no one touches the veggies.
And you know what?
Dude, yeah, congratulations, man.
Probably give him a wage, and you don't want to, you're not at Monty Steak.
Yeah.
A place where you're going to spend, 9 cents to fill your stuff. And but you want to say that's right back there is where the chow mein, the new chow mein was put in. You get one of these chow mein from the back where the new stuff was put in, and then you're like, hey, on the left side front is where the new orange chicken was just delivered. Can you scoop into that area for me? I mean, and you sound like a pain in the ass, and you probably are, but man, there's a difference between really hot fast food and cold fast food.
Yeah, big difference. It's been there for a while because I know what you're talking about because I've seen them. Sometimes they're really quick. And they'll get like, let's say, the orange chicken and throw it on there, and they'll immediately toss it. So you can't tell after that,
I don't like it when they mix it all the old and the new. I'm like, no. So I usually go in and say, I'll take the orange bread. And he's like, oh, you want chicken?
I don't know what like the gambling odds are.
Kind of. There was a poll of who they thought would win, and More Light had 61% of the voting. So, like, roughly, that would mean that if you were betting, you would have to bet $61 to win 50. And if you had Ben Armstrong, you'd have to bet $39
Probably just get whatever
to win
they
$50.
throw in the breading.
You just said, look,
So meaning more light is the favorite.
I like to get the there was a Chinese restaurant downtown LA. It's been around for like 105 years. And they were going out of business.
The energy of the excitement of the upcoming fight. Is that what you're referencing? Yeah, hell yeah. It's exciting.
Yeah, you gotta get with the meat we remake it. I know, okay, all right, I get that, but is it possible
No, that sounds cursed.
because I'm not making it for you with white
Yeah, I'll take it.
And I thought, I know why you're going on a dookie. I do like that house. I mean, that house chicken. I don't like the peppers, though. The peppers, they'll wipe you out. Those little red, red peppers. Either that or like they're almost like paper. They're so hard to eat. Even if you want it to, you really can't. It's just a flavor. Yes.
I've been on a big sushi trip lately. Yeah, I love sushi. My daughter, the 10-year-old, she is yes, and I'm so shocked, number one, but also relieved that she's not just eating mac and cheese and chicken.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
We're kind of hoping moving out of space. But we go to this place in the mall called Kura Sushi, where it's a revolving sushi.
It's the coolest place.
Coolest, right?
Where is that?
It's in, well, we go to the one in the Glendale Galleria.
What's the name again?
It's called Kura, Kuar, Revolving Sushi Bar. Okay. And you've probably seen it. They're really popular in Japan. It's
more light is warming up.
I'm sorry, your table, and they put the sushi on there. Or you can order from an interactive menu. And there's a little robot that brings your drinks to your table.
Dude, Kyle, your connection is like
put them in like
sucks.
a discarded area, and if you get really space, it plays a little animated story for you.
Yeah, that's the best.
And your goal is to get like 15 plates so you can see the full story.
Is it all you can eat?
It's not all you can eat. You pay per plate, but I think it's like $3 or $4 per plate.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's not bad, but it adds up really fast.
I went to, I went with Steve Days. He said there's the greatest sushi place is in South Coast Plaza. And he said, you want to come down for sushi? I'm like, yeah. But I don't know. And so I go with him. I'm saying,
What do we have in this job? Bob Doctor's here. And we've got Ethan Tremblay. Welcome, Ethan. I hope you're doing well, Ethan. Ethan, I hope you're having such a good day that you're bursting at the seams with excitement. Thank you for being here. Hell yeah. Welcome, Ethan. You ready for this fight?
I've been waiting all day, bro.
Hell yeah. From where are you, Ethan?
I want to see blood.
Oh yeah, you're gonna see a lot of Ben Armstrong blood.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Hell yeah. Well, kids, 59 minutes until the fight. LFG. Let's fucking go. 1 hour warning. We got Tempura in here. Tempura living like a pigeon, just slanging dick all day. Old man with coin. Down. Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. Ethan Tremblay. Manlet Queen. Manlet Queen.
We're going to check on the 10 next.
Manlet Queen.
Maybe you're on your way down there right now.
Manlet Queen. Manlet Queen, can you hear me?
Because people on their way down there right now, they're listening to this, me talking about Ron.
Manlet
driving down there. They're going to stay there, they're going to drink, they're going to gamble, they're going to have a great weekend, they're going to get a Friday.
And a busy second weeks.
Agreed. You took the words out of my mouth, Dan. Took the words out of my mouth. That's all right.
March 15th, so get tickets now. Use your bonus giveaway. You can get a free gas card. You'll feel like a stud. Also, the marketplace. You can get a pound and a quarter of crab legs for less than $20 on weekday. What the heck? Also, the $36,000 high limit room slot giveaway, or high limit slot room giveaway. Morongo's giving away $500 cash to 2 VIPs every half hour. That's today from 6, which has just started about 18 minutes ago, all the way till 10 p.m. You have about 3 hours and 40 minutes to fly down. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good times for everyone.
It always makes me want to go to Morongo. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that or not.
Let's go!
But I do want to go. I've never been. Is that wild? All right, let's take a look at your drive this Friday night. It is slow on the 10 in Santa Monica.
We're starting eastbound away from Cloverfield, where the drive remains slow across Mid-City all the way to the 5. Now, beyond the 5 in City Terrace on the 10 eastbound, more delays from City Terrace Drive. And that is a tough one all the way to Azusa. Delays ahead in Pomona off of the 57 freeway. And that opens up in Fontana once you make your way past Cherry. It's also tough in Orange County. There was this crash on the 5 southbound coming up on Lake Forest, but it looks like everyone's out of lanes now. We are still seeing delays away from just about Lake Parkway, looking better by Alicia Parkway. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Fantasy.
Freddie Freeman holding on the first pitch he saw in spring training as the Dodgers took
Yeah, Melon King. How you living, pimp? What's new in your neck of the woods? Hell yeah, baby. On what are you drinking? Yo, dog, do you know that there's less than 1 hour until this fight starts? Are you fucking excited? Are you shitting yourself with excitement? That's what I like to hear. I might have to watch this fight on the toilet. I'm shitting myself with so much excitement. We got somebody who's coming, and that's allowed because it was involuntary. And we've got massive amounts of shit that perhaps may explode from the excitement. It's an exciting night here in the VC. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Emu to the moon. We've got cloud computers in here. Cloud computers, how are you, baby? Welcome. Come on up. Talk to us. Tell us about your day. How you doing, baby? Excellent. 55 minutes and counting. LFG. So if you want to break down, there was a vote before the fight. Who would be the favored fighter? Morelight won 61% of the vote to BitBoy's 39%. So approximately that means if you wanted to win $50 on the fight, you'd have to spend $61 betting on Morelight or $39 betting on Ben Armstrong. I don't know if you technically can bet on him, actually. But I do know that some people do have some gentlemanly wagers offline, basically, with other people. So if you're looking to get action, you probably could get it through BitBoy's team. If you want to bet on Morelight, and if you want to bet on BitBoy, which I don't know why you'd want to, depending on the odds, you probably might find a taker in here.
Got that strength, dude. You know? Hard to get rid of.
It's going to be exciting. Have you seen them stand next to each other? Morelight's got to have 2 inches on him.
Yeah.
But I know that BitBoy probably has. To me, it looks like BitBoy has 70 pounds on Morelight. I could be wrong, but he looks way bigger, like size-wise.
Kind of does, yeah. I don't know. I've never seen BitBoy shape up. Really more light.
I think so. I mean, for as long as I've known him or known of him, he's always been in athletic shape. When BitBoy has kind of been the opposite for as long as I've known of him. He's always kind of been out of shape. We were talking about the other advantages that Morelight has. Morelight lives in Mexico, and he's going to come out in half a USA flag, half a Mexican flag. So we think he'll be able to win over the crowd because he does have a connection in Mexico. BitBoy. Oh, also, we don't know exactly where Morelight lives, and not that we want to, but Morelight is in Mexico, around Mexico City. And if you know, Mexico City is at the top of a mountain. And so basically, we'd be at a huge advantage for Morelight because of the elevation issue. Wow, we've got a lot of newcomers here. Welcome, Ducky. Welcome, Deepalm. Welcome. If you're not aware, absolutely, Deepalm. We're so happy that you're here. We've got a big fight tonight. It's going to occur in about 51 minutes and counting. We are your home of all of your fight coverage, wall-to-wall coverage. We're all very excited for it. In the meantime, we're just watching the preliminary fights, Karate Combat 44 live from Mexico. We are all huge fans of Morelight. He is one of the developers of this coin. He's a really nice person, charismatic individual. Oh, he's great. He reminds me a lot of myself. What can I say?
How is he doing? He's tough and ready, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Last I spoke with him was yesterday, and he was, I think, in really good spirits, really good mood. I helped him set up a podcast post-fight if he wants to do it to celebrate a victory. So he was willing to do that. I told him if he doesn't win, which none of us think will happen, but he doesn't have to do it. But if he does, it's a great way to talk about what happened and all the other good things. So we're very excited for Morelight. This facility in Mexico City is quite a facility. It's really unique, I think. So hopefully Morelight will be able to sway the crowd, being from Mexico. Well, I shouldn't say from Mexico. He lives in Mexico, but I think Morelight is American. He is coming out in American flag, half American, half Mexican flag, and it's going to be just incredibly exciting. We got Denzel in here. Denzel, are you Denzel Washington? Dog, I loved you in Training Day. You were so sick in American Gangster.
Thanks, man. That was a fun role.
And you're hilarious. Oh, Monica, I love you, my man. My friend. Love it. Well, Denzel, we're happy to have you here. We got Noticer in here. Noticer's a big deal. I know Noticer's PFP, and whenever I see that PFP, I know something's up, because I think Noticer's an admin or some kind of OG.
I am an admin, yes. You have a pillow with my PFP on it.
Oh, yeah, that's how I knew it. Excellent. Yes, I do. Man, Noticer, you're the man. Hell yeah. How you doing, Noticer? Dog, if you're not familiar with what he's referencing, you should be able to see it. Look at how beautiful. It is beautiful. It is gorgeous.
Is that a jacket also that more fucking has on right now? It's crazy. I want that jacket bad. Yeah, that is very, very cool. The NASCAR looking jacket, right? Yeah.
Everyone is talking about that jacket.
I want the black one.
I thought Morelight was from Florida. Well, I mean, he's American, but I think he's in like Central America, South America. He's not living in the U.S. I know that.
He lives in Mexico.
Mexico. Good, so he's a hometown favorite.
Exactly. He's going to be wearing an outfit half of American flag, half of Mexican flag to sway the crowd.
Very bullish.
Very bullish is correct.
Would it be weird if you were
I'm excited. Very excited. I've been watching these fucking fighters do their thing. I don't really care about any of them. I just want to see more like this out of Big Boy.
Agreed.
Big boy Steph. Live on stream.
Yeah, bro, he's going down. He's got no shot. It would be Lamborghini. Right. You can't find it, bro. What's going on?
Yeah, wait, look in the chat. I have something to the topic number.
I don't know if you can see, but one of the announcers here is in like a skeleton face paint. Does anyone know the significance of that? I mean, I know like the Day of the Dead and things like that in Mexico, but why they would have a karate combat presenter have a like a skull-like face paint job? Anybody know?
I don't know. I thought the same, but it's like
All right. So we don't know exactly where Morelight lives, but I have heard him talk a little bit that he's not too far from Mexico City. And if you know anything about Mexico City, it is on top of a mountain. So the elevation will become an issue. We know that Ben Armstrong, I think, lives in Texas. So that's at elevation or at basic sea level. And we think that Morelight may have some hidden advantages, particularly when it just comes to the elevation advantage of
a lot of fighters have problems today for that reason. We're like is living around the area.
Right. No, you can.
Big Boy, he's a big guy. He probably can't even kick over like with the half from the ground. Flex down there. And there's no leg kicks allowed, I don't think, in these fights coming up. So it's just like kicks above the waist. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that Big Boy can't. He's not even like capable of kicking. Yeah, probably not.
One can acclimate themselves to the altitude, but it takes some time. Usually, I think at least 2 weeks to a month. And I don't think Ben Armstrong has been there that long. So nevertheless, he's going to be gassed based on the conditions anyway, let alone the fact that our Morelight is going to be chasing him all over this little square.
Yeah, my money's on Morelight. It's going to be very cathartic for like all of crypto Twitter to watch.
Oh, absolutely.
The likes of Ben Armstrong gets fucking ass kicked.
Can you imagine if you lost a ton of money in one of Ben's rugged projects to just get a little bit of payback by watching Morelight beat the hell out of him? International television would be great. You know, one thing I gotta say about this community is it keeps getting stronger. I mean, here we are almost 10 months into Bitcoin, and the VC keeps getting stronger. I mean, I understand we have an event tonight, but we didn't send out like a whole bunch of invitations or anything. People are just naturally acclimating themselves to this environment that they know that we have something going here all the time. And it's become basically almost like a digital lounge for people. In addition, we have our developer fighting one of the biggest influencers in all of cryptocurrency, and it's going to do a lot for our coin, I think. I mean, if truthfully, if Morelight wins, we're going to have memes for a decade. It's very exciting.
Yeah, the longevity, I think, has a lot to do with the fact that this is probably, like, I don't know, not the only project, but, like, there's very, very few projects that are, not like inundated with venture capital, and you know, like this is kind of a unicorn in that sense. It's all organic, and the community that's formed around it is, you know, like pretty fucking like true blue believers in it. I mean, like you said, we've been around 10 months, still going strong, and the devs are working. You know, it's really rare. A lot of things are just kind of flash in the fans and it's just coins anyways.
Right.
Utilities, but so yeah, it's good to be in the right place anyway.
Most certainly.
Yeah, really looking forward to the fight. I mean, you know, of course, obviously I want more like to win. Who doesn't? But you know, at the end of the day, it's like it's pretty cool, right? Like, I mean, a lot of us have been here since this coin was like a nothing market cap, and now our leader is about to fight one of the biggest names in the space, and yeah, it's been crazy to kind of watch it all unfold and get new people in here, and like you said, the seeds are going strong, so yeah, it's pretty cool, man.
Absolutely, and we have Denzel Washington in here. Do you all know who Jared from Subway is? So he's been in here. He was in here tonight. He should be back in like 30 minutes or so. But it's to.
I don't think it's the real.
Everyone says that. And here's what I want you to do. Judge for yourself. He'll be back. You'll be able to talk to him as much as you want about mevbots and sandwiching and anything else. All I know is I am fooled very well if it isn't him, and also he has me fooled that he never worked at Subway, because he comes in with the perfect amount of Subway knowledge that he worked there for 1 year. He never ate a sandwich because he was making it all the time. I mean, he's got a perfect story. I don't care if it's not him. He's got the best story I've heard in cryptocurrency, which is this. He works in Houston, Texas at a Subway, making minimum wage as a sandwich artist, ends up getting involved in Shiba Inu, makes 6-7 figures in that, ends up quitting Subway after a year, then gets into these meth bots, makes $150 million, and now he has his own. I mean, I'll tell you this, if he is making this up, he knows a lot about a charity that he started, this autism charity that he started along with his it's for his niece, I believe. Someone in his family has been affected by this, so he started his own charity. I mean, he's talked to us about this charity for like 45 minutes. If it's true, or if it's not the real one, that's fine. The person with whom we speak is fascinating nonetheless. But whether it's him or not, that's for you to determine. But it is very exciting when you get to speak to him, and people are like, I didn't really think it was you, but now after speaking to you, I can see how it's absolutely you. Well, here's the other thing. He knows all kinds of stuff about things that you would know about. He knows all about mevbots. He knows all about supercars because he owns them all. Like, he's really into this kind of stuff that normally I would say someone who has 9 figures would know.
Well, if he is, then maybe we can convince him to stop sandwiching our coin, because I do not like it.
He's invested. He has like $17,000 invested in Harry Potter Balmasonic Tanina. He does. So, I mean, he is invested. That's the best evidence that we have that it's really him. That we've checked his bag and it's like 16,000 or something.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's definitely invested. Yeah, and he's a really nice person too. So, I mean, I really mean that. If you have a chance to speak with him, he's cool.
You ping me when he comes in the chat, and I would love to Let's sit down and talk with the fella.
Certainly, he should be here in before the fight. He came in. He was here within an hour. He comes in. He comes in not every day, but like definitely more on the weekends, I would say. And he's just really down to earth. I mean, look, for as cool as mevbots are and stuff, I'm fascinated by his story. And also, I mean, you know, and like a lot of people worked at a Subway, but I could see that story absolutely being a movie. A person who essentially will one day, if these mevbots keep going the way that he needs, becomes a billionaire and was a sandwich artist. And here's the perfect thing. His mevbot uses this sandwiching strategy. He was a sandwich artist, and his only job ever was working at a Subway. I think that's amazing. He's going to be more famous than Jared, the other guy from Subway.
Maybe. I always thought that the guy that runs the medbot, Jared, he calls himself, Jared from Subway because he makes sandwiches, touches you inappropriately, like the real Jared from Subway did.
I like it. I like your theory. It's different than this gentleman's theory. So we'll have to ask him ourselves.
Maybe he's a swell guy. I don't know.
The guy who's in this chat is, I don't know about the guy. I mean, I think they're the same person, and I'm not the only person. A lot of people come in here and they're like, holy shit, that person really was very knowledgeable in all of this stuff. Is that really them? And I'm like, they've been consistent here now for like a month in our chats, and the first thing, like a lot of people when they first came in, they're like, whoa, is that really Jared from Subway? And he's like, yeah, I am. And they're like, all right, well, like we're gonna quiz you on mevbots. And they quizzed him on his mevbots, and like everything, we couldn't stump him. And so he was like, okay. So then I went in and I started asking him Subway questions, and he knew like enough to have worked there. But then he told us his story, and it's quite fascinating that. So if you have a chance, if you ever see somebody in here, Jared from Subway.eth is his handle, and check him out. He's an interesting individual, and I think he'll be here soon, so hopefully. But little by little, I mean, we're gaining. I mean, that's a big whale. That person has a 9-figure bag. Little by little, we're gaining influence and making more headway. And I think it's really interesting, too. We're the ultimate meme coin. I mean, we have Harry Potter, Obama, that's 2, Sonic, 10, which even the number 10 is itself a meme, Inu. So that's, what, 5? Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10, Inu. That's 5 memes in one. We're like the ultimate meme coin. We're like a Medusa, like a multi-headed, like a cryon, like a multi-headed cryptocurrency beast. Basically, like our coin is multifaceted. We can use it. I mean, we sometimes use the Obama aspect of it. Sometimes we use the Harry Potter. Normally, we use the Sonic aspect of it.
Yeah, actually, that's a great point. Something that I recognized early on is that like this is not a unidimensional type of coin. It's also like where like you look at like Dogecoin or SHIB or something like that. And it's like it's one thing, but like to expand on that, it's not like we're kind of bound by any of the words, the characters in the name, right? Like I mean, you can kind of see it in the content,
right?
How people like go off and they make their own things like for like a lot of the time shit like be in like Twitter space or here in Telegram, and someone will make a joke, and next thing I know, like for a week straight, it's like memes about that joke, and it's like, so the community has kind of taken it upon themselves and like given like new facets of what ends up being lore for the coin. So yeah, it's really interesting. I recognized that early on with this coin in particular. and just the quality of the posts, what the content that the community makes. Because like the team has been pretty adamant about not paying for like big marketing efforts, right? And like that's a huge, it doesn't really sound great to casual observer, but like it's because of that like we end up with like such a rich lore surrounding the coin. It's because like everything you see is because of the community. So like you made a really good point about that. It's not just like one meme. Right? Like there's a lot of it's multivariate.
Right.
That's very cool.
I agree.
Very strong.
Exactly.
And with that,
Great. You guys see that?
More than people that don't have it.
Listen,
Oh,
I would say I love Jesus, but I also cuss a little.
Okay, I'm fucked up.
So that's where I lie.
How many more bites until more like goes on?
I have no idea, man, but I hope real soon, honestly. That's all I want to see.
30
Yeah,
minutes.
it's like two or three, and I'm pretty sure it's a different stream. Like these fights are gonna end.
You're right.
And the crypto fights are gonna start, and that's like a different stream altogether.
You're right.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still on Karate Combat. It's on their main page. It's just the link under their main link here. I'll get to it in a second. For some reason, Chrome is being unresponsive for me.
Just a little 1/1,000,000th of 1% leaning towards that is not the case. Big Mac, Redbird would troll it. Yeah. And so she would literally attack the priest after church on Sunday. Not physically, but, verbally. And that got pretty heated sometimes.
I have a lot of friends who are like that.
Yeah.
They're very passionate.
Yes, and I get it. I totally understand. My mom's very, very, very passionate. To the point where at the end of her life, she went to church every day, like maybe the last 6-7 years of her life, every single day. And so the Redbird, Big Mac, she ran a pretty strict ship, pretty strict program at her house. And
is that why you're so wild now? Did you rebel?
No, I'm not even that wild. I always try to, see her side of everything, and I did pretty good for a lot of years. All right, we're going to come back and talk to the Saavedra twins. They're going to be on, filling in for Mo Kelly. It's Neil Saavedra and his twin brother Craig. They're going to be on. That's going to be cool.
I'm done for eating.
There you go. Apologies.
Thank you for coming in. You're the best. You guys great boys, great attitude. I hope to see you back here. All right, we're live, coming back with the Saavedra twins on AFI AM 6. All right, we're now with Heather.
The jury has found Rebecca Grossman guilty of second-degree murder in a 2020 crash in Westlake Village that left 2 young brothers dead. Grossman is the co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation. Huntington Beach has released a Roomba-like robot to remove rubbish from Huntington Harbor. And Major League Baseball players are being transparent in their review of the organization's new uniforms. The MLB's Bruce Meyer said yesterday some players are concerned about the new pants because they are, quote, somewhat see-through. And I've seen the pictures, and that is true. All right, we are going to check on your the 110 when we come back.
American Vision Windows. I love the company. Gilligan Kathleen did an outstanding job putting this company together. They do windows better than any other company in the world.
Man the Queen.
The highest quality. And the people that
Man the Queen. Man the Queen. Dude, Man the Queen. Why the fuck aren't you using an ad blocker? There's no reason, and this goes for everyone in this fucking room. If you are my friend, which I consider all of you my friends, please download uBlock Origins. It is an extension that's available on Chrome. It's available on Edge. It's available on Firefox. You will not get any more ads on the internet, including on YouTube. You will not get any ads. You will not get any pop-up ads. You will not get any banner ads. It's amazing. It's called uBlock Origin with a U. It's like the letter U, BLOCK Origin. Please download it right now. If you haven't, you will never regret it because you won't ever see ads on the internet anymore. Your time is valuable. You can also get this for your cell phone as well, so you don't get ads on your cell phone. Man, that queen, can you hear me? I don't have a referral link. This is all done out of the goodness of my heart for all of you, because you shouldn't be watching advertisements on the internet if it's unnecessary and you want to be the most efficient person you can. It's a free extension, 100% free. All it does is remove all of the ads from the internet. It's amazing. Oh, hell yeah. There you go. Manlet Queen knows what's up. He's doing it for us. Hell yeah. I'm clapping for him. Amazing. Now, Manlet Queen, you never get any more advertisements. You're welcome, baby. That's all you have to do. And no more advertisements. Manlet Queen, he knows what's up. He just did it perfectly. Now, Manlet Queen won't have any more advertisements on his YouTube. Well, I'm hoping to improve my internet speed perhaps in the future, so we might be able to do something like that. I recognize that. I can do what he does as well. It's just hard on my system, and it's chopped. I've been told it's choppier. So basically, and I could be wrong, but I think, and we can judge it, I think my stream is about 15 seconds. Actually, maybe it's behind. I don't know. We'll see. His thing says Flores versus Seas right now. Oh, perhaps he's ahead of mine.
They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to threaten you. I'm not here to do that. Tax relief advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506.
Squirrely Crypto, how you living, baby? Man, the Queen, huge props to you for downloading that. You will not regret it. It makes the internet so much better. The only kind of ad that it does not remove are ads that are literally embedded within the video, and there's nothing you can do about that anyway. Like if your favorite influencer is already doing a live read while they're on their podcast or whatever. But if it's an ad that someone pays for, you won't see it anymore. If someone pays like Google for it or Microsoft, you won't see it. All right, so this is the second to last fight, people. Before more light.
Is what I do in my courtroom every day. It is what I will do as your district attorney. Please vote for me, Judge Craig Mitchell. Page 4, by Mitchell for District Attorney 2024.
Hey, Los Angeles, are you looking to get back to your community? Neighbor to Neighbor is a California volunteer network designed to foster connection in your neighborhood by bringing people together to get involved and help give back to their community.
Well, I just really want to thank Denzel Washington for coming out. Of all the people, I mean, we were talking about Jared from Subway, but to get Denzel Washington in the flesh, it's phenomenal. I loved you in Malcolm X. You're just a phenomenal actor.
Yeah, I love you in training there, bro. Obama Subway.
You're so humble. Wow. Denzel Washington and RBC. Excellent. Are you going to be in the next Harry Potter movie?
on Hulu and Disney Plus.
Goddamn.
Like the Beatles
Always showing up.
I like
Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
So this next fight is Flores versus Assis. I think it's Assis is how you say his last name, but I'm very tempted to call him Asses.
Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
So it is Assis, but again, Asses. I like how they get in this ring or whatever, this pit. They like some of them slide down. I would treat it like a play place. I'd make it a little slide. Hell yeah, that's a great idea. I love it. They should do this in a ball pit. It's a phenomenal idea. And we have Alejandro Flores. Alejandro Flores, let's see how he gets in. He's running around the little box.
But they get all the accolades and they get none of the blame if it fails. You get every step to everything that comes, everything that happens is your fault. All the liability.
I bet Karate Combat gets really big, like UFC big. It's very professionally produced. It's an impressive presentation that they have. I could very easily see this being a pay-per-view event. This motherfucker's 32. He's 0-0. Right. I don't know if I want my guy's first fight, if he's a professional fighter, to be, in this pit of death. Okay, here they go. They're running in. I love it. Guy worked at a Baja Fresh for a year, on and off. He's also right. He ensures that he keeps the certification going. It's a good trade. You can do it anywhere. That's absolutely correct. He's got dependents now, so he's not the only person about whom he has to worry.
That's right.
That's right. In fact, I think he took this position on Karate Combat for some of the health benefits that Baja Fresh did not offer.
Yeah, they are notoriously stingy with their benefits there at Baja Fresh. That's how their margins are so high, those bastards. Ticker Big Quick fixes that, by the way.
Word, Mockingbird.
I recently went to New York. I took my daughter to New York, and we saw, with my wife, we saw, what is the Wizard of Oz one? Wicked. We saw Wicked the Wiz. We saw Wicked, and I had a hard time hearing, because we didn't have great seats.
They are advertising a drink here called G Squared. Has anyone ever had the beverage G Squared?
I couldn't follow who was.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's not G squared. It's called goated. Sorry. I don't know why I thought it said G squared. Has anyone ever had the drink goated? And can you vouch whether it's made from real goats?
From Chicago, because all the great songs that I knew from Chicago are in the first half. Oh, well, there's a lot of good ones in the second half. Yeah, I didn't check it out. By the way, I often refer to halftime. Yeah. So it's intermission. It's not Asia. I'll say, is it intermission yet? Just don't say it. Oh man, there's more. Winning overtime. But one of the songs in Chicago is
Hey, they changed the name of the event. Now it says Karate Combat 44, now live, KC44 live event with Bit Boy versus More Light. So now we're getting to the main event.
Yeah, that's a good one. So, my friend just like, cares about some washed up 32-year-old mom, right?
Who's 0 and 0?
Yeah, this is a good one, you know. Mom,
Doesn't tip. In fact, he's one of those people. He doesn't. Not only does he not tip, but he writes little comments on the receipt of how they could improve. I hear he had a herpes outbreak. Did you guys hear Ben had a herpes outbreak?
Oh yeah, more like gotta be careful.
Exactly. Can't get too close. Watch that mouth guard. That's a good question. I think the guy with no fight record, was that Flores? I think that was Flores. So he's black. Trump.
Oh, I think it's on the glove. So one of them like has glove and one has a red around the wrist. I think that's how
the Flores guy. The Flores guy is from Mexico, and I believe he's from Baja. The guy we said was in Baja Class. And the other guy is Brazilian, and he has like blonde hair.
Okay, so Black Pants is the
that's our man. That's the man who needs insurance. We don't know the record of the other guy. Maybe they're both just fight virgins. The other guy needs like dental insurance. Who knows?
Karate Combat down bad if they're just fucking getting guys with no records. Like, all right, yeah, you
too.
Right, yeah.
Right.
That's crazy.
How much do you weigh? 186. Yeah, that works. Ooh. I always have like really practical questions. Like, are they wearing a cup? I know in MMA they're wearing a cup. I imagine these guys are wearing a cup. But then sometimes they have to stop themselves when they get kicked in the groin, which I get too. And then there's another thing. Out of what material is the cup? Because in different MMAs, like, you can wear different types of cups. And some of the cups are made of, like, steel. And they'll break a guy's foot if he kicks it. This has been our Cup Minute with Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you for enjoying. Plus, I'm gonna have to do my own little interview with More Light. What did you do with the cup after the fight? Where did you buy it? Who are you wearing? The people demand answers. That's right. The people have questions for the people's ticker.
Blow to the NRA and its former leader of 3 decades.
After a 6-week trial in Manhattan Supreme Court, a jury found the National Rifle Association liable for financial mismanagement and found former head Ray LaPierre was corrupt in handling of the gun rights group.
The jury determined LaPierre's violation was due to cost the NRA $5.4 million. As state AP, the District James argued LaPierre and others misused funds on jets, private cars, and other private expenses.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think this little square, combat square that they have is a really good idea. Yeah, exactly. It's way less complicated than exactly. And then the cage gets in the way of the cameras, so sometimes you have to like see through the. Not that that's a huge deal, but this one's so open, and also a lot of those cage fights end up being just honestly, most of them end up being just pin the guy up against the cage, the fencing, and then just start beating on him, and there's no like open fighting. Here, there's a lot more open fighting. Exactly, and it seems like it's very easy to set up. You just have to put these like 4 walls together, and everyone is on the same level, meaning it's not like it's on a pedestal. You don't have to walk upstairs. I just think an ingenious way to have this. I really like the fact that there isn't there's no cage. It's an open view of everything.
And you'll see the wave on the two north end of Moreno Valley as you come up to Alessandro. You're slowly falling from there until you get to university. KFI in the sky helps keep you there faster. In favor of Moreno.
The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investment is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Phil DiGenova, is the undisputed expert on this famous portable asset class. For over 35 years, Phil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless.
Wow, everyone. According to schedule, the More Light fight is in 9 minutes. It's really sneaking up on us.
Girls, pop off. Jump onto YouTube so I get a little bit higher fidelity here. Right? Appreciate the live stream, the banter. Hope you guys enjoy it.
Take care.
And have a lovely evening.
You as well. Sosa. We have Soso is bullish in here. Soso, how you living, baby? What's new in your neck of the woods? What's new in the zoo? Soso's bullish. Y'all didn't know.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Stay on high, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Hey everybody, it's Neil Savater and Craig Savater back tonight for what promises to be a wonderful show. Unfortunately, it starts with a kind of a very much a sad story, but a victorious one, at least as far as the justice system is concerned. And then I promise you, we'll get
Welcome. We got Wills in here. Wills de Fogelar. Living like a pimp. We're ready to go, baby. We're ready to go. We got 5 minutes.
I watched the first one and I was like, what the fuck is this? Is that some dude on the ground, like rolling around?
It's so weird to see those goes. And if you know that area, there's a, right here on Triumphal, it's not a straight straightaway, but straight enough. You just get up to some massive speed. And in that area, you're looking at that one, really that one major break point, which is where that crosswalk is. And